to Frappeverse day 2. I hope all of you had like a wonderful day 1. Especially like I really enjoyed day 1. I saw all of the talks. Like I saw all of the talks multiple times. But the highlight for me especially was ERPNext, which is finally now has a like a balanced output, which is like we are not just focusing on stability, we are also doing performance and new features and community collaboration. The business apps also seem to now have matured, and like they are also leaving an impression on all of us. We saw also a lot of community talks. I heard the AI talk was so so popular that we had to arrange chairs very rapidly, and thank you, Asif, for that. And finally, yeah, the day ended with amazing musical performance by Sarang. Like I'm a huge fan of Fusion, and like that was an amazing musical experience. And like it really, like it felt a bit more authentic than like the other conferences where like you get influencers and shit, which is, I mean, come on. So anyway, so I'll not talk a bit too much about yesterday. I'll move on to like a short story that I want to share first, and like there is some relation, like it's not just me doing Dear Diary. So like, this is a story of me 2 years ago, I think. So I was VP of Engineering at Frappe in 2023, and like when I became VP of Engineering, this is a heat map of GitHub, by the way. So like this shows developer activity, not really productivity, but like at what time I was active on GitHub. So around April, I became VP of Engineering at Frappe, and then I was coding more somehow, which makes little sense if you know anything about leadership. Like you don't execute all the time. Like you lead people, you manage people, you figure out how to scale things, not do it yourself. But like I had this weird notion of, okay, if I can't get it done with someone else, like I'll just do it myself. And obviously that didn't work out, right? So like you can see it gradually declining, and like this is the next fiscal year where like it's like it peaked and then okay, it went completely silent. So what happened was like around March, like we have this yearly appraisal, and I realized like I don't think this is working out. And since we have quote unquote freedom to escape from our responsibility, I escaped. And then I went on, then I went back to framework team. I worked for a while, and what I realized is like, that also wasn't working. Like it wasn't interesting anymore. And so like a couple of other issues, and eventually I thought I should maybe take a sabbatical. And there are reasons for that. Like yesterday, I just randomly mentioned sabbatical there, and everyone's like, what the fuck, like you just, you screwed up your speech or something. I'm like, no, there is plan here, something, okay. So the reason for mentioning that was like that is an amazing policy that Frappe has, where like people are allowed to leave the company for extended period of time and come back without like any questions or anything. So like before me, Suraj and Rucha left Frappe for 4 and 2 months, I think. And then they came back and then they built amazing products like Builder and Studio. So like it's an amazing policy, right? Like you are turning engineer burnout into shareholder value or something, which would be such a good thing, right? Like, but like still somehow a lot of companies do not offer anything like this. But anyway, so that was an option. So I took that option, and like then my developer activity went completely flat. In fact, like some of the things are personal here. Like for 6 months, I did not write any code for Frappe. And then I came back. I thought, okay, those who go on sabbatical and come back, they build a new product. But I'm not really a product person, right? So when I came back, I picked up something related to technology, and which was like speeding up Frappe code. And a lot of people yesterday asked me, okay, are you talking about your performance work? I'm like, okay, maybe, but like that wasn't the highlight for me for last year. Somehow like speeding up our code wasn't the highlight. The highlight for me was something different. And I'm going to talk about that, which was like so this is my developer activity for this year, and you can clearly see it flatlining after June or something. And for last month or so, I haven't written any code. So I don't know why you guys gave me developer award or whatever, because like, I don't write much code these days. And the reason for this is like, it's not just me personally, but like several engineers at Frappe finally took up leadership roles, and they moved away from just executing all day and like also figuring out how to scale this, because ultimately like the reason is like it's not just that we can the impact that we deliver is not via code only, right? So this is my favorite quote from a TV show called *Halt and Catch Fire*. How many of you have seen this TV show? Just 3, 4 people, that too from Frappe. Oh, one more. Okay, like this is a seriously underrated show. Like I think like anyone who works in tech should watch this. And the code goes something like this: like the computers aren't the thing. Like they are the thing that gets us to the thing. Like we don't write code for sake of writing code. Most of the time, we are writing code to see some impact, right? Like when I'm working on framework, like I see the impact through ERPNext and other applications. Even the ones who are uh, building ERPNext application, they are building it so that they can, some businesses can use them and add real value, right? Like so, ultimately, we are not where like the real value is added. Like that happens somewhere else. So, like you have to kind of see like why are we doing this? Like what is the purpose behind the work that we do? And most of the time, like if you think hard enough, like it is like you want to create some kind of impact. And that impact usually does not come from writing code alone. You have to scale yourself, your organization, to figure out how to increase that impact. And so, like I said, like a lot of this was like Dear Diary, but like it kind of mirrors how Frappe was for like last 2, 3 years also. So this is the identity that you saw for Frappe. I think Rishabh Stock had this neat classification of ERP and enterprise apps, then business apps, then developer tools, cloud platform, and productivity suite. But like this identity was, we came up with this like 2, 3 weeks ago. Like it's not exactly like how we believe Frappe engineering works. This is changing. This is like it is shaping up to be something, but this has been the point of contention at Frappe for a really long time. Like we have been arguing about like whether are we a cloud company or we are a ERP company. And like just 2, 3 years ago, this conference used to be called ERPNext conference and not Frappeverse. So like things are changing very rapidly. But at the same time, like all of these things are individually also scaling up quite nicely. So like we don't have to be ERP company or we don't have to be a cloud company. We can do all of these things if we just scale in. And so like I just want to leave with this note that Frappe, the company, is now 18-year-old. So like we are adult and we are kind of growing up. And uh, this grown-up behavior is clearly visible also, right? Like Naveen's talk 3 years ago was like no hashtag, no roadmap, we believe in freedom. And yesterday he was presenting a roadmap and like all the, all of the, all of the products also presented roadmap, and they did not just tell you, okay, go and contribute. They're like, okay, go and thumbs up on the features, and we'll figure it out. So yeah, we are growing up. And on this note, I'd like to open DevTools keynote and invite Rucha Mahabil for showing what progress she has made with our most ambitious engineering project, which is Frappe Studio.
So, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Rucha Mahabal. I am a product engineer working on Frappe Studio. Yeah. Uh, so, for those of you who don't know what Frappe Studio is, it's a visual app builder that I introduced last year, which brings together Frappe UI, the Frappe framework, and a composition tool like Frappe Builder, which lets you build apps on a free-flowing canvas. So today we'll see what all enhancements have come along in Studio right from last year, and we'll see it in the form of creating a campaign app. So this is my new app called Campaigns, and I have configured the pages. So we just have 3 pages here. One is dashboard, other is the campaigns list, and a single campaign document that will open up. So let's start by building the campaigns page using primitive components. So I've already set up like Flex for the root. I dropped the sidebar and configured the links for my sidebar, the title, and now I can create a header using a container. So my header will have the title for the page and a button, primary button, to create a new campaign from here. So our base layout is ready. Now we created a sidebar, but every page is going to have the same sidebar and the links. So if you duplicate it, if you duplicate the page or copy the element from every page, then once you update the links, they are not going to sync. So now you can right-click and save a particular uh, element as a component. So I'll save it as a component, and in my components panel, it's available under the custom tab layout. So I can drop it on any other page as well, and changes to it will be synced across all the pages. So components is not just like dumb layouts stored in the backend. It also takes inputs from your page. So if you want to use the component but with dynamic data, you can configure inputs and pass them to the sidebar or the component you created as well. So as I said, it's a free-flowing canvas, so you can create your own layouts. So we'll quickly build a campaign card, which will show some summary of my campaigns. So I'll have the title, a badge indicating what is the status of my campaign. On the right-hand side, you have editing for fonts, properties of any component that you drop on the canvas. You can adjust styles, and our layout is ready. So this is just one card. Now we work with data from the backend. So we want to repeat the blocks over some data that we fetch from the backend. For that, we can use a repeater, so we'll add a data source first. We'll fetch a campaigns list from the backend, select all the fields required for this, and we'll transform the result. So basically, we want to associate status color with everything, and also an email summary of how many emails that card consists of. And you can view all the data in the data viewer on the left panel. So I'll repeat the block, and I have a selector for dynamic data now, so it's much faster. I'll wire the inner elements. So the dynamic value picker now has context for each block, whatever data it has access to, be it like page variables, data sources, your data item in the loop of the repeater. So I'm wiring all the data items. This one is linked to the email summary. So this is ready. Now we want some filters. So I have added a search filter and a toggle for status. So I've added variables for these. There is a search text variable and a status filter which defaults to all, shows all the campaigns by default. And now what we want to do is as we search, we want to filter the list, right? So for that, we'll add a watcher. Watcher basically observes your data or the source, and whenever it changes, it calls a function. So you have to link a function to it. So on this text input, I add a watcher for search text. And what I'm basically doing is filtering based on the search text that I have inputted. And I also consider the tabs. So now we have to change the repeater to look up for filtered data first, because if a filter is active. So let's preview this. Search is wired. And similarly, you can wire the filters on the right-hand side as well. We are used to working with quick entry a lot in the desk, which is basically dialogues for your forms. So editing dialogues in a customized UI should also be helpful, right? So for this new campaign, we open a quick entry like dialogue. So we'll see how to edit a dialogue. We have a Boolean variable that controls the visibility of it. I drop a dialogue on the canvas and it opens in a different fragment because this is like an isolated element. So I can edit the title for the dialogue, and I don't want the default message and actions that come with it. I want to customize it. So I have available slots over here, which is body content and the actions. Now I can go and select a particular slot, and I want a containing component for the fields that I'll add here. So I'll wire styles for the container, and in the actions slot, I'll drop a button which is going to actually trigger the event for my campaign creation. Now here, I don't actually have to go to the backend and see what the campaign doc type looks like and what fields I have to add here. So I can just use right-click add fields from doc type, and I select the doc type, the fields I need. So if I select all, it maps the backend fields to the equivalent front-end component in Frappe UI. For now, I just need 2, so I'll get rid of others. And you have the fields here. So I'll adjust the styles for the containing layout. And I can add placeholders, edit the fields for the dialog, just as you do for any other component on the canvas. So if you want to go and edit the dialog again, you can just click on it, change whatever you need, in this case, the label, and you save the dialog. Now, to save the dialog data to the backend, I've created an object for new campaign, which has the campaign name and goal, and these are wired to the individual fields. And I have a utility in Studio which lets me insert a document mapped to the fields on the backend. So I have configured an event to insert a document for the doc type campaign. This is my field variable mapping. And now we also have on success and on failure triggers. So you can wire message or scripts that should run when your insertion fails or succeeds. And you can also see something like studio.navigate, studio.showToast. So these are utilities like you use frappe.messageprint or something like that in desk. So some things are expected out of the box. So there is autocomplete in all the code fields. So if you type navigate, it will complete the syntax for you. And navigate basically takes the page name. And in this case, we have to navigate to the campaign ID we just created. And we show the toast on success for the action. Now we'll go to the individual campaigns page. So I've created the basic layout already. I'll add a tabbed view for my campaigns. And these are all my tabs. So composing the email, audience, schedule settings, review, and matrix. Now I have to add the actual tabs, right? So in the first tab, we are composing an email. So we add a form control for the subject. You can control the properties of it from the right sidebar. And then a text editor to actually type our email. So adjusting the spacing. And text editor doesn't come with a label out of the box. So we also have a label component, which lets me wire it with the editor. And then just the usual placeholder setting, styling. So now to control the tabs, we again have a variable that stores the active tab that is being worked upon or is open. And to make the things more clear, now I have named my layers panel. So this is a compose tab. I've also added an audience tab. So it's easier for me to view what's going on. And how the visibility is controlled is the compose tab is shown if the visibility condition is active tab is 0. So this is what my audience tab looks like. I basically select audience from the backend that I have to send the campaign to. So these are cards. And now on, like I have to make the card selectable. So basically when I click on the card, I have to keep a track of what cards are selected and toggle the selection, right? So I add a variable for target audience, which is an object, and I add a script on the card, which basically adds the card to the array if it's not there already. Now this is not enough. You need some visual feedback on whether a card is selected or not, right? So for that, we have dynamic styles now. So you can select the component, go to any style property, and set dynamic value. So you can write JS expressions here. So basically, if the array includes my name, then just change the color. And this is how it works. Similarly, you can add other stuff to your app. We have now charts and number cards available in the component panel. So matrix can be integrated with your forms itself. And so let's preview this, whatever we created. My dialog has opened. I enter all the details. And I'm taken to the individual document that I just created. I can add the subject. I can draft my email over here, select the audience. There are other things. So on clicking save, a document is saved on the backend, and on sending, the sending is queued for the campaign. So this is what we created in a short time. If we go back to email campaigns in ERPNext, this is what it used to look like. There was just 2 doc types and a child table for schedules on when you want to send. So this will be more mature where you just don't compose a single email, but you have email templates and a campaign automation where you want to set fields based on some actions that the recipient does. So this was what campaigns in ERPNext was, but when it comes to crafting UX, you want more, right? You just don't want the backend mimicking your frontend, like your frontend mimicking your backend. So the attempt with Studio is building for the journeys and not for the backend, like not optimized for the backend, but like not for the forms, but the journeys, progressive disclosure of fields and not bombard the user with everything at once. Better design because of our components, unit level components that are designed in Frappe UI. And here your backend doesn't limit the front end. So as you saw, there are multiple things going on. There is email, templates, there is a campaign, and audience tab. So there are 3 doc types interacting in a single view. So question now is this just another toy app that I've been showing since last year, like built on Studio? No. So Campaigns is going to be the first app which will be built on Studio, and it will soon be available on Frappe Cloud. That's it. Thank you. So next, I would like to call upon the stage Suraj, who has exciting new updates about Frappe Builder. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello. 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 Fine. Yeah, I'm Suraj. About 2 years back, I introduced Frappe Builder during Frappeverse, and idea was simple: to build a tool that is intuitive enough to create beautiful websites, and the pages created out of it should be performant, and it should be extensible enough so that advanced user can hack it up to their liking. I see this idea translating into reality. Mainly, Builder has been empowering designers. I say this because I've seen a couple of websites that are shipped with Builder, and I really like them because of how they were built. This is one example of a website that Nishant, our designer, built without much of developer help. I like this because it is not flashy website. It follows the site's design, but still has its own identity. All the elements, aesthetic elements, really fits well with what it means, democracy at work. Similarly, he worked on this website. I like this because it is very minimal and to the point. And for this as well, he did it himself and did not require a lot of help. Maybe for dynamic content, he might have took help for it, but it was all him. So to enable him, I always focus on not only him, but in general, designers and developers. I always focus on reducing the friction while creating web page and adding meaningful features that will enhance the creation process. So let's dive into the features that I've shipped this year. First one is state styles. So a bit about state style. It is a style that you set for an element in its particular state. For example, if an element is in hover state, if you want to change the style, how would you do it? So suppose I want to implement something like this on hover. I want to do this. How will you do it? So before introducing the feature, I would have done it this way. Builder used to support raw styles. I would have to remember background, all the properties of the properties, and I'd have to prefix with hover so that it works on hover state. And it was a tedious process and not a first-class feature. Now it is quite simple. You just select the block, go to the property that you want to change on hover, change it, it instantly gives you the preview. Now I am adding some shadow on hover, change the radius. You get the preview. As soon as you get out of that input, it gets back to its original state. And I'm adding transitions so that transition from normal state to hover state is smooth. So yeah, this is how it looks. This opens up the door for creativity, like you can try out different stuff. Because it's so easy, I feel people will explore more and be creative with it. One more thing, and this is one of the important feature, Builder already supported mapping dynamic values to your pages, but it was quite difficult. Now it's very simplified. Let me show you how. Suppose you fetch the data from your database. This is a list of items that I have in database, and I've set it in store items. So if I want to map it to this item card, the way I will do it is I'll select the parent container of it and convert it to collection. Basically, it requires list of objects, and in this drop-down, it will fetch the list in your data, in your page data. So since there are some around 9 items, it is repeated 9 times. Now, if I want to map image to this, I'll just select the specific key and done. You can do similar thing for item name, price, and all that. And you can also create dynamic links, like set a link that you have set for that specific item, and it will map it, and done. So on clicking, it will open the particular page if you have mapped it properly. Yeah. Color variables. So it is quite self-explanatory. Like you have to map a color to a specific variable. Now, why is this important? Because you can use same color for throughout your page, and if you want to change it later on, previously you would have to go to every block and change it, right? Now you can, with color variables, you can set it once, and then it is easily updatable later on. And it also maintains consistency throughout your website. So this is a small demo of how it works. If you have set color, you can directly save it as variable, set the name. It's better to set name like this, like brand CTA, instead of setting color name, because I'll show you why. And you can use same variable wherever you want it. And once you do that, you will see a variable here, and you can change it as you want. Okay, so this is the reason I said you should use the name well, because instead of using color, you should use brand BG or something, because for this, you can set 2 types of color for light mode and dark mode. And if you have set it properly, on toggling the editor's dark mode, you will see the dark mode of the page as well. And yeah, in the preview, it uses editor's mode, editor's theme, and in on publishing a page, it will check for users' preference that they have set in the browser or in their system, in their computers. This is one interesting feature that will let you extend Builder far more, because suppose you want to use external library inside Builder, you can just paste their CDN link over here, and start using their functionality. Here, this only works inside preview mode, not in the editor. And suppose in this you are using animate CSS, they provide lots of animation classes. You can just use it in blocks and it will start working in your preview mode. So recently we did a couple of big migrations. We moved Frappe Cloud to Frappe.io/cloud and ERPNext.com to Frappe.io/ERPNext. This was a big migration where we got lots of insights about limitations of Builder. While migrating ERPNext to Frappe.io ERPNext, we figured out many things that could be part of Builder, and based on that, there are few features that were shipped. We now have 450 plus published web pages on Frappe.io, out of which 350 were during migration. And this one feature was really helpful while doing those migration. So what this feature is, it basically, suppose you have a site, maybe a staging site, and the second one is your production site. You did all the testing and checked if the page is working fine. And if you want to move it to production, you can just hit copy page and paste it in your production site. What this copy paste feature does is it pulls the template of your page. It copies all the components, all the configuration of that page, like whether the meta tag is set or not, all that. And also copies over the assets. Like if assets is very big, it will just link it and you can fetch it, pull it to the site later on. So this also pulls scripts if you have in that page. That's really important. If your page is functional here, on copy pasting over there, it will be functional. So yeah, really interesting feature. This is just to organize your pages. Since we had 450 plus pages, this is must for us to organize our pages. We introduced built-in analytics. Since it was a major migration, we wanted to see how successful it was, and this is how we got the information. Like this is a short demo of analytics. Suppose you have this page and you want to see how is this page performing. You can click on analytics and see where this traffic is coming from. You can also check the overall site performance and also see the top pages on your site. And if you are seeing some spike, you can drill down and check where that traffic is coming from. So this is really important, and you don't have to fiddle around with the perfect date range. Drill down helps you a lot with that. So what's next? Since this color variable was introduced, it is much more natural to add page templates, so that once you use the template, you don't have to change a lot of things. You can just change the color variables and it will look like your brand's page. You can obviously change other things, but it will be very helpful if we introduce page templates right now. First class forms, obviously Builder is not very good with forms, because you have to create all the elements one by one, and it gets very tedious. So there is one workaround that you can use web form inside Builder page, but the limitation with that is you cannot modify styles of it. So first class form will definitely help you with, it will provide all the functionality that forms has and will let you style form elements as well. Export pages, this is where it will be most helpful for other applications if they want to ship standard web pages for a specific application. It can do that using Builder's native functionality. There are few upcoming projects that are kind of dependent on this, like blog. It will ship blog template with it, and it will be dependent on Builder. You can use that blog template or duplicate it and modify it later on. Similarly, Events app, Hussein is working on it, and Webshop, Sayantan is working on it. So Webshop, in this, we will have product listing, cart, and all that built on Builder and shipped as a standard page. So yeah, this is quite interesting, and let's see how it goes. Thanks. I hope you all are excited for all the updates, and I would like more of the creations that you do. Let me know if you create something. Recently, Tridot's tech team came up to us and showed their completely built website with the Builder, and it was really awesome. And yeah, if you have any creation, let me know. Yeah, keep building. Thanks. So next up, we have Alan. He will share his exploration that he did since last few months. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Alan. I'll be talking about the project that I've been working on for the last few months. It's called Auto. Before I speak about Auto, I'll give some background. So due to last year's Frappeverse, there's this sentiment that like Frappe is anti-AI, and this is because Rushabh said that if you use ChatGPT, you'll become stupid. And I don't think that's exactly the case. It's like, I think that that's more like an allergic reaction to hype, because recently I've seen I've seen Rushabh use ChatGPT unironically like more than 2 times. So the core of my explorations have been to try and answer this question of how useful is AI. And it started off with this project called Flow, which I demoed at Frappe Build. It started off as a workflow editor, and then I made it an AI-powered workflow editor. But then I stopped feeling that direction for the project, and I decided to start from scratch. And I looked at what other people are kind of doing, not a lot, but a little bit, and most of them were just AI-powered something or the other. And you could kind of say that these are LLM wrappers. And I didn't want to build yet another LLM wrappers, mainly because we have so many, we have so many apps, right? Like you wouldn't want to make another, like I wouldn't make a AI help desk. So I realized that a lot of the apps, at the core of these AI-powered apps is this kind of loop, wherein the model reads some input, which is either the system prompt or the user prompts, or some resources or documentation or whatever. It thinks about what task it needs to do, and then it performs some action, and that's based on what the task that it has to do. So the action can be even invoking another agent, and in that case, it kind of branches out like a tree. And that kind of has been the guiding principle behind Auto, to try and build a framework around this pattern. So as of now, Auto is just pre-alpha. Like we have just been experimenting with it. You can look at it at Frappe/Auto, but don't expect anything. If you're feeling adventurous, you can try and set it up. So I'll speak now about the experiment that we have been running in Frappe. The first thing I got Auto to do was handling first responses. So Frappe support sees around 50 tickets every day. And a large portion of these tickets can be it felt like as if it could be easily answered, like trivially answered. It doesn't take a lot of time, but then still the support agent has to click through UI and then like look up associated documentation. And so I thought whether I can get a large language model to do this instead. So I kind of programmed Auto to do this. And some of you all might have seen this response. So some of you all might have been frustrated by it. In that case, I apologize. So what is going on here is this is help desk UI, and Auto has dropped a response for one of the tickets. It essentially looks at documentation and the ticket description, and then it creates a response. And along with that, it also logs a comment. Now the comment that auto logs has a summary of what the user is, the issue that is there in the ticket, along with actions that it has taken to try and generate the response, and a bunch of other things. So this depends on like the instruction. So how is this done? At the core of how auto operates is the loop that I showed earlier. So the way you get it to execute a task is first you give it a task definition. And that, as of now, has like 4 components. One is the trigger. You tell it when the execution should begin. So in this case, the trigger is the ticket created event. And then you give it the context of the task. So in this case, it's the ticket contents, like the subject and description. And then you give it the instruction. So instruction is what it's supposed to do with that context, how it's supposed to do it. So in this case, how to handle tickets, how to respond, all of that, and the tools. So tools in this case are things like documentation, how to search docs, reading specific documents, sending responses. And so when the trigger event takes place, the task execution starts, it goes through the loop, and then finally when it reaches end state, which is either it finds an answer or it doesn't, and in that case, it'll stop the task. So the end state here, it can be send responses or log comment. So what does this look like in auto? As of now, auto is just like doc types, and this is the task doc type. The important aspects of the task doc type are the 4 things that I mentioned earlier. The trigger is just 2 fields. Context is a function that you give it a document, and then it converts the given document into the context that an LLM can understand. So like a sequence of text and images. And then finally the instruction and tools. So the instruction is non-trivial. Like you think that you can just write a single sentence, handle ticket. It doesn't work that way. The instruction for handling tickets here was around 269 lines, and it contains about how instructions about how it's supposed to respond, how to use tools, then how to be polite, and in some cases, what not to do. Like if I see it responding in a certain way that, like for example, asking for redundant information, I tell it like don't ask that if it's present, and it also contains examples of like how it's supposed to do something. Then tools are functions that are defined inside auto of how to do something. So this is the get articles tool. Articles are knowledge-based articles defined inside help desk, and this is used as a context when formulating a response. So it's pretty straightforward. My hope is that later on you don't have to like write these tools on your own, and they will be exported by the apps themselves. So behind the scenes, this is the task execution sequence. Can't see the lines of the UI, but I'll play it. So what's happening is that there's an input prompt. It's thinking. It's calling the search articles tools, and so on and so on and so forth. So it keeps iterating till it finds the correct document, and then it'll formulate a response. The response gets sent because of the tooling that's given to it. So before I did this task, I dry ran auto on older tickets and got it to do shadow replies. And after doing that, I had started looking at responses to see how it was functioning. But after looking at like 10 of these responses, I found it to be an extremely tedious task because, as you can see, there's a lot of text that is generated. And so what I did was I decided to write a auto task itself that allows it to evaluate how it has evaluated the tickets. So in this case, I formulated such that auto is the trainee and the human that has actually responded on the ticket is the teacher, and it has to compare the two. And I told it to compare on a bunch of different criteria, so like helpfulness, tone, wordiness, and a few other things. So here you can see that auto looks at like individual tickets, and then it's saying that the different strengths and weaknesses with respect to helpfulness of the teacher and the trainee. So after doing this, I realized that, okay, I did that for like 50 tickets. Now that again generated a lot of text, and I can't look at all of that. So I wrote another task that took all of that and then summarized and gave me the common observations that auto extracted from the ticket evaluations. And this again was done for a lot of different criteria. Here you can see the output for the improvements, like the improvements that auto can make and maybe the teacher can make. So under auto, you can see that it says it needs conciseness training, because if you have used a language model and if you have not told it to be concise, it'll just keep going on and on. So yeah, this is the sort of sequence that takes place. The ticket handling task gives rise to this handling of tickets. So say for each ticket, then an evaluation is created, and then those evaluations are summarized. And so my sort of future hypothesis is that you can maybe loop this back, and you'll have a task that allows it to improve the sort of main task that is there. So in this case, like handling tickets. I don't know how well this will happen, but this is an experiment that I would want to run. So hypotheses aside, I'll speak of the outcomes that I saw while outcomes and learnings in doing this. So first, some stats. Auto went through 3,500 tickets, and for roughly 70% of those tickets, it dropped a response. And so 240 responses were sent per week. This experiment costs around like $700 to run and costs around $7 every day for the number of tickets. So after running it for some time, I realized that, okay, I can't wipe the feedback out. I need people to tell me what is going on. So I had to set up something to collect feedback. And at the bottom, you can see that this is the bottom of the response that auto sends out. So there's a thumbs up and thumbs down. And then by clicking that, it logged the feedback value. And it also gave the user a form where they could enter a comment. And so because I'm not an AI, of funded startups AI CEO, I can give you like actual numbers. It's only 40% positive, remaining is 60%, and that too 60% is not like evenly divided. A lot of that is mired in frustration, which I would personally like to avoid. It's not good publicity for the product, So yeah, you can see that the negative responses are shorter. I don't know why that distribution is there, but so even though 40% is less, if you do the back of the napkin math, each ticket saves around 15 minutes, takes 15 minutes. And so every 100 tickets, 10 hours is saved. So that is accounting for 40%. It's not the entire, otherwise it would be 1,500 hours. 1,500 minutes. And every week, 24 hours is saved. And that's around 3 work days. So then the question arises of how we can increase this 40%. And the crux of this is just improving the quality of documentation and then focus on narrow tasks. Right now, a single task was handling all of Frappe support, but we have so many different apps and so many different support teams. Each of them would ideally have their own task. And then finally, human ownership of AI output. So you can't blame the AI for giving a terrible response or non-relevant response, and you can't hold it accountable. So the output needs to be vetted by someone and then sent out. So later you'll see that maybe we don't send out these responses as is, and it's first looked at by a human and then sent. So what else? So the auto project is just, it's got like a bunch of sub-projects. The app is one of it. Other than that, there is Frappe MCP, which can be used to integrate Frappe apps with LLMs. This is there at Frappe/MCP, but it will be included in version 16 of Frappe as well. And then Frappe LLM, this should come soon. It kind of exists, but it's in Auto's repository, and it will be split out from Auto's repository to Frappe/LLM. And it's essentially the core code that is used to build something like Auto. And other Frappe apps will be using this to add LLM features like summarization or whatever to themselves. And then finally, Auto right now doesn't have any UI. This is one of the things that I'm working on right now is this assistance interface. And the idea here is that you can create a custom assistant, give it whatever tools you want, through MCP. And this won't be the primary interface. It's mainly to get a feel of like how a model will respond to your inputs and whatnot, so that you can design a task. So yeah, this is another thing that's coming. Yeah, that's it. You can test out Auto at, you can look at it at Frappe/Auto, but remember it's kind of pre-alpha. So yeah. Now I'd like to call upon Faris, and he's going to talk about productivity.
Hello, audible? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back at Frappeverse. If you remember, I was not present last year presenting here. I was on a sabbatical like Ankush. But unlike Ankush, I have not figured out this manager thing. I'm still on the verge of it. I'm trying to convince myself I'll do 50-50. But I'm not able to do either of them properly. So, okay. I'm going to give you some context about this productivity suite. So, give me a raise if you start your day with opening your Gmail, or you open Google Docs to write something, or you join on a quick Zoom call or Meet call. These tools are so ingrained in our lives that they are practically invisible. We are just used to them. Now, if you use ERPNext, you completely own the software and the data, unlike the tools that we saw before. But companies not only require an ERP, but they require the basic tools like an email software, documents, presentations, video meetings, shared calendar. So this is what we are trying to build, an open source productivity suite. And you already know some of these products, like Drive. You will see some more today. So what we are trying to do here is build a complete suite that people can actually move from. And we, Frappe, ourselves are in the process of moving to this. We are already using Drive day-to-day. Game Plan is, we are heavy users of Game Plan. We have already started moving some users, some Frappe employees to Frappe Mail. So yeah, we are in that process. And this, I mean, I've been at Frappe since 2016, and this idea has, we call them spirals. So these ideas come and go, but every year Frappe is getting stronger, and we are getting more and more confident about the projects that we can do. Even, I mean, I remember, I think almost every year I've heard Rishabh saying, let's build a search tool. And I mean, when I was new, I mean, I couldn't even comprehend building a tool that will compete with Google. But now I'm getting that. So this brings me to a personal story. This is a picture of me 10 years ago when I was in college. And back then, my dream was to get a job at Google. My plan was keep applying at Google until I get that job. But life had different plans for me. And I didn't imagine that I'll be working on an alternative to Google products. Now, there are other open source tools. This is screenshot from writer from the LibreOffice suite. And this is, I think, called Impress from the LibreOffice suite. This is a presentation tool. I mean, we have open source tools, but we at Frappe, design matters a lot for us. So we wouldn't use these tools ourselves. So what we are trying to build is a suite that we will use ourselves. So this is a screenshot of writer from Drive. People using AI coding. I think code is cheap today. You can ask Claude to build the code for you. So building up software that just works is not enough. We need better design tools. I think in the age of abundance of software, I think design taste is the one that will differentiate you. And that is what we are trying to do here. And another thing that is very unique to us is we own the entire stack. So any changes in the below layers has compounding effects on all the apps that we have built. And I know that not all the products are of world class. I mean, if you see products like Builder and Studio, I mean, these compared to some other products, I think you'll see the difference. But I think the whole ecosystem of apps is greater than some of its parts, which I'm very excited about. And I know that we are not Google or Microsoft, but what we are doing here is building the foundation. And the vision is to build a software suite that works really well together. And you'll not use it because it is open source, you'll use it because it's that good. So yeah, that is the open source suite. Before I call my colleagues, I'd like to show you a few updates on GamePlan. It's a product that I've been working on for the past 3 years or so. And it has become really crucial part of our day-to-day work at Frappe. And I asked some of my colleagues what is GamePlan to them. I think can't explain it better than these guys. So yeah, I mean, we are heavy users of GamePlan. This includes new discussion threads as well as comments. And the app itself is very simple. This is the spaces screen with the categories. This is a screenshot from our real GamePlan instance at Frappe. This is how the discussion list looks like. This is a thread view. This is a post that I wrote where I was sharing what I was working on GamePlan as meta as it gets. And the first thing that I worked on after sabbatical was adding dark mode support to Frappe UI. So thanks to Timeless for the design mode, the dark mode colors. And because all the updates that we do is at the UI layer, all the apps that use Frappe UI have dark mode. This is a, so I'll share a small demo of what a writing experience looks like on GamePlan. Last year I went on a trip to Ladakh. This is how it would look like if I was sharing my trip updates. So we have a interactive image editor. We have rich embeds. I'm embedding a document from writer. and you can also embed YouTube videos. And now, I mean, if you'll see, this is, yeah, we have a really nice image gallery view also. It's the most, I think, one of the most fun component that I worked on. And if you see, this is a text editor component. So this is not unique to GamePlan. Any app that uses text editor, which is CRM, help desk, studio even, all of them get all of these features. This is how commenting experience looks like. You can select a piece of text and reply to that. And another important feature, which is advanced search that I worked upon. You can see it even recognizes spelling mistakes. This is a custom built full text search built upon SQLite, and this is part of Frappe framework. So any product that is using Frappe framework can use it. I think the Raven team is also using this. So the, I mean, game plan itself is very simple. That's why I didn't have a lot of demos. It is supposed to be simple. I don't have to explain it to you. What it has allowed me is spend a significant amount of time working on the Frappe UI layer so that we build the component system and the design system, and so that we can standardize the components, which is much more important now that we are churning out apps every month. So yeah, that's about game plan. We'll call upon the youngest engineer at Frappe, Safwan, to talk about Frappe Drive.
Hi everyone, I'm Safwan, and I've been working on Drive for the past year. But for many years before that, I've been a power user of many cloud storage solutions, so Dropbox, Box, Google Drive, Fill-In, you name it, I've probably used it. So over the years, my personal stack, if you want to call it that, has become increasingly complex. So this is how it looks right now. I use Dropbox for cloud storage, I use Cryptomator for encryption, and I use Obsidian to actually edit and work with my files. So when I joined Drive, I joined it with a personal mission too. I want to replace these 3 apps with my own. Drive is actually one of the oldest apps in the productivity suite. It's been here for almost 4 years, I think. Yet the traction has been very slow. There are probably many reasons for this, but I think the primary one is that we're implementing a lot of features looking at other products instead of focusing on the community. For example, the community has been asking S3 integration or framework integration for a very long time, but we just didn't have these. So this year we realigned ourselves, and we've been focusing on what the community wants, not in some general vision. And the community responded in kind. Last year we had around 80 active sites. Now we have grown to almost 500 active sites on Frappe Cloud. So let's take a look at some of the features that people like this year. We started this year with Teams, which is the ability to have shared workspaces with multiple users. So here we have the home folder. Let's go over to the technology team or the family team. There are multiple users in these teams, and you can easily access them. We've also added settings, allowing you to customize and add teams from the front end itself now. So for example, let's edit this team. Let's just change the icon for now. But you can rename, you can change a lot of things. You see that it immediately updates there. Now let's try adding a team. Previously, you couldn't do this through the front end. A lot of people told me about that. It is this easy now. And the team is immediately created. Let's just go over to it. It's an empty team. You can start uploading files and inviting people immediately. The next 2 problems we worked on were kind of interrelated. The first one is simple. We just didn't have S3 integration. There are lots of good reasons why people want to store their files in S3 and not on the Frappe disk, but Drive didn't support that previously. The next problem was slightly bigger. Most of the people who are coming to Drive already have their file system somewhere else. They want to migrate to Drive. They're not fresh users who start uploading from Drive. This just wasn't possible before. There was no way to sync to Drive or to migrate from an existing solution. This year, we fixed both of these problems, introducing S3 integration. You can easily connect and sync your bucket in minutes. So let's just go to the demo. This is an S3 bucket I have. I have a couple hundred files here, mostly PDF and Markdown files. Let's go to a freshly created team and open up S3 integration. You see that I've already filled in the details here. Let's click sync. You have a preview of all the files that will be added. So you can make sure that the files that are being added are the ones you want. You can play around with it, check that it is in fact correct. And then you confirm. And Drive starts syncing it in the background for you. And here you immediately see it. All the files directly from S3. Let's open up a PDF file, for example. The next one is framework integration. You can now go to Frappe framework, and you see drive files here immediately. You can change between teams, filter by public, favorite. I'm really glad we finally got this feature out because people have been asking for a really long time. I hope it's quite useful. This works exactly like a file. Thanks. This works exactly like a file in Frappe framework. So wherever you use a file doc type, you can use Frappe drive files too now. We also improved integrations with many of our other apps. As Faris showed you, we now have integration with game plan. I'll now demo the integration with slides. Just like we have a documents page, we now also have a slides page if you have the slides app installed. You can go over to it, and you can see all the slides, open them in Frappe slides. The cooler thing is you can go over to your home folder or any folder and then create a presentation just like you create a document. This enables you to use Drive's folder structure and categorization while utilizing the power of Frappe slides too. So this works exactly as you'd expect it. A minor feature a lot of people have been asking for, we've just rerun preview. So let me show how the preview for Excel looks now. This is the official integration. So you'll see that you'll be able to play with the data and interact with it. Just a minute. You'll be able to play with the data just like you would in Microsoft Excel itself. I hope this helps a lot of business users. We've redone previews in many cases and just made them more aesthetic and stable. And there's so many more things we did in Drive itself. I won't be speaking about all of them, but of course minor ones like translations and dark mode just make life better for many users. Public uploads allow you to create a folder and allow anyone to upload files to that folder, even if they don't have an account on your site. We have made Drive feel a lot more like a desktop app, even though it is a web app, so you'll rarely see loading icons or flaky data. We completely redid our database models. And in our own internal instance, we cut down almost 68% in storage space. So it's much more efficient now. So that is it for Drive this year. There's a product called Frappe Writer. Many people don't know this, but there's a subproduct of sorts within Frappe Drive called Frappe Writer. That is a document editor. This has been there for quite a while, but it always felt unpolished and the UX was pretty terrible. So a couple months ago, I completely scrapped it and started rewriting it from scratch, this time focusing purely on UX, not on features. But we did end up re-adding all the features we had previously, even though it's in beta. So let's take a look at that. Of course, the biggest thing for any collaboration app is real-time collaboration. So these are two separate users on two separate browser tabs. When they start typing, the other one gets the updates immediately. There's not much to show here apart from this. And this is pretty cool because it's not just typing. If you delete file, even if you select text, the other user can see what you're doing. So let's take a look at this. The other user is typing now. They type some more. And then let's say they select this text. The other user, so now the administrator is selecting. So the other user can see even the selection. The collaboration feature is pretty powerful now. We completely redid the commenting interface. This is how it looks now. You can see that it looks much cleaner and the UI is much better. We also support rich text comments now. So just like you'd add lists or italics or bolds in your text editor, you can do that in commenting too. So let's create a comment with a list, for example. So you can see that it feels much more like a proper editor now, not just some text thing. And you can also resolve comments easily when you're done with them. You can see your resolve comments in case you want to travel back. It's this easy now. Snapshots, of course. Version control is a very important feature in all document editors. I'm glad to say that it's now here. So this is an article. Let's go to versions. And we'll go over to the automatic versions first. So you see that Drive tracks every time you start typing. So this is at 9:40 a.m. I'm typing this much. Add more. And Drive automatically takes these snapshots for you. You can configure how often you want to take this in the settings. And of course, you have manual versioning too. So let's try restoring this version. And immediately, there's no hassle. And you can also go back. You can undo the restore very easily. So this feature is not out yet. It's still in beta. It will be out by the end of the month. But I'm pretty excited about this. So these are all features you've seen before, right? Even if they didn't work or even if the UX were bad, they were there before. So let's speak a bit about the new features in Writer now. The first one was the ability to embed other Writer documents within Writer itself. So now you can just do double square bracket and see all the documents you have. You can easily embed a file just like this. And this looks like a normal embed. But it's actually a live Frappe document. So if you edited that, it will be updated in real time here. And you can resize it, move it around just like you treat a normal embed. Next up, we have Writer styles. So this is just a normal text document. We use the default styling, right, which is inter for font family and a default font size. Let's say you want to change that. In most text editors, it's kind of hard. You have to select all the text and then play around at the top of the toolbar. We just made this a lot easier. You can go to the style settings, and just change the default font from the automatic one, or the default. So let's change it to Laura and increase the font size a bit. And when you update it, you see that it updates immediately. And this can be set per document or globally. It's quite powerful. The final feature is one that I wanted really. So I'm a developer. I don't like a lot of these fancy rich text editors. I want pure Markdown. And I've been using Obsidian for multiple years, so I thought it'd be cool to implement some of these features within Drive itself. So it's easy to show this. I'm opening an Obsidian vault. This is an Obsidian file. And Obsidian has this feature where you can click on a file name and it'll open that file for you. So let's open the same file in Drive, thinking map.md. First off, we can edit the files now, and you can say it'll save it in disk. You don't have to use Frappe documents now. You can even play with Markdown files. So this is pretty cool. Let's reload the page. The edits are actually persisted now. The cooler thing is, you see the link thought collisions, that's just the file name. But when you click it, Drive will find that file for you in your wall, just like Obsidian, and open it like this. So it has been a pretty good year in terms of features. What's next? The biggest thing in Drive for me is that the UX is there's a lot to improve. So we have been working a lot on streamlining the UX of Drive this year, and that's what we'll continue working on. A lot of people in the audience, I spoke to some of you yesterday. Thank you for giving me feedback for all these months. But the next major feature we're working on is desktop syncing, which will enable you to have your files on desktop and sync it to the cloud and vice versa. I think this will be an important part of a productivity suite, and I'm really excited for it. Thank you. Coming up next, we have the next part of the productivity suite, Gurshin, for Frappe slides.
So good morning, everyone. I am Gurshin Kaur Anand, and I'll be sharing with you updates on the product Frappe slides. So this is a product that I had shown in the last Frappeverse, that is Frappeverse 2025. I had shown a brief POC demo about the things that I had built in a short duration of time last year. And today I'll be sharing what happened in the next year, that is this year. And before that, I have a confession to make. So the last time that I talked to you all about Frappe slides, the deck that I was presenting here didn't have all the titles aligned in the center. And some of you might think that this is a small thing. Why even think about this at all? But during the presentation, I realized that this is happening. And that made me think that this should be placed in the center. And this gave me a realization that the decks that you create are actually some sort of extension to the natural flow of ideas and thoughts that you want to share as a speaker with the audience. And anything that distracts you from that should be avoided. So a good presentation tool should enable you to create decks without having many elements that distract you from conveying your ideas like you want with the audience. So I worked on features that kind of improved the quality and the polish to make these distractions as less as possible. And I've highlighted some of them here in this video. So I added alignment guides and basic helper guides that help you place your elements exactly where you want. And you can move these around either with single elements or with multiple selected elements. And there is also an option to place this with respect to the slide layout easily. This helps you create your slides very quickly, since you don't have to move every single element and place it accurately. This is something that I worked on right after the conference last year, because this kind of gave me an idea of where, how much more quality is required. And till then, I was the only one user of Frappe slides. And the most usage that Frappe slides got, even from me, was during our open days. For those of you all who don't know open days, at Frappe we have a monthly sort of update where everyone shares what they worked on in the past month. Uh, and we create presentations to show product updates, our newly added features or fixes, and get feedback on that. So when I was working on new features and fixes, I kind of went into this cycle of adding something new, uh, creating a deck for it for the open day, and discovering many more things that I could either add or fix in the same feature, uh, and do it for the next open day all over again until I got more users. So in the last 14 days, like as you can see, I had posted this 17 days ago on Game Plan, where I opened Frappe slides for internal use, and this was mostly to get more feedback on how it's shaping up and what I should work on next and what should be prioritized. And this helped me gauge how much or how much more polish is required in the product and what is majorly missing. And the natural question came up when I did this 17 days ago, which was Frappeverse 2025 is coming up. And do we use Frappe slides for our keynotes in Frappeverse? And the answer to this question was still unclear because I was in conference-driven development mode. And this was mainly focusing on everything that would be required for getting basic presentations up and running without many mishaps or anything unpredictable as such. And the first thing that we needed for that was adding templates. So for our organization, if we wanted some sort of consistent formatting as well as consistent styles across decks, we would require some templates. So you can see in the video here, we added some templates that we could use that more or less have commonly used layouts that you can use to quickly create slides. You don't have to go and create them again and again. You can just use it from here and update your text and replace your media. And while working on this and while getting active feedback from the users that were now using slides internally, I focused on a few things. So Frappeverse was coming around and many people wanted to do their mocks for the talks that you are seeing here. And these mocks were a good opportunity for people to try out slides and give their feedback on how a particular feature works or how they expect it to work. And after working on this feedback, I realized things that they expected were like majorly missing and working on those. The next thing I worked on was edits. So if you don't know, till the presentation is actually in slideshow mode here, everyone keeps editing their presentation till the very last moment. And this is natural because you want your new updates to be synced as you change it. But there was no way to do this currently. With collaborative mode missing and everything out of sync, we needed a feature where I could combine presentations from all of the speakers into one big presentation and somehow show it without letting the user's data be out of sync. So I did this feature. Currently it is in desk, but this is kind of a virtual layer on top of every speaker slide. So if I add multiple links here, these kind of act like symlinks, where for every speaker, the slide of that speaker is fetched and added to the combined view. And another thing that I worked on was optimizing how slides are loaded. So the media that you see has to be in some way or format prefetched and shown, or there should be some way of optimizing how each media content is loaded. So all of these things, 3 things, helped me enable Frappeverse keynotes. Uh, so all of the presentations that you saw across the 2 days for the keynotes were built on Frappe slides, even the current one. And this helped me go from 12 slides last year that I had created in the first POC to 650 plus slides this year. And Frappe Slides is now open source, and you can check out the repo on this link. Just to show you a little. So this is the presentation that you're currently viewing. It's on slides. And if I go back to present, now the next speaker can take over. So I would like to call Jannat, my colleague, to share her updates on what she's been working on recently. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So it's me again, Jannat. I was backstage watching the presentation of all of my colleagues, amazing talks one after another. And honestly, I just felt like I need a minute to absorb all of it. And I thought maybe you guys also need a minute to absorb all of it. So I've made a short movie. Would you guys be interested in watching it together with me? So I'm playing the movie.
I have always feared change, but I'm also intensely aware of just how quickly life changes. I think that is one of the reasons why I like journaling so much. It's my way of capturing what my life once was. But no matter how much I resist it, the old saying always remains true. The only constant in life is change.
So if you guys are wondering what fusion is, ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I'm announcing the latest addition to the Frappe ecosystem, Frappe Fusion. So before we go any further, a little backstory. All these years, I was working on my other product, Frappe Learning, and I did everything for it. Features, customer support, giving demos, all of it. And through all of this, there was one thing that I constantly sought: challenges through which I would learn new things and keep growing. But as it happens with most things, there came to a time wherein there wasn't much left to learn. I knew everything that needed to be done. And that is when I thought of starting something new, something even more challenging. But I did not wish to leave behind Frappe Learning. So the new thing had to be a side project. Then I heard a few of my colleagues in office discussing about Frappe's own video editor, and I thought that this would be the perfect project for me. A constant supply of challenges for at least the next 3 years. I discussed the same with the team, and they said, go ahead. And so here we are today. Now let me give you a walkthrough of how I made this movie. This is what the very first screen of the app looks like. This is the movie list, wherein all of the movies that I have created so far are listed. To create a new movie, all I have to do is click on the create button that I see on top and enter the title in the dialog. When the movie gets created, I see a blank movie canvas. I can now start by importing my clips. Using the import button, I can select my video file and import it into the library on the left. And then I can drag and drop it from the library to the timeline. There's another way to add video clips. I can directly open my Finder and drag and drop video clips to the timeline. So once all of my clips are in place, I can rearrange them by just dragging and dropping them into the right position. Now that my video clips are in place, I can similarly add my audio clips. So to add my audio clip, I'll again open up my Finder, find my audio file there, and I'll just drag and drop it to the timeline. Now that my video and audio files are all in place, I need to do some further editing. So you must have seen in the video, as I was speaking my sentences, I want the video clips to be in sync with my sentences. So I will have to trim my video clips accordingly. So I'll start by playing the movie.
I have always feared change.
Now this is where my first sentence ends. So now I'll right-click on the video clip exactly at that position. It opens up the clip menu. I can do various things from here, like add a text on top of the video clip, change the speed of my clips, split the clips into two equal halves, or divide it, or delete the clip. I split the clip, and now I'm deleting the extra section that I don't need. I'm now repeating the same section for actions for my second and third clip. And on to my
But no
final
matter
clip
how much I resist it, the old saying always remains true. The only constant in life is change.
Now this is the point in the clip where I want to add a text on top of it. So I select the add text option from the menu, which adds a text clip. I select the clip and change the text to what I want it to be. And on the left is an entire text editing menu, wherein I can do other things like change the font family, font weight, font size. I can even change the color and placement of the text. But for this clip, I want it to be as it is. I'll then drag the edges of my text clip to increase its duration. So I can change the duration by just dragging the edges. And now that's done, I'll add a few more text clips. Now the new text clips I'm adding are independent of a video, so they just have a background. I can also add multi-line text. So if I'm doing movie end credits, multi-line texts are usually helpful. And then I think with this, I'm done with adding texts to my movie. Now there's one final change that I need to do. I want some transition effect between my video clips. So from the menu, I'm selecting fade as the transition. And with that, I think I'm done editing my movie. So I can now play my final movie.
I have always feared change, but I'm also intensely aware of just how quickly life changes. I think that is one of the reasons why I like journaling so much. It's my way of capturing what my life once was. But no matter how much I resist it, the old saying always remains true. The only constant in life is change.
I think my movie is working perfectly fine here. So I can go ahead and click on the export button and export the final movie. The final exported movie was the one that I showed you at the beginning of my presentation. So at the beginning of 2024, I was working on releasing version 2 of Frappe Learning. And I decided to make a teaser video for the release. Now, I'm no professional video editor, and I've never used those expensive, fancy video editing apps. I'm just a commoner, and I had the default video editor that comes by default with my MacBook. And I started making the movie on it, and I soon realized that all that I wanted to achieve with this movie, I will not be able to do it with just one app. For example, I wanted my texts to look a certain way, but the app only provided a few default templates to choose from. I had to then go to Keynote, create slides with the text that I wanted, and then record those slides. Then I wanted to zoom in my video at certain spots in a certain fashion, which I was unable to do again, and then I ended up Screen Studio for it. And at that time, I thought that this is really uncool. why do I have to use 3 different apps to make one movie? And that exactly is my vision with Frappe Fusion. People like me should not need 3 different apps to make one single movie. That is the goal that I'll be working towards this year. This was just the teaser, and there is a lot more to come in the coming months. That is all from my end today. Thank you so much. Coming on stage next is my colleague Sagar Sharma with exciting updates on Frappe Mail.
Hi everyone, I am Sagar and I am an engineer at Frappe, and today I'll talking about Frappe meal. So the first question that comes to your mind is why we need a meal product, right? As Faris said, we are moving towards de-googling, and mail is one of the most critical entry point into any workspace. Sorry. If you don't control mail, you really don't control your uh, communication stack. So Frappe mail is a step towards that direction. Why you should consider Frappe mail? So, so there are a couple of reasons. The main benefits are end-to-end Frappe experience. So Frappe mail is it's a native Frappe-based application. You will feel it like Frappe UI, and with consistent design, smooth UX, and tight integration across all other Frappe apps. And some common benefits over self-hosting mail is full control over data. Uh, the email stay on your server, not on a third-party cloud. So you can, so there is no scanning and tracking of email messages. Cost efficiency, no user per subscription fees. So no surprises when your prices goes up. Customization and scalability. Since it's a Frappe framework, since it's based on Frappe framework, you can since it's based on Frappe framework, you can easily customize it, scale it, and expand it with your custom app. Security and compliance, since you have the control of your infrastructure, you can simply add your new security policies and regional compliance. Challenges of self-hosting. Self-hosting is never easy. The main challenges you will face is deliverability. So suppose your email is landing in spam, right? So that's the main problem of any self-hosting mail server. Second, you have spam and abuse protection. So tools like Spam Assassin and RSpamD are used for to detecting spam messages and land it to your spam instead of your inbox. Then DNS configuration issues like juggling MX, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records. That's here where Frappe Mail helps. We have simplified everything for you. We provide simple deployment, like easy deployment. We have automatic DNS management, um, and built-in deliverability tools. So all this is made possible because of Stalwart, a modern mail server that we are using as our backend. So a big shout out to the Stalwart team for building such an amazing product. Frappe Mail in action. So we are internally using Frappe Mail for over a year now, and this is a chart from the for the last month. we have around 7,000 daily volume. This includes Frappe Cloud OTPs, support replies, discuss notifications, and more. We have a delivery rate of around 98%. The remaining 2% is mostly invalid addresses or and storage issues. Like in this screenshot, you can see the server response is recipient is out of storage. So this is the main problem you will face when you self-host email, right? Actually, it's like very basic thing. Any email cannot be delivered if the recipient email is out of storage. So you can track this, like we have server response field on this doc type called message queue that you can use for like see what is the actual reason why my email is not delivered. Then you also have retry mechanism. So currently the retry number is 41. Then queue and other status like what is the status and all. Then when will the next notify and next retry will be. So our migration, our primary domain is Frappe.io, which is still using Gmail as its MX. So, and we wanted to gradually move our users to Frappe Mail. So we configured split delivery on Google Workspace. This allows us to route emails for a subset of users to Frappe Mail. Rest can still use Gmail as their main inbox. As you know, at Frappe, we use our products first before sharing them with you. So right now we have around 25 users, internal users are using Frappe Mail out of 79. And all our emails from like site like Frappe.io, cloud, support, discuss, and school are going from Frappe Mail. And we have plans for migrating all our internal workflows to Frappe Mail soon. Now to show you what's new on the UI side, I'll hand it over to Akash. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Akash. I've been working on Frappe Mail for a year now. Today I'm going to present the changes that we've introduced into the client of Mail since the past 1 year. This presentation is mostly just going to be a sequence of demos and screens. So what's new? For starters, the client now comprises of two halves. The first half is the admin dashboard. So the admin dashboard is for users with elevated privileges who can configure the tenant or organization or team, whatever you want to call it. So what this means is that you can add your custom domain, you can create users, and you can also configure custom mailing concepts such as aliases and mailing lists that I will get into after this. So this is what the dashboard looks like. Specifically the domains page. I'm going to show you how easy it is to add your domain into Frappe Mail. So you click on add domain, you enter your domain, and then you paste this verification key into your DNS records. So here we've done this off screen. After this is done, the next step is to paste more DNS records. So these are mail related DNS records. There are a couple TXTs, a CNAME, and an MX record. After you click on verify, that's it. That's all the configuration that you need to send mails through this domain. So this is how you add members. You assign a username to them. You select your domain, so Bunny's Bakery in this case. You give them a role, that is mail admin or not. And you can either send them an invite on the backup email, or you can create the user then and there itself. So this is a screenshot of our setup. As you can see that a lot of us have already migrated to Frappe Mail, like Sagar said. This is what it looks like after that. So all these users can send mails through the Frappe.io domain. So next we have mailing lists. A mailing list is, for those who don't know, is a collection of email addresses under a single email address. So whenever you send an email address whenever you send a mail to that email address, all of these users receive it. So you can now add and configure this on Frappe Mail as well. Next we have aliases. So aliases is also similar, except that it's for a single user. It's like an alternate email address for the same mailbox. So here you can see ERPNext.com email addresses are aliases for Frappe.io email addresses. So if you send a mail to Aditya at ERPNext.com, he gets the mail in his Aditya at Frappe.io mailbox. So this is all we have in the admin dashboard right now. It is lacking, yes, but soon we'll cover all the gaps that is left to be filled out. Next, we have the mailbox. This is probably the more interesting part of this presentation. So last Frappe Mail was introduced for the first time. Jannat did an excellent job building it. She had only been working on it for 2 or 3 months, because of which it is lacking in features, understandably so. You can see that there is 2 hard-coded folders. There's inbox and send for incoming and outgoing mails. And you can reply forward, and you can just compose and view mails. This is what Frappe Mail looks like now. We've come a long way since then. We have provisions, so the rendering of mails is improved. You have actions such as marking as read, or moving to different folders, deleting, trashing, starring, all of that. Mailboxes are dynamic. You can add or remove mailboxes as per your will. So like Sagar said, we have been migrating to Frappe Mail since the past few months. And when people started migrating, so initially it was just me and Sagar. When people started migrating, I started getting a lot of requests as to what to add into Frappe Mail. People are not used to having to see only so less mails at once. People want to browse through more mails at a single time for the sake of efficiency. So I was asked to add this. So this is the first thing that one of the first things that I added after people started migrating. This is what a single mail looks like with the same view. Another thing that I was asked to add was dark mode. So we now have support for that as well. We also have support for drafts. So this is auto-saved when you stop typing. This is the drafts folder. You can edit it directly within the thread itself. Quick Compose is this cute feature that lets you, again, like reply or forward mails within the thread itself so as to preserve context of the mail. We now have support for search as well. This uses JMap's FTS search. So we know most people use mail on their phones, and so it was important for us to also make it compatible on that. So we added a PWA as well. Native app experience is a bit of a stretch, but it is powered by the web. These are screens for the PWA currently. So I wanted to go over some settings before I end my presentation real quick. This is to let you know what all you can configure in Frappe Mail right now. You can select the mail that you want to send through. Like, you can set a specific alias that will be the default email address when you're sending mails. You can delete mails after sending for when to preserve storage, or to when you're sending shady mails. You can set custom reply to for receiving responses to your mails on specific email addresses. We also support vacation response. So this is auto response for when you're unavailable. You can select the duration of your unavailability and have responses be automatically sent out for incoming mails during that period. And finally, we have data import. So this is important because we understand that a lot of people are currently using a different mail server. And if you want to move to Frappe Mail, it would not be easy to use 2 mailboxes, since most of your mails are already in the other server, and you would have to therefore use both of them. So now you can import it very easily. You just go to settings, and then you upload the file. You have to take this file from your mail. You'll have to export this mail data. And yeah, that's it. That's all it takes to move to Frappe Mail. So the data that I showed over there, that can be exported from your current server. So if you're using Gmail, you can use Google's Takeout for exporting that data, and that was that file. So yeah, what's next? We have push notifications coming up, because a lot of our support agents have refused to move to Frappe Mail because they are so dependent on push notifications. So that is kind of priority right now. But this will be out soon. This will be out like next week. We have offline mode for caching of mail, so that you can view it on your phone even when you're not connected to the internet, as in we will have that. Advanced search is mainly filters for when you're searching mails to make it more comprehensive. Mailbox management, like I said, you can do it, but it can only be done via desk right now. There will be provisions to do this via the UI as well soon. And finally, comprehensive dashboard. So Sagar says that the current admin dashboard is only 1% of what it needs to be. So there's a long way to go on that front. But yeah, we will, like I said, close that gap. So that's all from my side. Next, we have Faris, who is going to give you all a surprise.
Hi again. I don't have slides. I'm just going to give you a glimpse of what I hacked upon for 2 days. Frappe calendar. So because of Frappe UI, we have a really nice calendar component that was contributed by Ritvik, then improved by Sharik, and then I get to use it to build Frappe calendar. So you have the usual. So when I worked on this and I showed it to Umair, and he didn't find he didn't know what I was showing him. So I said, this is Frappe calendar, not Google calendar. So you have the usual week view, day view, month view. I'm switching the views using keyboard shortcuts. We have event details. You can create an event, create all the events. Okay, demo is working. So yeah, that's a short demo. We have basic CRUD operations. This, as you can see from the link, it is on frappemail.com. So it works with the Frappe mail server. So it works with any CalDev server. In this case, it is working with Stalwart calendar server. Quickly, I want to create an event with Suhail, and a calendar also needs a video meeting, right? So
hi Faris. Hi everyone. I am Mohammed Suhail. I am an engineer at Frappe, and this is something that we are very proud to show off. It is something that we've been building for like a couple months now as a part of our de-googling effort. So it will be just a small demo. Um, half the part of the demo is already what you've seen now. So currently we just have like very few features. We have like multi-party conferencing. At the moment, it's just two of us, but it's like in very high quality. Other than that, we have screen sharing. I'll just do a small screen sharing just to show it off. Yeah, you can share your screen or your tab depending on the browser you are using. But yeah, that's all for the demo. All right. Let's just give me a second. Hi everyone, once again. So yeah, once again, I'm Suhail. I came here on the stage just to share my story on how I actually ended up building Frappe Meet. So I was a Frappe cloud engineer for a couple years now. So I'm still part of the team because I have to serve my 2-month notice period, right? so, um, so yeah, I've been part of Frappe Cloud team, and things were going well, but quoting Rishabh's words, I wasn't thriving in Frappe Cloud team. So as per Frappe tradition, what did I do? I was thinking of building something new. But no, it's not Frappe Meet. I really like the team that I was in. It's very close to my heart, the Frappe Cloud team. So I was thinking maybe I'll do a product that was very attached to Frappe Cloud itself. I had some brainstorming sessions with some of the members, with Rushabh. But one fine day, I had a chat with Rushabh once again. He pitched this idea that maybe you should build a video conferencing tool. Now, this is not a new thing that he pitched to me. He actually pitched that same idea to me right after I joined. I think it was like 3 days in, he pitched like, hey, why don't you build something that is very new? Because I had some exposure to building a video conferencing app using WebRTC, different story, but so he saw that and he thought like, might as well do that, right? But being the new guy, like I was a fresher back then, I was like very intimidated, like I'm going to, am I supposed to build a very new app as a part of the Frappeverse? No way, right? And then I declined that idea, but it's been there in my head for some time. And I think being there in Frappe Cloud team, I was mostly sharpening my axe, right, to cut down the tree. That is like a thing that we used to say in Frappe. So right, then he pitched that idea, and in a jiffy, it felt right to me, right? Like there is this alignment inside you where you feel like, hey, I should do this. I should really do this. And then what happened? The team that is very close to my heart, I just left the team in a jiffy, right? So yeah, that is the short story that I have to share with you. There is no moral of the story or anything, but it's mostly do what feels right to you, right? Follow your heart. So yeah, that pretty much concludes our productivity suite, keynote. And this is our updated, list of productivity suite apps. At the moment, you can't try Frappe Meet. It was open source for a while. Some community members, the eagle-eyed ones, have found my repo, but I made it closed source because it's very experimental at the moment. I need to make a lot of changes. So yeah, thanks everyone. Up next, it will be the keynote from the team that is very close to my heart. I invite Aditya to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So everything that you've seen so far, everything that you guys host, it runs on Frappe Cloud. Though the customers come and they like ERPNext and they like your apps and CRM and help desk and everything, Frappe Cloud is what powers all of it. Just like the year before, this year too, all of you got us phenomenal growth. Everything has doubled. Every single number you see has been doubled since last year. And it is fun, right? Obviously, it brings more money, but all of it also brings more problems. Problems that are fun, but problems, nonetheless, problems that are interesting, problems that we want to solve. And because everything is doubling every year, some of the things that we build don't really keep up, right? So we have to put in more energy, more work into keeping the stuff that you think should just keep as is. It just takes more and more work every single year. And then some of that essentially shows up as more operational work for our two-person support team, Sharik and Balu. And we keep getting feedback from the community, right? You guys keep going out, keep talking to customers, and you keep finding bigger customers, government, huge enterprises, and then keep asking for more and more stuff in return. All of this clearly needs a lot of engineering bandwidth, right? And then enter Aditya. So you see, like everything you have seen so far, every product that we build, we start with one engineer, right? Cloud started the same way. I started with one engineer, and then slowly the team grew to a modest size, 4 or 5 engineers, something like that. And then everything was fine. And I was like, how are the big cloud providers, the hyperscalers, the companies that run with hundreds of engineers, like they're just stupid, right? Like, why do they need so many people? And then I, being the smartest and everything, is going to pull it off with a team of 5 people, right? Then the small team left, right? Otto and Meet, traitors. So I said, fuck this shit. And I said, instead of fixing the problem, let's just ignore it, and I'll work on something that is interesting, because that is what everybody seems to be doing. And I started working on the project that I really wanted to work on. Okay? This is basically just deploying Frappe Cloud on bare metal instead of deploying on AWS and other people's cloud. And clearly, ignoring problem doesn't make it better, so it made it worse. And then I was like, you know what? I will come and fix this problem. I'll do what needs to be done, but I'll do it maybe in 6 months, maybe in 3 months. And then that, again, didn't help. Right? So it became clearer and clearer. Okay, if I keep ignoring this problem, postponing this problem, it's not going to help. Right? I need to do what needs to be done. So instead of working on the projects that I want to build, I should do what needs to be done. Build a team that builds the product. And this hesitancy essentially took some toll, right? The ERPNext people, Nabeen, Michelle had the same issue as I did, but they are like far ahead of me because I kept waiting on this conversion from engineer to a manager. And eventually we built a bigger team, right? Our team is now twice the size it was last conference. But because we started late, none of that work is going to show up this conference. It'll take some time for all of that to show up. And over the years, we've been doing metrics. The way we improve cloud is essentially by looking at everything that is critical, everything that is important, figuring out some metric that represents the important thing, and then tracking that metric every week, figuring out every single dip, every single change in the metric, and figuring out what causes the biggest issue, working on that issue every single week, right? The consistency and focus is what essentially keeps Frappe Cloud running. And now with the team that we have, the last year, what we changed last year is we got more, we essentially just increased the scope of the metrics. We were just looking at uptime. Now we look at build failures. Now we look at different sort of errors. We look at sign-up issues because more and more people are signing up. And with the bigger team, essentially the idea is to increase the scope even further. Everything that is important and is not being covered will be then covered with this larger team. And all of these feature requests keep coming in, right? We are making some progress on some of them, but going ahead, I really want to focus on a few things, right? Everybody loves the platform. You guys have complaints about the service, but everybody loves the platform. Everybody's like, it has made significant improvement in our lives. So I want to put insane amount of difference between anything else out there and Frappe Cloud. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to place our server in every single country. Right now we're doing like 10 regions. We want to go everywhere our customers are. And then there's one thing, okay? I hate this guy. Do you guys know who this guy is? We pay this guy $1 million a year, $1 million every year, okay? And they can buy big cars and big yachts. They can buy super yachts. Now this guy is buying space yachts. I don't want to keep paying him, right? We want to take Frappe Cloud away from Bezos. We want to put it on real machines. We want to get these machines to real people. And that is how we want to move forward. We have made some progress in all of these. We are already deploying on Hetzner. We have some beta customers going live on Hetzner. We have Johannesburg region in South Africa that is cheaper than Amazon. We are figuring out lowering cost in certain regions. And we have made some progress because of my work and because of work of another engineer on bare metal as well. And we're very excited about all of this. But none of this is real engineering work, right? So our engineers from our team, Tanmay, will now tell what he has been up to.
Hi, I am Tanmay, and I joined Frappe like last year in July. So at the starting month of joining, I just started picking up some random projects and fixing those things because I don't have context about like Frappe Cloud. But that was the story of few initial months. During my first quarterly review, Rushabh and Aditya suggested that Frappe Cloud needs better database management solutions. So we thought that we'll build a new database control plane from scratch. Initially, that was the idea, but as we thought more about that, we understood that we cannot just build it for like 6 months and suddenly move it to production and move every existing thing to this new design. Because with databases, the experiments are too much costly. Like, not in the money. It's actually if anything like slipped, any small bug slipped in the feature, some data can be lost from the database layer. And we don't want to do that because your data is getting lost and the reputation of Frappe Cloud is going to be damaged as well. So we plan that let's find out the missing pieces in Frappe Cloud and fix those issues one by one. So first thing, we focused on like securing the database access. As you know, in Frappe Cloud, you can create one read-only user or read-write user previously. But think about a scenario. You want to use Power BI or Frappe Insights or Metabase, anything, to give it access of like specific orders and items table. So in that case, we have launched this database user permission manager. So you can create multiple users with different level of permissions. You can even create specific user with table level access. If you want to just give specific permission of specific columns, you can even do that. And everything, whatever is this user is doing, everything is getting logged and auditable. So if any user do some modification in the database, it's going to be logged and you can check later. Once we fix this problem, we have a next big problem that all the sites on Frappe Cloud is growing. Now think about a scenario like you have created a ERPNext site 5 years ago, and every month you are dumping 1 GB of data. Now it would be around 60 GB plus database, and 60 GB plus data is going to take like 30 minutes or 1 hour of time for backup, and that is going to regress your site update, recoveries, everything. So we thought, let's do an alternative thing. Let's snapshot the EBS. Now, if you do snapshotting, it only takes like 5 to 10 seconds. That means your backup will be done in 5 to 10 seconds. But the implementation was tricky because there is not much open source solutions out there. Most of these features are part of enterprise version of databases. So make it working. But the next big problem was how to ensure that everything is going to be fine. Because we want to replace logical backup with physical backup. At that moment, we build our bulk restoration test suite. So we keep it running for 1 month, and every day, every hour, it just randomly snapshot too many sites and restore that on some place and validate the thing that whether the restoration is going correctly or not. But after 1 month or so, we make it live on the production, I guess in March this year. The result is amazing. Like it takes only 45 seconds at max for backing up your thing. But still it has one problem. It has the dependence on the snapshot thing. But the snapshot sometimes takes 10 minutes or sometimes takes 1 hour. That is not predictable for us, and that can slow down your recovery. So we are now working on a new thing like a logical replication. In this case, we will utilize the database replicas to make it happening. The backup will be faster and the restoration will be faster as well. So you don't need to take too much downtime. If you have 150 GB of database, you might need only 2 minutes of downtime for the backup. And if the migration fails, the restoration will be near instant. Like within the 1 minute, your site will be restored. So we are already implemented this. We are testing this internally. So once it happens, in next 1-2 months, we will give you the option for larger site or for enterprise customers. Now the next thing is, as I have taken the responsibility of database related features and all, I need to do L2 support tickets related to database. And sometimes there are many problems happens that is recurring and we need to fix it again and again. So in our discussion, we ask ourselves, cannot we fix those things permanently? So first problem people ask that, whether I need to upgrade my database server, whether I need to add a new replica to make it smoother experience. So introduce multiple database server analytics. You can take a look at the stats and you can figure it out if anything is going wrong. And there is some database related configuration you can tune to make the performance better. Even from the analytics part, there are some database server actions you can configure yourself. Next, we introduce the database analyzer, because sometimes you need to drill down more. Sometimes you have the custom maps and it's causing the slowness. Database analyzer has this feature called query analysis. So it gives you, it lists you the problematic queries, which is slow queries, time consuming queries. From there, you get to know this query is causing the issue on the site. You can fix that in your custom app, and probably you don't need to pay more. Like if the queries are faster, that means you need less resource, and you don't need to pay much to us as well. But query is not the problem always. Sometimes you genuinely need more resources, and after a time, you need to move from shared bench to dedicated server. Now there is a confusing thing arises on people's mind. The dedicated server is plainly a EC2 machine, right? But Frappe is managing it on your behalf, and you have the question like, my total usage of all the sites database is not matching the storage users of database. And we had to explain it again and again in ticket that why is it happening. So we introduce this database server storage breakdown, where you can see what is taking up the space on the database. And once we roll out this feature, people get to understand this is the MariaDB binary log that takes most of the space. And people started opening now new tickets that I need to parse the build logs, please do it for myself. So we need to go SSH to the server and parse it again and again. That creates a lot of tickets. So we introduced this build log purging thing, I guess 2 weeks ago. So you can view the build logs, whatever is taking space in your server, and you can parse the thing yourself. You can even reduce the retention of the build logs. So that's all till now. So what's next? So as we are working on this fixing these small issues, probably you can fix many small problems yourself as well due to this feature. And if you have any features in mind that can avoid any support ticket, then let us know in the tickets. And next, if we get more time for working on these experimental features, we probably next year will have our own Frappe RDS kind of suite for better database management and scalability solution. Thank you. So Now, Aradha will join to share his part of the story.
So, hello everyone. I'm Aradhya and I joined Cloud around 6 months back. But I do have some framework level experience. So I was assigned a few burning tasks as soon as I joined. So one of them was machine upgrades. So currently we are using, or we were using machines that were 5 years old and 6th-generation machines. So we moved from those to newer, latest machines, which are 8th-generation machines. So this update was done for a couple of main reasons. One was obviously more performance systems that we get as we upgrade to latest machines. And also, they were becoming extremely expensive to maintain in terms of operational costs. So we decided to move to these newer machines, which cut our operational costs by around 50%. So these newer machines also had a hidden benefit of a dual disk. So now we had a dedicated disk for users. So we were able to segregate user data and OS level data exactly, and we were able to say what is user data. And we are only able to charge you guys for the data that you store and not for the overheads that Frappe Cloud comes with. So, so some of the benefits for this were also layered that we realized as well after we did this. So we were able to give you better control over your storage usages and with fewer risks. So one of them was we used to auto increase storage, and a lot of users had a lot of complaints with this, but we used to auto increase the storage as soon as it reached 90%. But now we did this because obviously the server, the operating system doesn't get space on the server, so it causes everything to go down. But now we are on a user dedicated disk, so even if it fills up, we have some liberty to keep running the server. So now we don't do this. We don't auto increase your storage. We give you the option to either clear up storage or even add more storage at your convenience. So this avoids unexpected charges. So say at the end of the month, you had an invoice that had a jump in your storage usage and you didn't even know about it because your server peaked somewhere and we decided to increase your storage without informing you. So we have avoided that now, and you won't see any unexpected charges on your invoice related to storage anymore. Another issue was people were never able to reduce their storage. Now we are able to reduce storage as well. So essentially, if you are on a dedicated server with 25 GB of storage, and say for the next 10 days you need 25 GB more because you are having more data requirements, so you were able to increase but never go back down to 25, and we always kept charging you for the 50 GB. So now we give you an option to reduce that storage. This is at the desk level right now, but we do have something in the pipeline for this as well. So you are now able to reduce your storage essentially. So this made people more vigilant in terms of their storage usage, and people started asking more questions of exactly where my storage is being used and why am I paying for this. But there were some discrepancies that the users weren't aware of. So we decided to make something similar to the database analyzer that Tanmay talked about. So this is a storage breakdown that we provide for every server, every dedicated server that you have, where you can see exactly which bench is using how much storage and what inside the bench. And if it's a site, then what inside the site as well. So you get the migrate size and the log size and public and private sizes as well. So we kept getting these questions to check the storage. So that's why we built this. So we realized that after building that, the number of tickets significantly reduced. So we saw that information over dependency is always better. So if you give you more information, you are less dependent on us and the whole support cycle and the frustrating support conversations. So we decided to show you more metrics. We decided to give you your bench resource usage as well, which means that all the metrics that we have access to internally, we provide them to you as well at the bench level. So these are metrics for one particular bench. So imagine if you have a site that is running slow or has some performance issues, you can go to the bench that the site is on and check what is the bench metrics for that, how much memory, CPU. And we have a few other metrics like networking metrics and stuff, and IO as well, that you can check and diagnose what is wrong with your bench before you have to go through the support cycle. So this again, this flow of increasing transparency and quicker resolutions led us to make something called an incident manager, which essentially detects and resolves your incidents quicker So as we grow in terms of number of servers, our incidences also grow, and quite exponentially, as you can see the jump. So, and we realized that 37% of these incidences are during from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. So essentially, it could be at 3 a.m. as well, and somebody has to get on call from FC team, and they have to SSH into the server and figure out what's going on. So we decided this is not the most appropriate process, because obviously it depends on the engineer availability as well. If somebody is available to take a 3 a.m. call, then they will take a call and fix something on your server, and your site will stay down for that duration. So we decided on automating the first 5 minutes of an incident. So essentially what we do is, as soon as an incident occurs, we start an investigation on the server, which is all automated. We fetch a bunch of metrics on the server in the duration of the incident. So say 5 minutes, we fetch the metrics of everything that happened on the server, high CPU, high memory, everything. And we decide some actions or automated actions that we can take depending on what the metrics reveal. And we take those actions immediately. So we don't have to wait for an engineer, and we don't have to wait for somebody to fix something on your server. And now with all of this automated, we have faster recovery policies. So we get quicker, your sites basically don't stay down for longer durations than they need to, depending on the incident criteria. So these automations helped us in increasing our focus on more improvements in other regions. So one of them is builds. So we are at 2x the builds that we were at last year. So we have, so basically 23,000 builds is what we have per month, which is a jump from the 12,000 builds a month that we had last year. But the people working on builds, the number of people working on builds are same. So we just have one person, that me, who works on builds. So, so keeping these increasing builds, we had to figure out a way to keep the errors in control regardless. So we made something for, we had progressive steps that we took for faster and fewer failures, faster builds and fewer failures. So one of them was predicting build failures early. So essentially, we perform some actions before a build is started to check if it is going to fail or not. And we let you know that in the beginning itself, so you don't have to wait for the whole process and then fail at the end. So example, we check if all your apps are version compatible with each other, and also if they're version compatible with Frappe, and many smaller things like this that can fail early. We also start predicting space needs. So once your build is complete, it is pulled on your application server. We estimate if this space on the application server is enough to support that build or not before the build starts. So you don't have to wait for a 7-minute build and then figure out that, okay, this is not going to work because I don't have storage. We also performed some infrastructure upgrades on our registry, which is where we host all our Docker images. So we increased the space and a bunch of other things that increase the registry uptime. We also added retries. So if your build fails at a certain step for some reason, generally it could be a network timeout, is what we have noticed in our internal metrics. So we retry, because that is the best solution that we can, and that generally fixes most of the issues. The same thing is we retry also when we are trying to pull the image from the registry, because that is also a quick, that is generally the easy fix and fixes it for the most part. So now we are at a error rate of 1.37% from the 5% error rate that we had before. So all of these steps were taken sequentially to reduce our error rates. So what's next in terms of builds and deploys and the incident management that I talked about? So we have received multiple requests of auto scaling. So auto scaling is something big in the pipeline that will be translated from the incident management itself. Depending on the server metrics, we can auto scale your servers. So this is something in the pipeline that we are working on. Another thing that we're working on is the disk reduction part. As I said, it's from the desk right now. So we can reduce your size from the dashboard itself. We are working on something for that as well. And yeah, thanks for hearing me out. That was my presentation. I'll call Sandeep on stage from Timeless to talk more about the designs that we have here at Frappe now.
Hey everyone.
What?
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Sandeep Prabhakaran from Timeless. We're a product design studio based out of Chennai. I actually didn't know I was going to give this talk until late last evening, so I'm really sorry if it's not as polished as some of the other talks before me. So you'd have to imagine up some of the slides in your heads. I don't have any fancy videos or anything, right? Cool. So this is basically about design for Frappe. So we have actually been engaged with Frappe for all their product design needs for about 6 years now. And Rishabh has actually been asking us to visit Frappeverse for a couple years now. And I finally made it this year, and I'm super glad that I did. It's been an excellent experience. This feels unlike any other conference that I've been to. This feels more like a community gathering as opposed to a tech conference. So I'm grateful for that. Super happy with the experience so far. So yeah, I'm now going to try and compress 6 years of design into my 5-minute flash talk. So buckle up. So it all began in August 2019, where Rishabh reached out to us asking if we'd be open to collaborating on Frappe Books, which is an open source desktop accounting tool. So we readily agreed, and so the journey began like that, right? So sometime late 2019, we arrived at a complete redesign of Frappe Books, which I think the engagement went well, and we were now moving forward with the collaboration of ERPNext, the mothership. So the first time that I actually landed on the ERPNext dashboard, I was also overwhelmed, like a lot of you. Then I realized that this is like one of those 1,000 games in one video game cassettes that you get for video games, right? So this is like 100 SaaS products rolled into one solution. And you basically pick the game that you want to play. And sometime in 2021, 2022, we started doing the visual facelift for ERPNext. That landed in V14. And this is sort of how that looked like. And the initial design language that we set out to look something like this. We had meticulously designed all these components in Figma, and almost all ERPNext components were redesigned as part of this exercise. This is in 2022. Yeah. So then in 2023, we actually sat down with the team at Frappe HQ for a discussion where the consensus was that we had to unify all the different products and branding, everything to be on a common baseline and arrive at a consistent baseline design system, if you will. And with over a year of effort, do I use this now? Yeah, cool, fine. So with over a year of effort, we actually landed on Espresso, which is the design system that underpins all Frappe products today, or at least most of it. And so it's a pretty robust design system that also works on dark mode, and the Figma file is like we basically had to push Figma to its limits, and it's extremely structured in a way that you would basically be able to assemble tables, components, and views by just stacking together components. This file is actually published to the Figma community, so you should be able to download and explore. And through 2024, up until now,
I think we have started slowly transitioning all our products to use the espresso design system. And so everything that you saw yesterday and today, all the productivity apps, the business suite, they all use espresso today. Right? We also consolidated all the branding pieces for across all the different products. And shout out to Udaya, JP, Shruti, and Gautam from the Timeless team who couldn't be here, who made all of this happen. And shout out to Nishant as well from the Frappe team, who has done an excellent job at unifying all the marketing efforts, the slides, website slides, everything else. Right? And moving into the future, so we are super excited to work with Frappe on this vision of building a solid product suite of dev tools, productivity tools, and business apps that you would use not just because they're open source, but because they have an excellent user experience, a world-class user experience. So to achieving that vision, we would love to continue the collaboration. And so who are we again? We're Timeless, product design studio based out of Chennai. You probably haven't heard of us, but you have probably interacted with our work at some point. We have had the opportunity to work with some leading startups and scale-ups in India, like likes of JustPay, Small Case, Frappe, obviously, Ditto, Namayatri. And we actually recently moved to a new office space in Chennai that we designed for ourselves. If you are ever in Chennai, feel free to drop by for a cup of coffee. It's next to Phoenix Market City. The inside joke is that if things go south, we become an interior design company in the post-AI world. Anyway, so that was my 6 years of design in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep, for helping us keep Frappe products look beautiful. So let's have a one long round of applause for the entire Frappe team, everyone that presented, right? I'm sure you saw some amazing work. Sorry we overshoot the time. We are running slightly late, but by the slides, you can imagine the kind of work that goes behind that, and everyone wanted to showcase their amazing work. So what we'll do, we'll take a quick 5 minutes break, and then we will resume our presentations. In parallel, we will also start our presentations in track 2. And also the next talk, which will start after 5 minutes, is by Hussein, and he is someone who has a very huge fan following. So you might want to stick around for his talk as well. So thank you so much. See you again in 5 minutes. Thank you. fun. We had some interesting talks, then a musical show. A lot of people came and also gave a good feedback about yesterday. So, and those who have come for the first time today, my name is Parth, and we will not take more time doing introduction and all. I'll hand it over to my co-host, and she'll do the introduction, and then we will initiate the talk.
Hi everyone, I hope I'm audible. Hi, I'm Arushi Jain, and I'd like to welcome all of you today to a Frappeverse. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce the next talk. Our next talk is by someone, like Parth rightly mentioned, who has a lot of fan following in the Frappe ecosystem. If you follow Frappe, you must have come across some of his educational content created by him. Now we all know that some products become great by resolving our own problems. We very well know at Frappe, and we also know the challenge that we face every year while organizing events. Getting registrations is easy, but what comes after? Ticket sharing, verification, and whatnot. To solve exactly this problem, Hussein has built his own event management app. To demonstrate that, I'd like to call on stage our very own community influencer and founder of BWH, Hussein Nagaria.
I'm audible? Yeah, good afternoon everyone, the citizens of Frappeverse. Yeah, the slides are visible now. So yeah, we finally managed to catch the thieves and get here. If you know, you know. But yeah. So since this is Frappeverse, what do you think it takes to run an event like this, right? Where does it start? So it starts way before like even the registrations and the payments, etc. It starts, okay, how do you decide the venue? Even the event proposal is there, right? Okay, we want to conduct this event. And from there it starts, and then you have registrations, you have web pages for the event, you have the schedule, you have sponsorship management, right? Coordinating with the sponsor, taking payments, and yeah, a lot more. Like for example, talk proposals, check-ins on the day of the event, add-ons, right? Okay, who is getting a t-shirt, who is getting a meal. So yeah, why Buzz? So we are calling it Buzz, the event management app built on top of Frappe framework, Frappe UI and Frappe Builder. So we'll come to that why there are 3 things involved. So earlier, this event, right, this has been running on custom doc types, right? So it worked, right? It worked very well because Frappe is very good at, like, you write a few scripts, you have a notification doc type, you have few other doc types that you create, and you are able to get a good event management app running. But that is not a scalable solution in the sense that when you have 2, 3, 4 events going forward, right? And all of those have some different set of ticket types, or let's say different set of add-ons, then it becomes a problem. You want it to automate a lot of things. For example, I'll give you an example, okay. For example, in India, we use Razorpay for payments, and then in Frappeverse Africa, we had to use M-Pesa. So that has to be done in a separate server script as a separate web page. So that we are not benefiting from, okay, a generic product that we can reuse, and then that anyone from the community can then use to conduct their own events. So that's why we productified it, and then I'll give you a direct demo now. So let's start with the core of it. So this is inside the desk. I'm just creating an event. I'm giving it a title, the host, who is hosting this event, because anyone can be a host, a partner for Frappe local, etc. And then a byline. And then I'll select the venue. In this case, it's Nehru Center Auditorium. So quickly adding a venue. And then a start date and date. I have speeded this up, but you get the idea that you have this event details. Okay, this is the event that's going to be conducted. And in the next step, what I'm going to add later is a proposal feature where the community can propose talks, and then these details will be figured out later after the event creation. So what's next? So now I want to define, okay, what are the ticket types available? What are the different add-ons? So you can see in this doc type itself, I've tried to compress it all, so you don't have to navigate here and there. You have all the feature access there. So I'll create 2 ticket types, let's say VIP, right? And you can even have this feature where you will say, okay, this early bird ticket is only available till so and so date, right? And if I go back, play again. It was a bit fast, but I'll show you the two features that I wanted to show. So there is schedule, website, payments, and other customizations. The ticket type, you can set a price, you can set maximum tickets as well. And then these are add-ons, right? This can be t-shirts, for example, then you can define options, right? Okay, what are the different t-shirt sizes available? And where this will show up is the next step. Once you hit publish, right? This event is live, right? On the web page with all its details and schedules. This is built on Frappe Builder. Yeah, next. So this is the form that is built on Frappe UI. So once you click on register, it will take you to this form, and this all is coming dynamically from the event types we defined, from the add-ons we defined, right? So meal boxes, the t-shirt sizes we defined, right? That will also come here from the backend, and you can even add more attendees. But yeah, I think like since it is India, we need GST. So let's turn GST on. Nobody likes GST, but fine. So now we can proceed with the booking. So let's quickly pay via UPI. So I will tell you, this is configurable per event, and it has a tight integration with the my favorite, confetti. So now we have the ticket here, and yeah, so that was a brief going from creating an event to capturing payments and having registrations and a lot more features, but I'm not going to deep dive into each of them. I'll tell you, okay, I have been building it in public. There are 16 episodes, hours and hours of content. All the base, right? I started from the designing of the application, the doc types, what all with the doc types, how they will interact with each other, then building the pages in Frappe Builder, right? All of that is live. So I think that also turned out to be a good training material that can be watched after the Dubai bootcamp. But yeah, that was a side effect. And then this is the piece. So I tried to do the ticket form that you saw in Frappe Builder. I was trying to push it to its limit that, okay, how much can I get it done? But I figured soon out that it has a lot of interactivity and Builder is not yet tailored for it. So I decided, I spent 2 episodes on it, and this is how it looked at the end. And mostly the dynamic things were working, but it was non-maintainable. Code was all over the place. And then I decided to move out and say, okay, this piece I'm going to build in Frappe UI. So as a developer, you have to decide that, okay, this piece is fine. So server render pages, Builder, very good fit. And now the form, we need maybe Studio someday, but right now Frappe UI is a good option. And let's talk AI, because AI, right? Everyone wants to know about AI. And I wanted to put that word in my slide. No, genuinely, I'll show you 2 use cases when I got sold, not too much sold, but I got that, okay, these are the use cases which AI makes sense, the LLMs make sense. So one was that, okay, I have already built this form in Frappe Builder. I had the code of it. I wanted it to be converted to Frappe UI code, right? That's not a very, what do you say, interesting thing to do. So LLMs are good at that, okay, you give it some pattern and then you ask for, okay, I want it in this pattern. So what I did was I copy pasted everything and I said, okay, give me it in Vue.js code, right? So this is the first card it came up with. It's prettier than mine. And then, okay, then the thing was, okay, I wanted it in Frappe UI, but LLMs don't have context of Frappe UI. They might have scrapped some of it, but they don't know, okay, how components are written in Frappe UI, how to use a toast, how to use a dialog. So then what I started to do is I took the Frappe UI documentation, I started feeding in, and I said, okay, use these components and then rewrite the form again. And then it used correctly the Frappe UI components. So that was also happening live. You can see my face there when it worked. Yeah, so this is like the meat of it, a small tip that I will give you. Everything right now with agentic AI is bound to context. So I started copying directly the source code of Frappe UI, pasting it in the context file, and it works very nicely. But yeah. So now now I got the taste of vibe coding. So I thought, okay, maybe let me try one more thing. I wanted to improve this in experience of the number of attendees, right? This has been in the current form as well, that, okay, you have to select the number of attendees first hand. You can't keep adding and then remove any random attendee. So I told AI that, okay, I have this problem, I want to refactor it, right? I want a better user experience, use Frappe UI components, and I want you to create a form where I can add dynamically the attendees and remove at any point in time. Right? This is Copilot, by the way. In VS Code, I have not purchased any fancy AI stuff, but this is it one-shotted it, and then we have a nice user experience. Of course, you have to then review the code, and that's how we shipped the first version of the Frappe UI dashboard. Okay, now the next phase, right? I had a call with Palkan after this initial set of episodes, and then she came up with some of the use cases that they are facing at Frappeverse, that, okay, why can't we automate this? We are spending too much time on this manual effort. And one of it was this. So we personally, our team, we got 5 tickets, right? We bought 5 tickets, and then 2 tickets were free for speakers. And so we decided, okay, let's save some money and cancel those 2 tickets. So this is what our team did, and they dropped an email, and then there was the email back and forth, right? That, okay, we want to cancel. Then Palkan replied with something, and then there was some coordination going on. So there is no specific portal, right, where I can go and say, okay, I want to cancel these 2 tickets. And then the cancellation request goes to the team, and they can approve, and there is, because these are online payments, so refunds can also happen automatically. So then I replied to Palkan, if you see at the bottom, that this reminds me to implement a cancellation feature. And that day I went and implemented this feature, where you can go in your dashboard, you can say, okay, I want to cancel this ticket, request cancellation. You can pick whatever tickets you want to cancel, and then submit a cancellation request. And that's it. So once it is approved, and the refund can be processed. And the second thing so I copied that line verbatim here, that as soon as the sponsor pays, their logo should appear. That smooth the process should be, right? Right now it is back and forth. Maybe you submit an inquiry, you get a sponsorship deck, you can talk to the people, but you should be able to, right now what they are doing is, I think they are generating payment links and sharing it across. So I thought, okay, let's fix it today itself. So I created a sponsorship dashboard where you can see your inquiries and click on it. Once it is approved, right, it will show you payment pending. And then you can pay now, select a sponsorship tier from here, whatever is available. These are also dynamic, by the way, so you can define it per event. And then you pay, and again, too much confetti. But yeah. Yeah, I wanted to show you the logo appears as soon as they pay. Happy Palkan. So yeah, I had too much fun building it. And yeah, so now you have tested vibe coding, now you want to do more and more of it. So then instead of doing POCs by diagrams, I thought, okay, maybe I will ask the AI to create some version of it. And then the first problem was the UX problem, where you have to manage this child table for schedules, right? And there can be multiple tracks, okay? For example, in Frappeverse, now you have track 1, track 2, right? And visually it is not clear, and you might miss some slot, right? So then I said, I pulled up a diagramming tool. I said, okay, is this something that would work? A Gantt-like scheduling UI. And Palkan clearly said, okay, what if it is vertical? And then said, okay. I posted this screenshot in the AI and then said, okay, I want it to be vertical, and this is what it came up with. Not one-shotted, but I somehow got it to working. So now, like, it is not merged yet, but it's working. Next was this. So we got to India First tickets as a sponsor, right? So as a sponsor, you get, let's say, 10 tickets, 15 tickets that you can forward to your team or allocate to your team. These are free coupons, basically, for sponsoring or for. So I said, again, I am working with user in email chains. So now I asked Palkan, do we need this feature in our events happens? Okay, would be great. I said, okay, let's do it. And then I implemented this free coupons feature where you can generate a coupon, say, okay, this is the pass they will get, this is the number of tickets, and they can just apply it at checkout and then it will show, okay, fine, you got the free tickets now. That's also automated. And okay, this disclaimer, I don't merge wipe coded PRs. So whatever POC you say, they are actually POC. The process is that I will review it meticulously, make the changes, refactor it, and then merge it. Or even I will throw it away and start from scratch. So it's not that a magic bullet that you, okay, give a prompt, features are working, merge it in production. LLMs are not there yet, yeah. This slide is repeated. This slide is also repeated, the end. Wait. Two more things. So one more thing is now boring, so two more things. So I have been building this in public, right? So what benefit do I get? Like, okay, I'm building it in public, okay, I get some views on YouTube. And so Abdul Hafiz, he's sitting in the audience, he had been following me, right? He has been a constant viewer of all the episodes. He has been in the chat, and there are a lot of people who have been following this app. But he has been fixing me as well. So I was stuck in a bug where the payments weren't captured in Razorpay, or somehow the link was not getting generated. And he pointed out, okay, you are looking at the wrong code, go and look at this, and then I was able to fix it. So this is like some power of build in public, where you are also getting feedback from the audience that, okay, this is working. Even I remember Karan, he's also in the audience. When I was building Batwara, he did live testing for me. He was logging in his testing and okay, reporting bugs, and then I was fixing it live. Those episodes are also there on YouTube, so it's too much fun. But yeah, the interesting part, Abdul Hafiz built a platform on top of event management app for running the cycling event in Hyderabad and made it live at the 12th episode. So now this Horloop challenge that is happening in Hyderabad, this is the health minister of Hyderabad, and they are running this on the event management app Buzz. So it went live before we can make it live somewhere. So the add-ons feature, you can see how they've used. He built this in Frappe Builder. Yeah, so Buzz is going to be part of Frappe Incubator. That's another announcement. It's not approved yet, but hopefully it does. Yeah, it's open source from day one. You can go and start, contribute, add your feature requests, and see the progress. And I have added a README. Last night I pushed it, so be happy. Thank you. You have time for questions? Yeah. And I didn't merge them as well. Don't forget to be awesome. This is Frappe's, what do you say, acronym for doing good stuff. No questions? Okay then, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hussein, for spreading awareness about Frappe. Are you all hungry? I didn't hear it. Yeah, I'm getting mixed response. So yeah, we feel you, those who are hungry. We had two more talks planned before lunch, but we will have one and we are pushing the other talk post-lunch. So yeah, so we already heard a great customer story yesterday by the Aegis team, right? Today, we have one of our partner. He is going to share not one, not two, but 3 customer stories, and all are from different domains. On top of it, the first customer, they literally went from paper to ERPNext doc types. The second customer was on 5 different SaaS applications, and now they are just using one single ERPNext as their tool for all the operations. And they are saving $5,000 per month. That is exactly what I was talking about in my talk yesterday. And the third customer is someone who replaced a labeled ERP and moved to ERPNext. So the speaker of this talk, you probably know him from the Frappe school videos. Please welcome on stage the founder of Unify Experts, Manan Shah.
Hello, hello. Hi. Am I audible back there? Okay, all right. Okay, thanks for the introduction. My name is Manan Shah, and I'm founder and CEO at Unify Experts. And today I'm going to talk about some of the major wins that we have attained in the manufacturing domain with the help of ERPNext. So a quick introduction. We're a small team of professionals focused on helping organizations unify their operations using ERPNext, and we are based out of here in Mumbai. So briefly, as already mentioned, I'm going to talk about three wins. One in ferroalloys manufacturing. The second one is a US customer, and third one is discrete manufacturing for smart meter manufacturing. And lastly, I'll be sharing some learnings that we have attained over the years with our implementations. So coming to the first win, it's a ferroalloys manufacturing, process manufacturing. It's a complex manufacturing process. So just a quick brief on what happens. So those hoppers that you see on the top is where all the raw material is loaded. And through the help of the conveyor belts, all of that raw material is fed into the furnace and heated at a very high temperature of about 2000 degrees Celsius. What happens is you melt all the raw materials and then produce metal beds, which is then broken down and further used in the actual steel manufacturing. So as you can imagine, the process is very complex, a lot of details to take care of, and the owners and the promoters were very clear that we don't want to disrupt what's already working, and we don't want to change our process, overhaul our process just for the sake of any ERP or any software. So that was a great change management strategy, by the way, and it worked really well because of Frappe framework. And so it also helped them gain a lot of visibility. So we replaced all the pen and paper forms, not really replaced, but supported all the pen and paper forms with simple ERPNext doc types, right? So every row that you see on that detailed form, we just created a doc type, let the users enter the data on ERPNext forms, doc types, right? And then with the help of scripting, we took that raw data and converted them to create stock entries and work orders. And then finally, the management reporting. Even that we were able to provide with simple print formats. They also didn't want to really change the formatting, and they just wanted to keep what is working well and not disrupt it. So with the help of custom HTML, CSS print formats, we were able to replicate the print formats, automate the sending, which would otherwise take them a lot of manual effort to just put this information together. Now everything was automated and in the right context. So the next win that I'm going to talk about is for a customer in Alaska, United States. So they're in the business of providing temperature monitoring solutions in very remote locations like literally the Arctic region. So what they do is they build IoT-based, sensor-based solutions, not just the hardware, but also the software part. And like any startup, one of the major problems was, over a period of time, they were stuck with a lot of expensive SaaS applications because they were just adding one SaaS application at a time to solve for one problem. And then they realized, okay, after a few years, we are literally spending a lot of money for SaaS solutions which are not even connected to each other, right? And it became very difficult to make sense out of that data. And the other problem was they were stuck with very archaic software solutions. So one example is Fishbowl. So Fishbowl is a inventory management software that is widely used in US just because of the great marketing that they do. They literally land on everyone's Google ads, YouTube ads, and everywhere, just blast and just get the users. But when it comes to performance and actually using the software, the promises made do not match with what is delivered. That was another pain point that they had. And when I showed them ERPNext, they were like very happy, saying that, okay, does your software do all of these things in one single software, and that too this well? So it was hard for them to believe, but yeah, ERPNext has helped them replace all the expensive SaaS applications that they were using. They were using one software for just quoting and creating codes, generating codes. It's called PandaDoc. They were using Asana for project management. They were using QuickBooks for accounting. Again, that's like the Tally of United States. Google Drive for storing documents and everything. And with ERPNext, we replaced pretty much all the SaaS solutions with just one single software. And so they were paying anywhere about $5,000 a month. And right now they are on a $50 plan on Frappe Cloud. That's it. So you can imagine the kind of savings they are making on a month-on-month basis. Integration with Beaded Cloud. So Beaded Cloud is a proprietary software solution which lets their customers make sense of the data collected through hardware. So there were some integrations required from ERPNext to Beaded Cloud, and from ERPNext to, from Beaded Cloud to ERPNext. So we were able to do a lot of integrations without a lot of coding. With the power of Frappe framework, as you can see, we could configure webhooks that could be triggered based on events like submitting a sales order and simple things like that. And all we had to do is just generate the payload to be sent dynamically using Jinja tags. There was no complex lines of codes involved. Everything was done right from the interface. Custom MES. So MES is a fancy word for just letting the end users record data, somehow record the data and send it to wherever it needs to go, mostly to ERP solutions or a custom database application. So again, we stuck to the basics, created just a simple doc type with the help of some client-side and server-side scripting. We were able to create custom manufacturing execution systems with ease. We replaced QuickBooks like a boss. QuickBooks, like I said, is Tally of US. So it's a good software, but it's only an accounting package. So it didn't let them make sense of a lot of data on their GL. And with ERPNext, we were able to configure a lot of, things with just configuration. So for example, we configured the default income and expense account on the item group, not even on the item, and it gave them visibility on the GL based on their line of products. Next, the next win is for a greenfield project that one of the largest listed construction companies of India was undertaking. So they were trying to set up a greenfield project where they would manufacture smart utility meters for all the major utility boards of India, various states like Bihar, Maharashtra, all different states. So they were looking for a solution coming from a listed company background. They looked at all the legacy or big label ERPs like Oracle, SAP, NetSuite, and they realized that they're paying a lot for a lot less. And that's when they started looking for open source ERPs and landed on ERPNext. And then the other problem they saw with these big label ERPs is they were clunky. The legacy or the big label ERPs required them to do a lot of things with a lot of clicks for just simple things that they wanted to do. Also, they were looking for something that could be used to build custom solutions and not just use cookie cutter solutions. That's where ERPNext came in, and There is no licensing fee as opposed to these big label ERPs. Modern UI and UX. So they had these beautiful dashboards right from day one, pre-built. If they want to build something else, they have the feature to build their own dashboards as well. Integration with their existing MES, again, MES, as I said, is just a fancy word for recording data. They were already doing it with an existing application that they were using. They didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so they said, can we integrate it with ERPNext and just keep using what we are using? So we said, why not? And with simple APIs, we asked them to expose a few APIs, and we got the data into ERPNext doc types and just created work orders, stock entries from that data. So this is some of the common themes or patterns that we have seen with all our manufacturing implementations. So one major thing is people are drawn to ERPNext for tailored solutions. They are not looking for cookie cutter solutions because they want the system to work for them and not the other way around. So that's where with the flexibility of Frappe framework, they're able to build tailored solutions for themselves. No licensing fee, that's a big advantage for startups and even for big organizations who are setting up greenfield projects where they cannot justify a huge capex even before they start making money. Lastly, this is one of the most important points that I've seen, not just in manufacturing, but even services or any other line of businesses, right? Which is better product costing. So most of the traditional businesses, they are interested in knowing the unit economics. How much am I making on what I'm selling, right? For each unit that I'm selling, how much is it costing me actually? Not just the raw material, not just the direct cost, but some of the indirect cost, right? So with ERPNext, they could easily add additional costs onto the stock entries. For example, for the ferroalloy manufacturing, one of the major components of the cost is power because those furnaces consume a lot of power to run, right? So they could easily add that cost right to the product cost, and at the source, they have a pretty good idea of what it is costing, and their gross profit estimation is pretty accurate. Important learnings, in-person requirement sign-off is what we really recommend our prospects and customers, because being in the same room, trying to understand what different stakeholders want is very easy as opposed to just remote meetings. You cannot meet online for more than 2 hours without draining out yourself, right? As opposed to when you are in the same room, you can discuss ideas, you can feel each other's energy and come to a conclusion pretty quicker. Change management. So change management is nothing but helping users adopt the system in a way that will work, right? Because end of the day, user adoption is what dictates the success of project. So sometimes the software has to work for the users, and sometimes users have to adapt as per the system. And with Frappe framework, making system work for the users is easy to a great extent. You can hide fields, you can reduce the clutter very easily, but making them understand, making the end users understand why you have to work in a certain way, why over customization is not the way to do it, is where change management comes in. It's a very important point for making sure the project succeeds. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. That's one of the guiding principles of Frappe that we like to adapt. And complexity gives you the feeling of being in control, but what really happens with simplicity is you let go of less valuable things and set yourself up for success in the longer run. That's it from my end, and really want to appreciate the community feeling that we have at Frappeverse, and excited about the new philosophy that we have of quality-led growth and not just growth at any cost, and excited to see where it takes us. Thank you. Open for any thoughts, suggestions, or we can break for lunch. Okay, thank you.
$5,000 to $50 shared plan. At least keep them on a dedicated server, Manan. Just kidding. Okay, so as I said earlier, we will break for lunch now. Slight change in the schedule. Lunch was scheduled till 2:50, but since we are running slightly late, we'll start the next set of talk early. We will meet again at 2:40. Thank you so much. So a lot of NGOs and non-profits are also implementing ERPNext, and the main reason is simple plus cost effective. And it's good to know that such NGOs are able to adopt ERPNext, and it feels to us that we are directly or indirectly helping in the greater good for the society, right? One such example is Pradhan. It is one of the India's largest organization, and they have operations across 9,000 villages. So this story of Pradhan will be shared by the team of our Gold Partner Indic Trans. So please welcome on stage Kanhaiya and Gupteshwar. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello, hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible? Okay, great. Yeah, so yes, so we are coming up with one more a very critical and very important case study, which we did for an organization. So as you know, ERPNext works for, or rather ERPNext is meant for classroom to communities. So yesterday we had a presentation where we spoke about physics wala. So how the classroom got online, and how physics wala uses the ERPNext and Frappe framework for making it. So now we are going to the communities, and how communities driven NGOs or charitable trust are making their organization a future ready. And that's where ERPNext and Frappe framework, which is quite open source and which is having a same principles of affordability and accessibility. And that's where we came into a picture for this use case implementation. So I am Kanhaiya Kale. I am one of the co-founder and director in New Indic Trans Technologies. I will be taking you through this use case. Yeah, we are really sorry for this. So yes, so Pradhan is founded in 1983. It is a enterprise level NGO, charitable trust, having a partnership with all sorts of foundations and NGOs in the country and overseas, having a good partnership with them, including Tata Trust and Melinda Gates Foundation and Reliance Foundation and all. So Pradhan, their mission is to help tribal communities. They are helping with the help of self-help groups. They are empowering self-help groups to build the community and help them to train the youths. So livelihood mission is their prime factor or the prime area where they are focusing on. So they train the youths to support communities, and they believe that there is going to be this change which is going to they are trying to bring, which is going to be led by the communities, and that is going to last forever. It is based out of Noida. Now let's talk about the numbers or some kind of volume, what kind of volume and complexities they are going through, or what kind of scale up they are working on currently. So their impact has reached around 3.5 million households. They are having a prominent presence or prominent working areas in almost 9 states. They are operating from those states areas where they are impacting close to 42,000 villages and close to 140 districts. Their employee strength is close to, I think, 1350 plus, and currently live projects on which they are working is 170 plus projects. So this shows the kind of volume, this shows the kind of complexities and the diversified areas on which they are working. And that's where they were looking for something which is going to sustain, which is going to be a long running system. And that's where they came across a framework called as ERPNext. Now what kind of challenges they were going through, or what kind of challenges currently they mitigated with the help of framework. So they have a diverse nature of funds and the projects. What does it mean? So they get a funds, donors, donations from the country, the domestic country, I mean to say from India itself, and even from the overseas. So they need to manage the FCRA funds, where, so they get a funds which needs to be managed across the project. Then they works on a decentralized model. That means their accounting impact, accounting challenges are quite decentralized, and the reporting even happens that way. So their governance and management model is quite decentralized, and that's where they need some kind of integration with their legacy systems, legacy teams, and there has to be some kind of transparency. And that's where they were looking for some kind of sustainable, a suitable, which should be adopted by a people who are non-tech and working from a different diverse geographies. And that's where they came across a software which is quite open source, truly transparent in nature, and which should be having a complete ownership where they can use it as per their need, and it should be customized as which can fulfill their requirements. And yes, so while exploring this, they explored multiple very well-known products in the market, including big giants. They involved few big consulting agencies to understand the process, map that with the standard products. And that's where they came across ERPNext first, and then they assessed multiple partners, and then they shortlisted Indictrans. Now I'm requesting my partner, Ghansham, to elaborate more on how these challenges and how these IT needs has been fulfilled with the help of ERPNext, and how they are using it currently. Yeah, over to you, Ghansham.
Yeah, thank you, Kanaya Kales. So, first of all, very good afternoon to everyone. And as this being a session after a lunch, I would make sure that I won't allow you to sleep and keep everyone alive. So I'll be moving here and make sure that you won't get, won't go to sleep. So the major challenge for the implementation of this NGO, as you know, rightly you can see the scale was very huge, that they are spreaded across 40,000 plus villages, having located in 140 districts. There are 67 teams are there, which is working on ground. And the major problem was everything was decentralized. Everything was going on pen and paper. Everything was, working by recording the transaction in a software which is located at a particular place. So for decision making, for the integration of all the information, how and where to rely on, that was the major challenge. So how did team overcome that? First of all, they had their internal discussion. Let me talk you about how Pradhan overwhelmed how they overhauled their entire implementation. In their head office, they had robust discussion about how they will take it forward. They consulted their state heads, called the regional office bearers, and not only that, they consulted the team members who are working on ground. So they started the requirement gathering right from the person who is there on the ground, collated the data, they decided something at regional office, the decision was passed to the state, and finally the head office gave a green signal that how they are going to get this thing done. So what is required for them? The first thing is there should be an integration in the activities which is going between two departments. There should be a harmony between two internal functions which is happening in that organization. Whatever community engagement is happening, there should be a visibility, there should be a transparency on what value they are delivering. And finally, once they are delivering the value, there has to be an evidence. And for that, they chose this ERPNext. And in that ERPNext, particularly, I think everyone is aware of what all modules are there. And that's what they targeted, that the project module, staff hiring in their entire life cycle, budgeting and accounts. These are the critical modules which we addressed. And finally, the day came when the Pradhan team went live with ERPNext. How many of you are aware of the finance book feature in ERPNext? Please raise your hand. Great. ERPNext is having its own standard features which are very solid. With the crystal clear clarity regarding how they work, you can use those core features to address any kind of complexities in the real life. And this was one of a very significant feature of ERPNext, where when they are going to, report their transactions, this is what was going to help them. And we identified it. Not only that, we implemented it in such a way that whoever person, irrespective of his having knowledge or not, the first activity he does is to select this finance book, only then he shall be proceeding with his next activity into the system. Budgeting. This is a complete customization package that we have created for the NGO. Because for any NGO, it is very important to track every single penny which they are getting and every single penny which they are spending. Because just to give you an idea of what were the permutation and combination from where they have received the funds. Is it foreign or domestic? How the money was received? What is the reason? Or what are the details of that person? Everything is, kept on a record. Not only that, in which state they have spent, in which city they have spent, on which project they have spent, for which project they are getting their funding. So entire project life cycle of that funds are taken care of with this budgeting module. Employee self-service, as rightly said by Mr. Kanaya Kale, that there are 1,300 plus employees and everyone decentralized. So how to bring them on board? Thanks to ERPNext, thanks to Frappe for their simple and elegant, the features that even the most, decent person having a literacy can easily adapt to how to use the ESS. So now onwards, instead of sending the request through pen and paper, instead of sending requests through emails, everything is happening on ERPNext. So their entire 1,300 plus employees were onboarded on ERPNext and they are using this ESS very well. So what are the key benefits that they have experienced? As they say that India is a land of lords. Unfortunately, India is also a land of laws. Correct? Do you agree? And particularly for NGOs, this has been now a very, very, very stringent, the applicability that has come from the government, that they have to report every penny which they are getting and every penny that they are sending or spending. So how the ERP helped them? The ERP helped them in automating their entire compliances with regards to taxes which are applicable to them. It gave them a real-time visibility on what is happening at the ground, on the ground, right from receiving the money to spending it. Because person is sitting in New Delhi and he would like to know what is happening in Chhattisgarh. So that's what the visibility has been received by them. Due to this transparent reporting to the headquarters, there is a direct synchronization between the headquarters and the person who is working on the field. The accountability has increased and the speed of execution. See, these are the organization that wants to make an impact. But impact can only be generated when there is a decision making. And decision making can only happen when there is a perfect, true, transparent and complete data, which is what ERPNext is providing. And due to this reason, they are able to do the work which they were doing previously, but in a very cost efficient way. So these are the benefits that they have availed by rolling out ERPNext. And I think I've already discussed all this, means most of the points, that where were the customization done specifically to address their challenges. Just I would like to highlight here the budget, the current standard budgeting tool that we have. It's a very, you can say in a very, very initial stage, what we are currently having. But in the organization like NGOs or in an enterprise organization, we need to have a budget of a very, very, vast areas covering everything, not just OPEX, but CAPEX. So we created a budgeting tool which not only helps them to prepare budget at the ground level, but to allocate that budget when the transactions are happening. And not just that, when they are actually getting utilized, a trigger should happen or the record should happen in the system. So just to give you a reference that what we have created, like that accounting ledger, in the same way, there is a budgeting ledger which we have created, which starts with an exercise that what is the budget, how much is allocated and how much is utilized. So finally, to make an impact, these things are very much necessary, which in collaboration with IndicTrans team, Pradhan, the organization, I think the abbreviation is Professional Assistants for the Development Action. So Pradhan team and IndicTrans team worked hand in hand. There were war rooms which were created, and they rightly were able to leverage the best benefits out of ERPNext, and going ahead, they are making their impact in their organization and achieving whatever they wanted with the ERPNext. That's it from our side. Thank you. Yes, any questions? Yes, sir. So there are 1,350 plus employees, and all of them are onboarded as an ESS user. Apart from that, there will be the core user who will be using the system. So they are also round about 200 plus on a daily basis who are using the system. Any other questions? See, finance book is just a tag on a transaction. So they are having multiple reporting, compliances. So we have very well clearly stated them that if you are doing a transaction which is applicable for a particular compliance, you should tag a finance book. If the tag is there, then at the end of the day, when you will be generating your financial statements, you just simply have to select that tag of the finance book and your statements are ready. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you once.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Kanaya. Thank you, Ghanshyam. It's great to see that ERPNext is being used for the greater good. Now, let's move on to the next talk. You might want to pay attention to this because this is entirely about our ecosystem, about how we are trying to build our ecosystem, how we are trying to grow it, and what all improvements we can make. To present this, I'd like to call someone who is an integral part of Frappe because he wears multiple hats. Whether it's the partner team, whether the audit team, whether the community, whether the product team, he's omnipresent. He knows the ecosystem in and out. So I'd like to call somebody who is the strongest pillar, one of the strongest pillars of Frappe, and even the co-founder, Umair Syed.
Audible? Great, great. Thanks for such a nice introduction, Arushi. But I think you guys have given much better introduction to me. I'm that guy in a video teaching debit and credit to people. That's much better introduction. And now I'm feeling like, was I stupid to stop there? I should have continued that. What am I doing here? But yeah, thanks. And what I'm gonna say, you might feel like a deja vu shot
because I've done that in past, the same format. But yeah, there are new learnings, there are new initiatives, and there are new problems, challenges which we're going to talk about. So let's get started right away. My favorite slide. Products is everything. We are here for products. We have seen amazing product being developed by one single engineer. But when it comes to customer, it's other way around. Customers do look at product, but at the same time, they also look at the ecosystem. And what we mean by ecosystem is multiple things. Of course, product is at the center of it. If we don't have product, nothing else makes sense. But to take product to the customers, we need partners to do last mile deliveries. And for the success of both product and partners, we need to do marketing. And we are into services business. We know how important learning, knowing product, knowing customer, knowing business processes are, right? So we have to have a model wherein we keep training and learning. So this, in my opinion, makes a ecosystem, and we'll scale ourselves, we'll rate ourselves as to where are we doing good, where are we doing bad. And we'll do that by covering what we did in the last year. So in the last year, right after the Frappeverse, we went to GITEX. I think Priyanka has shared it, so I won't emphasize much on the thing. In the GITEX, there were two kind of people who basically would come and meet us. 50% of them already knew Frappe and ERPNext. And the reason they would come is basically like, just thank that, oh, we have built an entire company based on your platform. We have 30 customers, 50 customers, right? So they knew the product already. They knew the ecosystem already. And then there were skeptics, because we had 100% free and open source written there, and oh, there's something fishy, it's not possible. And how do you make money was the immediate question, what's the catch is all they wanted to know. So the learning from there is basically Frappe products is our marketing. I think there's been several discussion as to when we will do marketing. We have so many products, we're building so many products, when we'll do marketing. My learning at least was that our product itself is our marketing, because it is free and open source. You don't have to basically do the traditional product marketing like the people do. But the partners come back and they're like, no, we don't understand. Frappe guys don't understand that billboards and everything is necessary. We do understand, we are not discounting that, and we even tried it, right? We did some interesting hoarding campaign and billboard campaign at very interesting time. We had our own learnings from that. So, but I would still argue that, okay, product is our marketing. We can't basically compete with the traditional ecosystem. And then happened the KSA conference. We went to Saudi, I think this was the first very, very localized conference where all talks was in Arabic. It was all going over my head. Hardly understood anything, but energy was great. And the takeaway was the FOSS policy. If you have to basically nail the market, nail the big guys who make the rules, right? And that's what these guys did. They went to policy makers, and they basically showed the power of FOSS and open source and the product also. And now the government of Saudi sponsors implementation of ERPNext. Just think about it, right? So yeah, and that was even before we stepped in and we started marketing. There were 600 plus NGOs on ERPNext. There were 800 plus factories implementing ERPNext under their program of future factories, right? And it was because of community, you guys, by the way. One of you guys actually went there and made it happen. So that's the power of FOSS policy. That's how you guys can also, go out and influence the policymakers. Then we went to Kenya, and we also went to Indonesia and Philippines. I wanted to explore that market. And before coming to the point, so much familiarity which I experienced in these two markets, like we have traffic rules, and we are breaking all those rules all those times. So similar thing was there also, right? Breaking traffic rules all the time, so much familiarity. But what actually thing which we really did there in both these conferences is, before doing an event, we ensured we had compliances. For Kenya, for Uganda, for different African region, and even in Indonesia, we ensured that we had the compliance app ready. And why it is important is because it gives you a common marketing channel. When it comes to ERP, one business owner might have a requirement of accounting application, someone has problem of ordering management, someone has problem in manufacturing. But compliance is static. Everyone needs standard accounting compliance. And now all the government is actually going into the direction of invoicing. Right, so it's a great opportunity if you are into international market or serving into international market. just see if you have the compliance app available. If not, then it's an opportunity for you to make one and own one. And that's how you can also establish your brand. So all this localization application we are talking about was built by the partners. Along with that, yeah, so I think in last year, in total, we have 14 countries localization app, 6 new were added. I'm sorry for the mistake. And I think yesterday Priyanka also mentioned, but we forgot to recognize the contribution and the localization application from Europe. So credits to Rafael. I think he's here. Thanks, yeah, Rafael. So he is the guy who played it very smart. He knew that everyone in Europe is gonna need invoicing, right? So he didn't make it for free. He started a campaign that I'm ready to make it, but yeah, let's crowdsource. And everyone needed it in people crowdsource, and that's how he basically made it and open source it. So smart way. And I think yesterday Rishabh mentioned that world is unraveling. So there are countries where there are currency problem. It's destabilized. People need dollar, but they don't have dollar because of the demand. So we basically allowed partner to make payment gateway integration. Navari made M-Pesa integration. Accenture guys made PayMob integration for payment gateway along with the backend. So we have made that payment localization is one thing which we worked on. So overall, if you look at, the coverage is on the product side. We are building localization. There are partners who are building localization. There are partners with whom we are doing expos and events. And both this thing is leading to some marketing, right? One thing which we are missing is clearly training, right? We are not training as much as we should. And on the other side, when we do partner meetups, right? This is an image from our partner meetup in our office on Wednesday. And one of the point which most of the partner highlighted is basically they have this problem of talent capacity. They have project, they have business, they have capability, they can deliver, right? But they don't have people, trained people who can basically deliver. I would like to ask people here, how many people, how many partners face this problem here? The talent problem. You have project, but so quite a few hands, right? So what should be the problem? We are the people who are doing business, right? It's our responsibility to develop, nurture talent also, but there is some gap which we need to fill. And that's where Frappe School comes into picture, wherein we have host of applications, we have host of, courses, recorded courses available. One milestone is we reached 60,000 users on Frappe School very recently. I think, credit goes to Saili, Jannat, who worked towards it most. Baswaraj, I would like to mention him. He was the one who started the Frappe School. So, and this is probably the biggest user base we have in the entire ecosystem, keep considering Forum and Frappe Cloud and everything. The biggest platform wherein we have most of the users. And now I would like to come to basically story of a Satya Nadella as to why learning is important, right? So before Satya Nadella, Microsoft was being driven by Steve Ballmer, right? That developer guy, right? So and there was lots of problem with Microsoft. They were not growing. They stagnated. They had bad acquisitions, which they did, right? In fact, there's this quote from Steve Ballmer that Linux is virus. Right? That's how basically he considered open source. But Satya Nadella changed it. Firstly, he basically brought in this culture of learn it all. Don't be know it all, but learn it all, which is very, very important in the transition of entire such a huge organization like Microsoft. And he embraced open source. They go ahead and acquired GitHub itself. They changed, transition from product company to platform company with Azure, right? And most of it was based on Linux. And along with that, basically, they also, upgraded lots of their training content. They invested into their training ecosystem. And all of this together helped in turnaround of Microsoft the way it is, right? They're very, very different company as compared to the time of Steve Ballmer. So that's how important a learning ecosystem can play a role in the overall success of ecosystem. So on Frappe School, some stats, quick stats. This year we made 4 new courses. We have 5 upcoming courses, and in total we have 35 courses on Frappe School. We have conducted 48 training batches. These are cohorts, right? Some of it happens in person, like just before the conference, we had one in-person batch in our office, and most of it is, other batches are online. And we have issued 264 certifications in total. And this is very, very underrated feature of Frappe School. We have we have helped 400 people get jobs through Frappe School. And there were, considering all the jobs which are posted on Frappe School, 6,000 applications were made. Right? So if your platform, if your content is helping people find job and helping employers, find people, that really completes the loop. So that's an indication that this ecosystem is scalable and can be scaled further. So this is a team we had couple of days ago, but something happened. There was a surprise. Two of them left, and these are the pillars of Frappe School. Hussain and Dharmesh discontinued with us, and I was like, oh God, who's gonna make courses? Who's gonna conduct evaluation? But luckily then. I would like to mention Chandru here. He came to rescue, and he basically said that he'll do the evaluations. Anything for Frappe. That was his statement, simply. Right? So actually then community came to rescue, is the point I'm trying to make. Right? So clearly we have more demand and less supply, and we need to basically bridge that gap. And here's a clear call for Frappe trainers. We need trainers from community. And it's not that we don't have training capacity. In the community, there are people who are making courses, who are uploading courses and training people, which is great, which should continue. Not that everything should be centralized and should be on Frappe School. That's not the point. That should also continue. But 100% decentralization is also not good. We should have some middle ground. And the point I'm trying to make with the decentralized effort is like just the analogy. If we have water 100 feet below this surface level, and if all of us basically drill holes of somewhere of 50, 30, 40, none of us is going to get water. We'll have to basically drill one hole of 100 feet, and everyone will get water. So we'll have to basically do some collaboration on this particular thing to make it happen. And why would you do it? I mean, it's simple. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? The question. So at Frappe School, we are making $85,000 per year. We are ready to give away 80% of it to trainers. We only keep 20% as a platform fee. So that's a clear incentive for the trainers. And very soon we are going to come up with trainer listing also. And again, if you want to basically don't conduct batches with Frappe School, you can still train people. But what actually customers expect is to work with the certified people, right? Even in your company, you want someone else to validate if this person is knowledgeable or not knowledgeable. And your customer also is more confident. In fact, you can probably charge premium to your customer saying that, okay, no, we'll only provide certified candidates, right? So this way, you can actually get into a new line of business probably called resource segmenters. Resource augmentation is one big area of revenue stream, I would say, where partners can actually think about getting, but quality is something which we'll have to focus on, and that can be done through certification. So you guys can train, and we guys can certify, and we can actually, of course, give you commissions on the certifications also. So I would like to call out two companies here, The Commit Company, Nikhil Kothari, and of course, Build with Hussain, our very own, who has been consistently delivering batches through Frappe School and helping people get certified, making amazing content. So yeah, they very much deserve it. And these will be the two partners who will get listing on Frappe School whenever we start. So if you are interested, if you want to get train people, conduct courses on Frappe School, help people get certified, this is the link. You can fill up that form, and we'll be happy to further guide you. Now, okay, so we have a revolutionist, just using a quote from one of the revolutionaries from India. Education is something we have spoken about. Let's keep agitation aside for a minute, but organize. So the problem is also like all these things are good, right? We should do localization, we should do trainings, we should do, but at the same time, we also have to ensure our paychecks are delivered. That's our core business problem. Then that can't be discounted. So we, in my opinion, we need actually a model. So currently we are again completely decentralized. There is Frappe, there is developers, there is partner. And we often discover that there are 2 partners or 3 partners who are actually building same localization application, right? But not collaborating. There are people who are conducting trainings, but not, let's say, sharing with others. So there are lots of collaboration opportunity which we are missing out because we don't have any structure in the community. If Frappe gets involved and provide some incentive or drive thing, it happens. But without Frappe, everyone is basically going into their own direction. So my proposal is basically we need to bring in some sanity, some structure into the community also, right? So that when we do things, there is a structure, there is a body to whom basically each partner can align to from the community and think about these initiatives. So I think that's it from me. I'm right on time. Cool. I think we have time for Q&A or no? Okay. It was too bad or too good, either, if there are no questions. Meena want to say something. Meena want to take the stage itself? Oh. Yeah.
Hello? Regarding your last slide of organizing.
Yeah.
And the need of, or the vision of Frappe to organize the community. How much Frappe is willing to put into this in terms of US dollars?
In terms of US dollars. Okay. That question would have been better asked in the partner meetup. We didn't ask it the others. But we have a democracy. So we'll have to then put a nice proposal on game plan, the product which you see, and then we'll have to basically come up with the initiative, how much budget you would need. And based on that, then we'll have to come up with a number. So, but what we have done when it comes to, let's say, specific organizations, specific initiatives I'll talk about, when partners have taken initiative to do an exhibition, we have pitched in. We have, in events, we have also pitched in. So these are the initiatives wherein we have done in collaboration with partners. And I think training also, we have this model which through which we have basically incentivized partners and collaborated with them multiple times.
How much in US dollars?
That will make it, answering that will make me a dictator.
Let's
and we are democracy.
Let's take this, but this is a commitment from you guys to pay US dollars.
We have been. The answer which I gave is basically we have been and collaborating with partners.
This is recorded, right?
Yeah. Cool. I think let's move to next talk. Thanks very much.
Sorry, one last question.
Oh, we have question?
I'm here.
Yeah.
No, well, I think you meant when speaking about training and certification, you said that one way to get quality is certification.
Yes.
But I'm trying to ask, is there anything else? Because you mentioned there's one way is that what else is there, which is we can expect if it's coming from your Frappe school or elsewhere. So is there something else apart from the certification?
So we want to basically get better at courses. I think we have received quite a few feedback that actually the quality of courses which we had in the past was definitely better. That's one thing which we'll need to basically go back or not really upgrade, but make a better quality of courses is one thing, and collaborate more with partners. What more thing? I think we'll have to basically give a little bit more prominence to jobs, help people get jobs. So one thing which we have recently initiated, currently the certification which we have is really like a bit demanding. You have to be really experienced on the functional side, on the business process side, and that really made newcomer kind of challenging to get certified. We have initiated a new certification called Associate ERPNext Associate Certification, which actually covers the surface area and some of the functionalities like data import, role and permission, which actually makes the consultant productive in much lesser time. Right, so that's a very new initiative taken by Frappe School, and I think we got nice traction. That batch was oversold, so it will help newcomers in the community adapt to the ecosystem faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Umair. Let's have one more round of applause for Umair as well as the community as well. The ecosystem is something that keeps us going. Okay, so moving on to the next talk. Before that, I just have a quick question for you. does it ever happen to you that you start working on something, maybe this will be more relevant for developers, but you start working on something thinking that it's going to be a quick and easy task, but then it becomes like a never-ending project, right? Yeah, I see some yeses and some nods as well. But then you keep going, and then you see light at the end of the tunnel, and then once you finally achieve what you wanted to, then you are so happy. So the next talk is on the similar lines. What started as a 30-day sprint turned into a 9 months long project, but the outcome was good. The team ended up making Amazon e-seller app, which seamlessly integrates with ERPNext. It syncs your orders, it syncs your inventory, and it syncs your invoices as well. And the team is also going to talk about their journey working with the customer and how they implement it. So please welcome on stage the team of Ifyon, Jamshed, and Muhammad Sinan.
Hi all, how are you? So good afternoon everyone. I know like everybody had lunch and it's a time of like we are having some rest. Don't worry, keep on doing what you're doing because I'm not going to introduce a $1 million project or some concept that is going to change the entire world, nothing like that. We are having a small experience like we are trying to implement a product in a month, and what happened, I will tell that later. Before that, let me introduce our team. Ifyon, like we are like we will say Ifyon for everything for everyone. The very next moment, you people will like think like what these people are talking about, everything for everyone, how it is possible, or like it's an utopian thinking, like everything for everyone. But again, I like maths very much, so I would like to introduce a small equation in front of you people, like integral 0 to all and something for someone dx. So those who know the maths, please solve yourself. It might help for our life. It will end with everything for everyone. That is about Ifyon. And here, myself Jamshed, and with me Sinan. And yes, we Ifyon is a small family of 20 plus people who works for a common goal. That is called Ifyon. And we believe in the power of open source and the community, like for what we are here. And about the project. The plan was simple. Client come to us, and the requirement also so simple. Think like they are a Amazon e-seller. They are having multiple varieties of product, and they want to. The main difficulty for them is like every week they are getting some Excel sheet of their sales, everything. So multiple lines are there, or maybe for an Excel sheet or for a week they have to work another 2 weeks to process the data and get the things sorted out for their accounting purpose and all. So they want to happen all the things like in a software without any hassle, like let's say automated. So they come to us. So it's fine. We told it's so easy. It's not a big stuff. So we'll tell. We'll let us know the timings and all. And I went for my team. So the team is telling like, fine. All the API are readily available. ERPNext is so powerful, and I'm so confident with my team because the development team are so good. Starting from Jamshed, Sherin, Sinan, all are there. So no worry about the team. And when I look into the implementation side, Muhammad, Jumana, again, another powerful team. So no need to worry. But the thing, what could go wrong? Everything will be fine. So it is simple. Fetch orders We'll check whether it is a new one or a updated one. So as simple as it is. So it is not required to like explain all these stories. So it's a 30-day dream, API integration. Plus they need standard functionalities of ERPNext. Everything is fine. But the story, the film is not that much simple. The story starts to begin from here, how it ended up with. So I would introduce Sinan to say the rest of the story, please.
Hello. So I kind of prepared this whole slide and everything for the second core because that was where the original talk was, where I could be a bit more closer with people. This is a bit lot different. I can't even see the people that are staying there, but I'll kind of try to manage. Okay. So if I'm trying to kind of classify all the issues, so I had to classify all the issues that we faced during the implementation process that we had with Amazon SP APIs. And so I kind of split them into like 3-4 parts. One of the main ones we faced were the order handling issues. So it's the first thing that we have to do anything anyway. There is already an Amazon SP API integration called e-commerce integrations with the Frappe app itself. And we kind of checked it out. There were like a bit was done, the order creation was done and everything. But what we needed was we needed to generate invoices and have the ledgers marked from it. So we took inspiration from the e-commerce integration app and we started building on it. We used all the available API servers from the Amazon SP API and set up everything. And the problem was neither us nor the people who came to us with the requirements did not know what to expect, what orders would come in. I mean, there was a lot of different types of orders that would come in, whether it was like cancellation, partial cancellation, a lot of types. And we just had to expect the unexpected and go into it kind of in a ready to handle anything. And that was a unique experience that we had because we had no specific set requirements or anything. And this was just the insertion process. And now the updates thing, we didn't know when to commit the orders. The orders came in and the orders are updated. And now we have to update the orders up at some point and we have to convert them into invoice. And we still don't, so we had to spend time testing it to figure out when to convert these into invoices. And yeah, all of that took a bit more time than we expected. The time zone thing was, we started syncing a lot of orders and we kind of realized that there were a chunk of orders missing for every day, like specific chunk of time. And we realized that it was from specifically from 12 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. And then we kind of started and thought about what the hell was going on. And we realized that it was because of a time zone issue where we were providing the APIs with the Indian Standard Time. And the Amazon was responding with the data that was in the UTC Standard Time. And those data was just missing when we hit the APIs to fetch the data. And that's basically about the order handling. And next, when we went to the thing with the ERPNext is when we have the sales orders, we can just submit them and we get the invoices without any issue. We have all the taxes and charges in the sales orders. Invoices will also have them, and we don't need to align anything extra to them. We just need to, if we need to update the stock with the invoices, we just need to check on update stock, and paka ho gaya. Invoices are generated and all the ledgers are coming from it. Now what we need to use, integrate the payments basically, and find then the ledgers will become equal, and like the project is almost now done. But we realized that when we tried to integrate take the payment data from the APIs that we got, it was not lining up with what we needed. So because of the experience that we had already, we decided that no, we are not going to try too much on it. We're just going to take the payment files that I had all the data kind of clearly in columns that we could import easily. But no, it was still difficult to do that. We had to design, basically it became a project by itself, a mini project by itself, where we had to design a tool where we had to handle each and every payment cases that happened, whether it is 10 paise, 20 paise, whatever happened. We had to integrate it because each and every paise is important in a system. And yeah, again, this part that we thought would have been the easiest part became its own thing as well. And yeah, similar to orders and whatever we did before, payments had its own similar surprises as well. Now, the project should have ended here because we already synced the orders, we have generated invoices, the ledger entries came in, we have generated the payments, and everything should have gone to a zero. But no, one day when we were kind of checking the ledgers, we realized that some ledgers were just missing for some orders. There were no accounting entries, or there were no stock entries. We had no idea what to do because no, it must have been something that we did because Frappe and ERPNext is not going to do, not generate the ledgers if there is no issues. And we had to dig through our own things and figure out what the hell was going on again. But what we ended up with was, yes, it might be a framework issue itself. We talked to people from Frappe or a lot of experts, and they said that no, Frappe can't fail, ERPNext can't fail. The validation must have happened, and you must have done something. You must have done some commits or something so that the orders came through and the ledgers did not get created. But we had no answer still. We do not have an answer still, and that problem is still unsolved. What we did was a workaround so that we could go past it and have the ledgers created. And if the ledgers could not be created because of any validation issue, then we would just skip it and store those in a payload somewhere else. And yeah, this took a long time because again, our whole project was dependent on ERPNext doing its thing, and that's why we committed to it. And when ERPNext was not doing its thing, it became difficult to make the whole thing, what do we say, not break and give them a proper product. A lot of time went into it, and yeah, a lot of invisible issues came up. And yeah, the servers gave up its kind of lightning striking a dead man, basically. It's not unrelated to the product, but with all the testing and things we were doing, the servers gave up as well, so we could not do anything much about it. And this is not really a time-consuming issue, but it added up onto all the issues that we were having in the lifetime of this project. Amazon stock is kind of handles in a way where when orders come in, they deduct the stock at the moment of the order placement instead of where in ERPNext where the stock is deducted at invoice generation. That was just a different thing that we had to basically implement. And the second one is a really funny thing where we named it ghost orders, where orders from like 4, 5, 6 years back got updated for God knows what reason, but we still had to handle it because it is part of the integrity of the product that we are going to give. If anything came from Amazon, we are going to display it in the system. So we had to find stock that was not there, store that the stock is not there, this is a ghost stock, and this order is going to be handled in a way we had to design a whole system for that. And the Amazon's compliance is basically, it's a good thing, of course. Amazon's APIs are really tight, and even getting an account for the Amazon SP API is really difficult. We have to adhere to a lot of rules and everything. And that was a fun experience as well. Yeah, this is pretty much what we ended up with. This is still an extract of what is actually going on, but it kind of gives you an idea how the project evolved over time and what we ended up with. Yeah, pretty much what we learned was, as a developer, basically I learned was not to sit through a project without knowing what I was building without any specific requirements. No assumptions, never assume, nothing assumed. I always need specific lines of what I need to do or against what needs to be done. And yeah, powerful tools. ERPNext is a powerful tool, Frappe is a powerful tool, it's a kitchen. And I live by it. I will die on the hill that Frappe is the best Frappe is the best framework, and ERPNext is the best ERP that humans have built these days. But it still have its, but they won't solve all the problems. You have to account for the issues that might come up and everything. Yeah, after this 9-month journey, we have learned that failures will, of course, give you a lot more lessons. And 9 months later, we are a lot tougher, a lot smarter, and ready for more. And that's pretty much it. Please. Yeah.
You hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So we have over 10 different e-commerce channels in India now. So companies like Unicom and EasyCom combine these channels and have like one platform where you can access all the other platforms, right, together. So just with Amazon, like how does a distributor or a brand partner work with so many different e-com platforms? Do you have any plan to combine the others as well?
Of course, yes. We actually handled the Flipkart with this as well. It's pretty much, it's a lot more easier. But Amazon was a unique case where we went through a lot of hurdles. And we do have plans to add more to it. The whole project is open and we are planning to add whatever we can to it, yes. The thing is, all of these compliances are different and we have to account for it. What do you say?
Any possibility for you to combine with Unicom or EasyCom? Because they already have done it, so I don't know if that helps.
We will explore it. We do not have plans for it right now, but yeah, sure.
Hi. Hi. Two questions. First is what he asked. I want to follow up on that. So how difficult was it to get Amazon's APIs?
It took us, you can,
yeah, again, like first 2 times, we were trying like full access to that, but Amazon brutally rejected both the times. Again, the third time, we requested for the restricted access, then only they gave. Still, we are working on like to get the full access on the same. Yeah. I think many people have the same issue, I think.
Exactly, that's what I asked.
We have to basically convince them that we are good enough to handle their data. Otherwise, they won't give it to you. Because they'll just ask for a lot of info, and if they think that this guy won't be able to do this, that we won't get it.
It's very subjective that way.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So the other question was, how much did you charge the client? Was it for 30 days or was it for 9 months?
No. Like, how it is possible? Like, when we committed something, we should do that without asking a single penny more. We are committed. Like,
that's good.
Simple as it is. Like, even if like 4 times, 5 times effort, we are doing the same. But we should keep our words as simple as it is.
So did you count for all of these additionals, or did you just give one shot and then the project went on like 9 months?
No, like for internal purpose and our debates, we'll count all those things.
Okay.
Of course, we should account it because from that only we can like improve. As simple as it is.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for asking.
No.
Apart from the invoices, Amazon also transfers stock from one FBA to other internally.
Okay, yes.
So is this also covered in your module?
What do you mean by transferring?
See, for example, if my stock is in Bangalore depot and a need is from Hyderabad depot,
yes.
Amazon will transfer internal stock from Bangalore to Hyderabad.
We do handle them.
That won't be through a sale order or an invoice.
Yeah. So the way they expose those information is actually as orders itself, but they have unique IDs. I think I don't remember the exact thing, but we had to learn this the hard way. No, like again, nobody had any idea what these orders were. There's like bundles of 50, 60, 70 items coming as a single order. It's still an order, but it has a unique ID. So we kind of at the end figured out that this is the thing. They are releasing stock from this place to this place, and it did have all the info that we need. It is different from a normal order, so we kind of captured that and had to handle that separately.
But then how did you handle the stock? Like it went from one depot to other depot?
Yes.
So are we maintaining that depot-wise in our...
Yes, we have. That's what I meant by the warehouse system actually. They will release the stock and they will have the information of from where the stock is going, and I think they call it...
At the time, Amazon rejected our request, so that on the third time we applied for the limited access. And on the limited access, they were not providing any stock-related APIs. So what we suggested to them is there will be two kind of sales. One is Amazon fulfillment and one is merchant fulfillment. So we have two warehouses, and in each item we have two separate warehouse kind of item code and all. So while they were transferring one item to, for example, from the central warehouse, if they were transferring to the Bangalore warehouse, they will do a stock entry manually. Whenever they were putting an entry over the Amazon console, at the same time they will put a stock entry over ERP also, so that the warehouse will get tallied.
Okay.
I hope it's clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. From many places, we are getting timeout signals. So thank you, audience. Thanks.
Thank you so much, F1 team. Sounds like this was probably the most interesting talk because a lot of questions came from the audience, which was not happening for most of the talks. Good. If you have more questions, you will, I'm sure you will find them around. Please directly reach out to them. Okay, so moving on to the next talk. First, I have a question. Anyone from the export-import industry? No. Okay, I see one. Or has anyone worked on export-import implementation or anything? Okay, I see a few hands. How did the documentation all work out for you? I can see from the sarcastic smile that it did not really go well. Yeah, exactly. So as he mentioned, right, export-import businesses doing documentation for export-import businesses, it's very tough. There are a lot of things. And if you don't have a proper system, then it will be a nightmare. Like the businesses think that, why did I get into this? And the implementation partner will think that, okay, what did I get into, right? Both have similar problems. And also, just to name a few things, there is a long list. I had to make notes of it. There is duty claims, letter of credits, documentation, compliance, forward contracts, and the list just goes on and on and on, right? It's a never-ending list. So to address to that, someone has built an export-import module on top of ERPNext. They are one of our partners, so I'll not give any further spoilers. Please welcome on stage the founder of FinBiz Tech, Mukesh Varyani. Please give a round of applause.
Hi, I'm Mukesh from FinBiz Tech. So before getting into ERPNext, I was a banker working in treasury, helping exporters and importers in their finance and forex transactions. After 8 years of successful career in banking and finance, I realized my true interest lies in the IT side. And I applied a lot of jobs actually. But a formal banker like me always seems like a misfit to a more casual IT industry, so they declined. The eventual result was I had to start my own company to pursue my interest. That's how FinBiz was born. Today, after 10 years, we have 30+ experts working in various applications. We provide solutions over 12 different countries, and we have built 150+ different applications. Our core services are all in ERPNext, implementation, support, resource augmentation, and recently we started a lot of things working on AI side, like a lot of you might be exploring. We are also exploring this space very closely to implement a lot of solutions in ERP. So today we will talk about the EXIM modules. So what happens with all of us, whenever we start our journey into any new thing, we approach the people whom we know. So I also did the same thing. I approached the people I knew. Unfortunately or fortunately, I knew only exporters and importers. That's where the problem started. So I shown this particular solution to a lot of known people, and they turned out to be exporters, and they like the solution. It solves a lot of problems, CRM, manufacturing, accounting, everything is superbly fine. And they were pleased with the solution. But then they said, well, this is all good, but it can't even build my first stage, which is the performa invoice. I can't even create a performa invoice of export because it doesn't even have the basic fields which I need in this solution. So it's like having a Ferrari, but not having even the steering wheel of it. so we had to build one. Even in the demo, we added certain fields, and these fields allowed him to generate the performer invoice. So we added the print format, and eventual outcome was he was able to see what he wanted to see, which was the performer invoice. So we convinced him, and we felt happy. We converted the client, and that's how the other things started. Now it was never-ending list of things which we had to do to make this particular implementation work, like any other implementation. So these are all the things we accomplish to make sure that the implementation goes successful. This is all apart from all the pain which we go through for the manufacturing and other things. So this is purely on the export side which we basically solve. So first thing, the execution gaps. Anybody is aware about how letter of credit or contract terms in the exports? No? Oh, yeah, few guys are there. Okay, great. So these export terms are like larger than Indian wedding invitations also. You actually have a lot of instructions, lot of details, what are to be complied, and somebody has to read it and remember it for 2 or 3 months till the time export contract gets executed. So this is where the problem comes in. And the person who is reading, there are 2 main things which he is supposed to capture. So first is the documents required and the specifics which are to be mentioned in each documents. So negotiations of any documents in the export-import business deals with the documents, not with the goods. Whatever you are basically sending out is not important. What you have mentioned in the document is the only thing which will be checked for making the payment cleared for your exports. So somebody who is reading, the problem was to note down. So we created a checklist kind of a thing where he can write down letter of credit number and other details in the system. And these details will also include the documents which are required. And each document has to mention certain things. Let's say the shipment should not be from Iranian flag or anything. Those things have to be also captured into this particular form. Now, when the invoice is made, it is shown as a list to the other person as a checklist to verify that this is not making, these things which are in the contract are being followed at the time of invoicing. So you're making a person responsible for making sure that the responsibility lies with him to check this, and he checks this checkbox. And this made the errors go down for them and penalties reduce. So contract was done. Now the next part is, according to the contract, you have to make a lot of documents. The document list was also done. Now how do you create the documents from the system? And for each shipment, you have to create these many documents. These are just few, but in certain cases, they are going even beyond that. And all those documents should be generated. So earlier to ERPNext, what they had to do was they were copy pasting the details of the invoice into multiple Word files and the Excel files to make these documents out of that. We stopped that copy paste Olympiad games by introducing ERPNext, where they add all these things into single place, which is an exam where you fill out all the details. It also structures your data like container number, your agents details, your marks and numbers, and all the things are basically getting into the structured data, which can also generate various reports. Not only that, it also generates all the print formats which you needed out of any system. So these print formats are, certain things are pretty standard, can be used by anybody, and like custom and commercial invoice is something which you can mold in like any other ERPNext solution to match with the customer's requirement. So in India, exports and imports also get benefits from the government as a road tax and duty drawback. Earlier, before this implementation, they used to forget claiming this. It's like leaving the dessert on the table while making the export. So you are not going to get those benefits if you don't claim it. So what we introduced was define these rates into the item itself, how much road tax or duty drawback benefit is available for that specific item. when you are making the export invoice, system will remember that and it will capture the total amount of receivable against this export and drawback and road tip claim. And JV is marked as receivable from the invoice itself. So what will happen is your receivable is booked and you will not be forgetting it. We also created documents to make these claims. So road tip claim, whenever you are making, it is also going to remember for which invoices you have made the claim, which invoices are pending. So accordingly, you can create the output. Wherever it is missing out, you can basically put this particular claim into these things. So you made your export, you created the export documents, and eventually now the final output is expected is you will be receiving the payments. But receiving the payment in export takes a lot of months. Sometimes it takes 90 days, even 180 days. And till that time, you have the exposure risk. So currency can fluctuate. The currency rates are not stable. They will keep fluctuating and you want to hedge this risk. Generally, they would prefer some forward contract with the bank or a future contract to hedge the currency risk. So how forward contract works is basically they locked in your exports at particular rate, and that rate is the rate which will be getting money converted whenever you receive your receivables. So payment entry, that particular forward contract has to be utilized. So whatever the amount you have booked, that has to be reduced by the amount for which you have received the payment. Wherever you have not received the payment is something you will be cancelling the forward contract. So forward contract, you can enter into the ERPNext, all the details, the rate of booking and everything. This also creates another audit trail for you. Whenever somebody booked a forward contract, what was the market rate and what was the rate at which he booked, so that you can compare it both. So we can also fetch the live rates for this forward contract if it is required. So there are a lot of APIs which provide these live rates, which can also be useful for the exporters or importers of decent size. These forward contracts will be then used at the time of payment entry. So whenever export payment is received, this particular table will open up where you can use one or more forward contracts, and average rate will be used as a conversion rate of that particular export shipment. And payment, this average rate will define how much gain and loss you will be booking out of that particular consignment. So we now received the payment for the export, and let's say you also had an import along with it. So now you don't want to pay the duties on the imports because government allows you to import without paying the duties when you are doing the exports. And this happens in India, where this is also again something which is very specific to Indian context, where advanced authorization licenses are issued, and against these licenses they can declare this is the amount of export I am going to do against this particular license, and this is the amount I will be importing against this license of these items. So this is something they used to manage into the Excel files. The challenge was sometimes their team will overutilize any license. If they overutilize the license on the export side, they let go the duty drawback and road tip benefits, so it's kind of a loss-making deal, and if they utilize less, then penalties will be imposed on them. So it has to be utilized exactly. How do you make sure that it utilizes exactly? And this utilization also changes the documents which we are creating at the time of export. So how do you manage these both things? You manage these both things by introducing advanced authorizations in the system, and you select that license at the time of export and import so that license gets consumed within the system. So right now there is no import over there. If purchase selects this particular license number, automatically the import is updated into the system against that particular row of advanced authorization license. Same way on the export also, they can select this particular license, and that license will be utilized for the export, and that will also come against the declaration which we have given earlier. And system stops you from overutilizing it. So anytime you are trying to overutilize it, system will say, no, you can't utilize more than that because this is the maximum amount which is available against this license. So you save yourself from the penalties in that way. So what we covered is the whole cycle of export and import. First, we created the pro forma invoice. Then we got the contract from the customer, which was also entered in the system. Against that, we created the export documents, which follows the contract terms. The export benefits were ensured that we receive, before which they were missed out. Now they are not getting missed. Forward contract ensured that currency is hedged and you can manage your risk through the system only. And advanced authorization license, if you are using, if you have import as well, then that also matches with your exit declaration and you don't face any penalties over there. So this is the overall EXIM module which we have developed. There are certain more features which are also there, like BRC management and import related documents management. So those things are also in the part of the EXIM which we have developed. These all apps are available to download. I mean, we have also segregated these apps given the fact certain things do not apply overseas. We have created forward contract and some other documents separately as well. So if you want to have the app separately, you can also do that. And if you want to have the whole app and explore it, that is also available in the first place, which is the GitHub link. So I'm open for questions if you have any, and brochure is also available if you want to see the products. Yeah, please.
Thank you for this presentation. I want to ask you, Mukesh, did you ever try to enhance on this system to make it like a trade finance system? Since you are covering all the parties and you are doing a lot and you have a good background as a banker.
Correct.
So I think you have most of the trade finance functions. It's already mentioned in your application.
Yes. So in what point of view you want to see the trade finance? So on the point of view of exporters, it is definitely there. But if I change the perspective of the person, let's say a banker, then that particular feature is yet not there, given the fact they have to manage multiple exporters and importers and their documents. If we have to build, is it possible? 110% it is possible, but as of now, this app's perspective is the exporter who is using it rather than the finance banks and all.
But I think you need, the same function,
yeah,
the same
exactly
core
same
function.
Exactly
the only
same
thing that you need to add just multi-customers.
Yeah, exactly same functions, absolutely right.
And you didn't offer it to any banks?
Unfortunately not. We can definitely try together if you wish to.
I wish. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so if you have still any questions which you are not able to ask here, I'm also available on booth 13 on the other hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really insightful and informative talk. Coming up next, we have somebody who has worked with the government of Kerala, to bring over 4,500 acres of land into productive use. To bring it all together, they built a system on Frappe framework and React that makes life easier for government officials and farmers. To present this ambitious project, I'd like to call on stage Sayant and Mohsin from Infone Technologies. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening all. I am Mohsin MT from Infone Technologies, and this is Sayant NS, CEO of Infone Technologies. We are from Kerala. It's such a honor to be here at Frappe 25. standing in front of this community feels today. I'm sharing our journey and how it's connected to Navodhan and one of the Kerala's largest agriculture transformation project. Before I get into the project, let me go through our story. Why ERPNext and has been the center of our growth. And into our story, we started from a startup called Runpay Financial Technologies. We invested heavily in development and we tried to build a full-fledged property management solution as bringing an integrated platform over connecting the landlord, tenants, and looking for a property. But soon the reality hit. Accounting, reporting, scaling, it was incredibly difficult to scale up, and the challenge forced us to stop and we searched for a better solution. That's when we discovered ERPNext. It was in early 2023. We self-learned and the stack and attended the Frappeverse in 2023. And honestly, we are hooked, and the openness of this ecosystem and the strength of this community gave us a confidence to move on. Enough confidence to pivot to a full-fledged ERP system. And today the things are different. We have just completed 25 plus projects in last 2 years, and 3 of them were Kerala government project. And one of these is in a World Bank initiated project called KERA. It's an ongoing project. We built a strong ERP team in-house, and we are serving clients in Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. We have also the local presence in Saudi Arabia. In ERPNext, we currently focused on logistics, HR, and trading. And comparing with the customized projects, ERPNext projects can kept in the on timeline, and the effort will be less than 70%. But none of this will not be possible without our team. And today we have a team of 22 strong members as developing managers and supporting staff, all working under a vision to build and optimize the business solutions. One of our projects was most proud for us is Navodhan. It means new agricultural wealth opportunities driving horticulture and agri-business networking. This project is led by Department of Agriculture, Government of Kerala. The goal is big, to turn 1 lakh plus hectares of unused land into productive farmlands. It's the large agricultural transformation project in Kerala and one of the biggest project in South India. With that, I will hand over to Science, who will talk about the tech side and impact and what is next. Over to Science.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Musin. So, Navodhan means creating new wealth opportunity to farmers, and it's led by Government of Kerala, powered by Frappe. So how does Navodhan actually works? From landowners to investors, everyone connect in a single platform. Landowner who owns the land, farmers and FPOs. FPO means farmer producer organizations, who convert this fallow land into agricultural land. And government organizing, coordinating and monitoring everything. Investors who support the farmers financially. This platform connects all of them in one digital system. So basically, it starts from an EOI. EOI means expression of interest, then the RFP, then it will be matchmaking, SLA, and cultivation monitoring. There are basically 2 types of EOIs, the farmer side as well as the landowner side. In farmer EOIs, the farmer submits basic details such as his profession, basic idea, goals, and his what is the plan to do this with his land. And once his profile is verified, his profile will be approved and it will be eligible for the RFP process. So first step is RFP, then once verified, he will be eligible, first step is EOI, once verified, he will be eligible for the RFP. And for the landowner side, he needs to submit an EOI. The land details such as how many land he is going to allocate for this project, ownership details, and almost every land details regarding the topography and everything. After verification, the land will be added to the land inventory management system, which is a special system designed to distinguish the lands which is already allocated and the new lands created in the system. And then comes the RFP process. It's a monthly cycle. Farmers log into the RFP dashboard. They pick which land they want to apply for. Even they can select the multiple units as well. Then fill the technical form about their expertise, agriculture expertise, personal information, and everything. And there will be a mark allocation for each of his fields filled. After the technical form, it follows a financial form where financial bidding happens. There he need to select a particular units, 1 or 2 units, select how many years that he is intend to do the farming, and amount that he is willing to pay for each year. And in land inventory, each land is divided into 10-acre units. Basically, a unit is equal to 10 acre, and subunit is equal to a land that below 10, that is means 5 acre or 7, that will be considered as a subunit. And the next step is matchmaking, which is a cycle happens at every end of the month or beginning of the next month. System will take both technical and financial form submitted by the farmers against each unit. So the calculation will be happened against each unit. If the multiple units is bid, each unit will be calculated separately. And the weightage will be 60% will go to the technical side and 40% will go to the financial bidding. So the system will select a winner for each unit. After that, the next step is the SLA, with service level agreement between the farmer and the landowner. That is also coordinated by the government. After the SLA step is basically cultivation monitoring, where the continuous monitoring of the cultivation will be happen. So these are the core modules that we built on the Frappe. First is the EOI platform, where both EOIs are managed. Then the RFP bidding section and matchmaking engine, where marks are calculated and winner selection happens. Then the SLA cycle, where the service level agreement, digital signature, all of these are handled in the SLA cycle. Then cultivation monitoring will be progress. And all of these are supported by the role-based dashboards and admin tools. Here are some screenshot of the RFP dashboard and the farmer views. Farmers will be able to check the details of each land before they submit RFP. So basically, they can click on each land and view the details. Basically, what are the details filled by the landowner. On the tech side, for the front end, we use React.js with MUI to give farmers a clean and simple UI. React gave us full control of the front-end RFP system. Then backend is powered by the Frappe, of course. And we deployed on Frappe Cloud, which saved us countless hours of DevOps and gave us stability from day one onwards. And security, for the government project, security is a must. So we used OTP logins, RBACs, and audit logs, and almost everything was built in Frappe. So this gives us the system reliable and field ready for a government project. Now I will give you a short demo of the video of the overall process. It's a large process. I will just give a short demonstration. This is the phase 1 because the application that I'm showing here is the phase 1. Currently, that is switching to phase 2 with an updated UI and everything. So first step is the EOI. A person can select whether he's a cultivator or landowner. It will direct to separate application forms. He can read the details and everything. He can select the subtype, whether he is an individual farmer or like FPC or something. And he can fill all the details. This is the EOI version 1. After that, the submission will come to the backend of the Frappe framework, where you can see that currently we have around 2,200 plus EOIs, land EOIs, and technical and financial RFPs happen. And it will give us a combined report and everything. This is the backend side of the system. Farmer EOIs. The first it will be in draft mode. After the verification, it will be approved. So after matchmaking, it will generate some reports, who is the winner of each unit. Then we'll move to the front-end RFP section. This is the Navodhan RFP portal built in React. We kept a simplified UI to understand, for easy to use for the farmers. This is showing the land details, the details given by the landowner. After the land details checked by the farmer, he can move to the apply for RFP. These are the fields to be filled by the farmer. So the A mark will be allocated for each field. After the technical proposal, he can save and go to the financial proposal. As a financial proposal, he can choose the number of years that he is looking for. And final declaration and submit. This is the platform that we currently developed and currently in use. So impact transforming agriculture is around, we have 200 plus farmers joined in our system. Currently 1,900 hectares, which is equal to more than 4,000 acres. That is registered in the system as of now. And we are covering all of the district of Kerala, which is 14 districts. And what we focused on the stakeholder first UX design, which is farmer has to understand, and it's a new platform, so it must be easy for the farmers to use. And field level training, and we have conducted countless workshops and trainings for both the FPOs, landowners, and for the government officials as well. So we have collaboration, we have regular reviews with the Department of Agriculture and everything. So what's next? We have to focus on the buyer marketplace integration. It's around by end of this year, we are focusing on the buyer marketplace. Like these agri producers generated by these farmers need to get a proper market and fair price. So for that, we need to focus on bringing more buyers to the platform around it. So our focus is to API outing and everything. And by 2026, we have to create a reward system for the farmers who are like putting effort and doing a good job, like creating better results and everything. And by 2026, our focus is to integrate with the API system, to integrate with both central and state government schemes for the farmers to get maximum benefit from the platform. So this will make the platform a true ecosystem. And why Frappe made this possible? Because our timeline was very strict. We had to launch the EOI platform within just 1 week after the approval. So Frappe made this possible. Luckily, Frappe is field ready. So with the dashboard, security, and everything, we just completed trust to the backend platform, and the outputs and everything that was completely reliable. We can simply generate the Excel output and PDFs and everything. And with the Frappe Cloud, we could focus on features instead of servers. So for us, Frappe means build fast, build reliably, and build for the field. And we are proud of what we built, but more importantly, we are thankful. Thank you to the Frappe community and especially to the Frappe team. If you like to learn more, check out our public report and connect with us in LinkedIn. Together, let's keep building the solution that make real difference. Thank you. Any doubts or anything? Okay, thank you, bye.
Thank you so much, that was amazing. Coming up next, we have something very interesting, our trivia section. And after that, we have our award ceremony. But before that, we'd like to take a tea break. Let's all regroup at 5 o'clock. And I'd request all of you to please be there for the trivia session because that's going to be something you don't want to miss. Thank you.
have an open discussion, so it's better if the audience is in the front. Okay, so we will begin. So we had a long day. There were a lot of sessions, great information, but it was quite information heavy. So this session is going to be light and fun, no more talks. It's a trivia session. We tried it in one of our Frappe build events and people loved it. So we are trying out in Frappeverse as well. I'll invite Ayush and Soham to take the session. They will guide you through the rules and how to participate in this session. So please welcome Ayush and Soham.
Hello, so we are conducting trivia. We would like you to join this, scan this QR and join the link. I'm not audible at all. Hello, is it audible now? Okay, so we would like you to scan the QR and join the link to play the game.
You can't see it? You can go to menti.com and also like you can put the code there if you can't scan the QR. Nice, nice, nice. People are joining. Okay. How many of you are remaining to join? Just raise of hands. Sure. Okay, okay. We'll wait for you. Yeah, people are still coming.
Are most of you connected now? Can we get some indication?
Done. Anyone remaining? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait
Make
for
it quick.
some
Yeah,
more time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just give you one small, so you will see the questions on the screen and you can choose one option.
So like you'll get MCQs here and like simultaneously on this screen and on your phones you'll see options and then you'll have to like many of you were at Frappe build, right? Like this is similar to that. If you weren't there, like you'll just like get the hang of it. Okay. So should we start, guys? Yes. Okay. So first of all, oh nice, nice. 121 players later. You are, I think you are all like entering your names, so I'll wait a little for that. Anand? Live, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Louder. Okay. Okay, all of you have entered your names. Done? Anyone remaining? Okay. So let's proceed. Okay. Answer quickly to get more points. What is the Frappe design system called? I guess this was covered. Like we didn't actually know that this was being shown here. So I thought we were gonna catch you off guard. But I guess now you all have gone through the syllabus. Okay. Nice, espresso, 96 people. You all are right. With 30 people saying timeless. Timeless is the agency that make it. An awesome job. And By the way, Bean, it was a April Fool's joke. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so yeah, this is like these are our development like standards, and then yeah, it's a Figma file. So the one who has come
nine
first,
lives.
9
Akhil.
lives. Akhil, yeah, nice. Was Akhil? Yeah? Huh? 9 lives. Who's 9
We don't
lives?
know who is 9 lives.
Some
We are
cat.
not sure.
Anyways, so on to the next question. Okay, y'all are ready? Uh, which of these was the first electronic spreadsheet? By the way, Soham here has like a lot of experience with spreadsheets. Okay.
It's a old people question probably.
Yeah. Yeah. VisiCalc. Yeah. So VisiCalc. Huh? What am I? Originally released for the Apple II. This was released by VisiCorp, and like Steve Jobs said that it was like one of the two most revolutionary things that took Apple forward. So it was one of the first spreadsheets, and like it is the precursor to all of the design spreadsheets that we use today. So next question. So now
Akhil again.
no, Akhil. Damn.
Akhil, did I tell you the questions accidentally?
No, it's Artemis now. Akhil is still second. Artemis, Akhil, San, Sandeep, Abdullah, Shafon, I guess who that is. Gianluca, Jannat, Mahima, and Sakib. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so on to the next question. Y'all are ready? Okay.
Who is the third co-founder of Apple? This person is an unfortunate person. He could not gain a lot of things. Oh, nice.
Nice. Larry
A
Ellison.
lot of people got it correct, surprisingly.
Yeah. By the Larry Ellison, he was the founder of Oracle. Okay, but yeah, richest. Yeah, yesterday he turned the richest man, right? Yeah, he should say that. Okay. Yeah, so like 12 days in 1976, he sold his 10% share for $800. Like that was, now today it's like worth hundreds of billions. Poor guy. Yeah. Okay. So still Artemis, followed by Akhil, Sandeep. I think the same pattern. Okay. On carefully look at this picture.
Yeah, stare into this picture for 1 minute.
Yeah, you'll get time.
Has everyone seen the picture carefully?
Yeah. Please stare. Okay. So I guess you have stared now. Okay. I'll start the question.
The question is, are people ready?
Ready? Yeah, loudly. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. The question is, which version of ERPNext is this? Again, this is for people who have been in the community for a very long time or are users for a very long time.
Oh, shit.
Oh, sadly. Only
How do
13 people.
so many people get this wrong, man? Okay. Shit. Nice. Good way to cut the competition, right? Screen. Okay.
No, it was. No, that was not the point, but yeah.
Anywho, so a major restructuring in place. Okay. Okay. Nice. Still Artemis is the first. Akhil, Rajeshri, Sakib. Sakib was the fastest this time. Okay. So on to the fifth question. How's the Josh? Hi. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Okay, which of these companies created the legendary ThinkPad laptop series? This laptop, it's like a really legendary piece of computing. Uh, it was, by the way. Oh shit!
Oh.
You know? Yeah, I'll explain. People don't. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a tidbit of history. Produced since 1992, Lenovo acquired it from IBM in 2005. By the way, a little history on ThinkPads. Now we are on the topic. It was the first laptop to be certified on the International Space Station for years. Like you could only use these laptops, according to Wikipedia at least. And I think it was also used in the United Nations. Like these are the standard, like business standard laptops, and they have a cult following. So and they have a fantastic keyboard. Yeah. So on to the next question, by the way. Oh, sorry. Leaderboard. Still, Artemis is first.
Akhil is getting very close.
RR, Sydney. Okay, nice. Then, okay, sixth question. Which of these is the default company name used in Frappe products as demos and tests? If you have ever gone through docs or some tutorials, maybe you'll remember it. Like it's like
This
you
is
might
also
miss
where
it. It's
people
missable, but
who see the
come on, think.
GitHub
People think.
tests in the code.
Nice. As
Nice.
expected.
True fans.
True fans. Salute, guys. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Okay. Artemis still first with Akhil RR. Like we see patterns here. And then, okay, now, okay. So this is a really interesting question, guys. Stay put. We'll play this sound maybe 3 times. So listen carefully. Once. Twice. Okay? Done? On to the question. Yeah. Yeah. So when does this sound play in disk? When a document is submitted, when a document is deleted, when a document is saved, when a document is cancelled.
This is again for true fans.
True fans, yeah. Those of you who use disk every day.
Or
when a
do data entry.
Yeah, so like when you listen to it for the first time, it does sound like it's like you're putting something inside the bin, right? But it's like we were also confused. But this is like when a document is cancelled. No.
It's supposed to confuse you guys.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Abdullah. So I think still similar patterns, yeah. Okay, so next question. So how are you guys finding it till now? Like make some noise. Ooh. Nice. Come on.
What does MRP stand in the context of ERPNext?
This was covered yesterday in somebody's slides.
We are the revision lecture for the 2 keynotes.
Oh,
okay.
It's material requirements planning. It was like something that Rohit had developed, and it was shown yesterday. So yeah. Yeah. Good, man. Nice. Artemis defeated finally.
Some
Who's
new
this?
patterns.
Sandeep. Yeah. Still. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. Ready? Ready, guys? Yeah. Okay. When was ERPNext's code open sourced? This is a question that we had to dig a little. Like, I think you'll find it somewhere in the blogs. Yeah. Rushabh, you should know that, right? Nice. Such an even distribution. So, according to frappe.io/story, in 2009 it was put on Google Code. So, yeah, nice. Yeah. 2008. Yeah, this was a close call, right? 2008, 2009. Yeah. So now, shit, who is this one? Okay, yeah. Come on.
So this is the last question we have.
Yeah.
Hopefully you had fun. What was the first Frappe product to be produced or released after ERPNext? Again, this is for true fans who have been following us for a long time.
Think, guys. Press. What? Frappe books.
Oh.
Yeah. Press is not in the options.
Frappe books.
Yeah, many of you thought HRMS, but HRMS used to be a module for a like long time, right? So books is technically the right answer. Like it was a full-fledged product. Released somewhere around 2019. And yeah. So finally, Artemis, RR. Who's Artemis, by the way?
Is Artemis in the live
Is Artemis
stream, maybe?
here? Online? Oh. Some
Congratulations
LLM.
to them.
Yeah, so who's RR? RR? Oh. Okay. Nice. Akhil. Frappe people only, okay. And this is, I think, the third one is Saqib. Okay. So there's one final question. Which of these is the best open source ERP systems in the world? Come on, guys. SAP, Odoo, okay. So, ERPNext wins. Like, nice one. So, because of you guys, ERPNext thrives. Like, people, thanks for always choosing ERPNext, and thanks for always keeping things open source and free. So, yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
This was just a fun quiz, by the way. There are no prizes.
Yeah, there is one more disclaimer we have. Yeah. We both look very similar, but we are not brothers or twins.
Yeah.
That is just
Also, don't go to him for Frappe lending. Don't come to me for UI changes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. It was really fun.
That was a very fun segment. I'd like to take a few minutes because we're starting off with the partner awards. Let's start off in the next 2-3 minutes. Hi, everyone. Let's begin with the partner awards. Yesterday, we had awards for the community, and the partners are a big part of our community. So we'd like to honor them as well. This time around, we have region-wise partner awards. So I'd like to start off with the first partner award. For that, I'd like to call on stage last year's best partner, Chinmay Kulkarni from Hybro Labs. And the best partner from India goes to Agkia. Congratulations to the team. Let's move on to the next award. For that, I'd like to call on stage the partner manager of Africa, Ankita. And the best partner award from Africa goes to Aquatech. Congratulations, Aquatech. Let's move on to the next award. And to present the award, I'd like to call on stage the partner manager of Middle East, Priyanka. And the Best Partner Award from Middle East goes to QCS. Congratulations, Team QCS. For the next award, I'd like to call the Partner Manager of US, Smithal. And the Best Partner from US region goes to Corcent.
Come to that part of the conference where we talk about contributions in open source, because it's been a while since we had these discussions. Mic is audible, right? Yeah. So, we learned a lot from Rahul actually. Create some organization around community contributions. I think that would be an interesting topic for discussion. So, maybe Rahul, you want to explain and what does the WordPress community do?
Yeah. So, hi. I have been part of WordPress ecosystem like from 2006 when it was, I think, 3-year-old, and I have traveled the whole ecosystem. Like I started as a blogger, then started as a freelancer, then now the agency part. Personally, I have been WordCamp organizer, which is so in WordPress ecosystem we have events like this, like the Frappeverse, but those are organized by volunteers. And like Frappe employee can also participate as a volunteer, but it's it's not like a completely the load is on the one company. Like the Automatic doesn't organize all the events. So like events, everything in WordPress. So WordPress is structured in multiple ways, legally structured differently, but in the community is structured around teams. We call them Mex core. Then there are team like some functionality or some area like accessibility team. Then there's a special. Now, when I say these teams, these are the community teams. Some teams may have more employees from the Automatic, which is the biggest player in the WordPress community. Some teams may have, when the few new teams started, the core would have been definitely first team. It was all Automatic, maybe in early days, or the people who showed up before. So WordPress exists way before Automatic. So what happens, you join a team and you graduate to take the more power. So it's like you send first pull request to the Frappe framework. Somebody approves your pull request, then they give you bigger role, like bigger event. The smaller event in WordPress community is called Meetup. A Meetup is very informal. You can organize it in Starbucks, in a garden, in somebody's office, and it is usually city specific. Usually there is one talk, or sometimes even not a talk. Sometimes it's an open house. Like you will, so let me put this way: one in Frappe, you might call like let's solve your ERPNext problem today, and we only talk ERPNext. Or maybe Revant will call a meetup like, hey, let's talk about scalability, and people who are interested on that, they will show up. So different people will show up different topics. Mumbai like city has multiple meetups going on. Sometimes they go very like regularly, like every month. And when somebody does regular meetups, they get more power. Like in the case of core, you start from one pull to maintainer access, so you can mentor other future organizer. And the community is building itself. That's why so most people know WordPress from outside, which is okay, like 43% market share, biggest CMS in the world. But it is a well-oiled machine. Like everything is like that, and you don't have to be part of every community. For example, I haven't teams. So few years back, I had contributed heavily to the translation. Then last year, from last few years, I was contributing to the enterprise side of WordPress. Sometimes and then you can contribute to more than one team also if you have bandwidth. And then what companies do in WordPress ecosystem, like sometimes they don't have, so they enable their employees. So that's how like some teams have full-time member, from automatic. Some companies sponsor full-time members. Sometimes companies sponsor half-time also. Like they call external contributor. Like they won't put them on payroll, but they will say we'll pay you like $1,000 per month, and you go and work on our behalf. So that way, it's community structured, and that's why it's a sustainable. Like. Yeah. I hope we can do same with the Frappe ecosystem.
Thank you, Rahul. I had few points in mind. This is a bit different. One thing is, I believe contributions, which are actually, even if it is open source, they are logged behind the logged GitHub repositories. So if we can have a system where partners get valued or rated, means there is an additional rating if they contribute back. And if they maintain certain things, then that definitely would add value. So I think that can be a big point for contributor partners to contribute back to the community. Because partners are already deep down into the thing. Second thing I believe is something where we need to have the coding standards. So if coding standards are there, there'll be less rejections of PRs, and if there is less rejection of PRs, more people will be willing to contribute, because once you get rejected, you will not feel like contributing again. You lose that enthusiasm to contribute. So that is second thing. And the third thing I believe is recognition. So all these things, actually, the contribution system whole works on the human tendency, human nature. So if we are able to tap that, what people were contributors, so that way. And I was just talking to one of the contributors who contributed a very good plugin to the ERPNext. I think that was Zatka phase 2. So he said, I contributed this for free. But you will not believe I get more customers because I contributed this for free. So that is another reason why people will tend to contribute, because they want to generate more business, and end of the day, it helps them generate more business. So all these contributions means if we allow more, promote our marketplace, I think like WordPress has the plugin place. So if these are promoted, and if these can be more incentivized, or maybe we make them paid, more people will try to contribute, because end of the day, either of these things will matter. Either recognition, either finance, either money, or next. Who wants to take the mic? Yeah, Raj.
Hi. Hey, hi everyone. So I was just sharing with Rishabh that the earlier versions of the conference, it was all about features. People were asking for features, but now I see that we were not seeing so many requests. In fact, in the partner meetup, Frappe team was saying that we want to build features. So tell us what features to build, which is a 180-degree turnaround. Maybe because there is more talent and people are able to build and happen. But all in all, I'm glad to see the growth, and I think we are doing a great job. So let's continue to do this. Thanks.
I just had a thought right now. What is to be contributed? Like, if anyone wants to know, yeah, I know some things are there. I will scan through the forum and then know what needs to be contributed. But every time if you are saying contribute, then have a checklist or a list of things that you can start with, or some low-hanging fruits, or anything. Like, these are the things, and we can go with it.
I can add to this. So this is a very good point. Since so if you are contributing for the first time, this issue you can take up. So when so it's like bugs, small feature request, enhancement, all gets reported on different WordPress forums, track, and they label it. So the one lucky aspect with Frappe community is it's all on GitHub. Unlike WordPress, where the modern part of WordPress is on GitHub, the Gutenberg, and legacy part is on track. And track is very unuser friendly. Like, it's nightmare to work on track, especially if you used to GitHub. So one way is that on GitHub Frappe.org, all the repos will use a common label called something like good first issue. And the maintainer of those repos can say like, this is a small thing, somebody can fix it, not critical something, and they just label those issues. And GitHub has amazing search. We can put like org equal to documentation on a contributor's guideline, like a click this URL, you will get things to work on. And then internally we will like have some kind of prioritization among self. If somebody sends a pull request on good first issue, we will prioritize it to encourage the person, even that issue may be small. And usually those issues are actually small. So if somebody sends a pull request, it doesn't take much time to review on the good first issues. But then people earn the badge. So in WordPress, the biggest badge a developer earn, which I don't have by the way myself, is core contributor badge. That tells this person has written at least one character in WordPress core. And that's an employment filter for most WordPress agencies or most WordPress businesses. You go to your resume is one side and you just go and walk in, hey, I'm a WordPress core contributor. Do you want to interview me? So that's incentivized.
Session is happening. It was long time waiting because I'm the guy who's basically chasing partners for localizations and getting them contributed on marketplace. So I think if we can get some success around it, I think it will go long way. So yeah, maybe a query. There are two ways basically wherein we need contribution. Something doesn't need organizing a committee or anything like that. For example, if someone wants to like contribute localization, they can do on their own also. Maybe just announce in a place that okay, I'm building this localization and it will be in the marketplace. But some places need coordination, like organizing an event or something like that in a specific place. So like from your experience, is there a way to where there is local chapters also which basically come together and then organize an event? And what I have asked is basically people would parent body basically recognizing that local body. So can that help in forming local chapters or anything like that?
So like how do I put like so WordPress community. So it's like again, it's not a perfect in all ways. So it recognizes companies in some areas. Like if you sponsor one of your engineers to contribute to the core, that's a very clear and calculated reward you will get, like a monthly blog post. In many places they will mention this particular company gave this many engineers hours and sent this many codes to the contribution. They will still publish some report like, hey, you gave a person who helped us organize Frappeverse. Like, so everything gets recorded. Verification is not done, by the way. So WordPress is like a very high trust society. So if your employees say that, hey, my company is sponsoring me 20 hours to help with Frappeverse, and he's only working on 3 hours, nobody will like kind of audit it. But then over the time, like these things get weed out. Now in terms of local event, what happens? So events are organized sometimes in company's office. That is the first recognition company gets, becoming a venue sponsor. And there is an expectation that so from the higher ups, like the expectation is you cannot charge for, but then you can collect the ticket money, you can charge for ticket. It has to be very reasonable, and you can charge for sponsorship. And it's like but before that, the meetup part, for meetup you cannot charge. Meetups is super unorganized, quite raw in that sense. Companies can only appear as a venue sponsor. They cannot come and send brochure. Like even if people show up in your office, you cannot collect their data. For example, if we become the venue sponsor for Frappe, we cannot force attendee to sign a guest register or like give their email ID or contact. So there are some guidelines in place about the privacy and how we handle data or how we handle things. But then this meetup, unless somebody organizes meetup, so meetup, they won't get permission to organize a WordCamp. It's like if somebody never contributed to the Frappe a single pull request, we cannot expect to make them maintainer. So hierarchy is in every team. It executes differently. Like for events, meetup group, this kind of events. But then companies, most promotion, like the bigger role is sponsors. Companies are supposed to sponsor the event by paying the sponsorship and having a booth, or they are expected to sponsor people working on full time on the event. But if my company is sponsoring the event, I cannot wear my company shirt if there is an organizer t-shirt around. So it's like, then there are many guidelines like this to avoid, the guidelines exist because we as a WordPress community don't want somebody to find these hacks to sponsor, like why to pay $1,000 for sponsorship? Let's put one employee for a few hours and ask them to wear our t-shirt and promote our company. To avoid that, there are like restrictions that we cannot promote, if you agree to organize a WordPress event, even if your company is paying for that, it can be recorded in the somewhere in the profile or in the database, like on some page. But in the event, you cannot wear your employer's t-shirt, branded t-shirt. So like and these guidelines evolve. So my idea is let's start somewhere. Where WordPress reached, it didn't happen in one day. Like somebody abused the trust. It's like somebody found a way out. Somebody noted it, hey, this kind of cheating is going on, and then somebody updated the guidelines, like, hey, from here onward, no company t-shirt. Something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. We are talking about contributions and probably code contributions in particular. But I would like to know how many people have come to this Frappeverse for the first time? That's a lot of people who is coming in for the first time, right? I think it's a contribution as well. Because if not for you, probably we won't be having talks, at least to have you know what Frappeverse is about. And out of these new people, how many are first-time partners attending? Okay, quite a few as well. So it does seem that we are having lot more community people coming in who are non-partners. Probably they are freelancers or somebody. So like Revant was mentioning, what are the criteria where you can contribute? One of them definitely, and a major one, is the code criteria which you are we talk about. And then there are some others which Rushabh started with in terms of the marketplace review and stuff. So maybe we should have that elaborated upon.
So I have a suggestion to take this. Like, is anybody, I know this is thoda expectation, but like, is anybody willing to take some leadership here? To organize. See, there are a lot of good ideas. I've already noted some of them down. But somebody needs to own this. Like, somebody needs to get the contributors page up. Somebody needs to tag first issues. Somebody needs to review them. Somebody needs to guide first-time contributors. And yes, somebody, like, I think if somebody takes leadership, then others will follow. Like, is there anybody who is saying, like, I can lead the whole, and if there are multiple people, then you can form a committee, I'm not saying, but are there people who are willing to stand up and say, I'm going to drive the whole community aspect? Because it can't be Frappe, it can't be us. It should be, maybe some part of Frappe, somebody from the team will be part of it, but like, is there a group of people who are willing to stand up and say, we will actually get things done? I'm looking at. So should we invite everybody who's willing to be part of the community? Leadership? Come. Or you want to say something?
I wanted to say something. But still I would want to kind of lead some. But I felt it should be broken down, for example, because when you say leadership, then there are so many ways of contributing, what Mitesh was saying, for example. For example, if you come to Kenya or Africa, maybe, and then you say maybe localizations in most of Africa, then I would be like, then this we can take up, for example, because I feel we can manage that probably. Marketplace, someone else probably.
So what I'm saying is, yes, there are local things, but what about the global things? So I understand there are local things, local meetups that you can organize, but but maybe if we start with some global structure, then you can coordinate the local chapters, Africa chapter or some other local groups. But I think it would be good to have some 4 or 5 people who are saying, okay, we are willing to be part of this core group who can drive. say even helping setting up a contributions thing, tagging first issues, like some things that you will get done. It is not that, and what are those things? Revant is there, so, we have, should we invite people who want to be part of the committee?
I want to criticize something, to be honest. Yeah, sorry. So argument about contribution and exposure and recognition is actually time-bounded. Because when you, before Frappe Cloud, guys, your whole business model was different. Then you were not getting a lot of contribution. After Frappe Cloud started picking up, the business model with partners have changed a little bit. Also, I'm still insisting in every conversation, you guys have an Indian perspective of things. The global perspective of things is different. Different markets, different needs, different localization, different approach, even on the business sides and on the contribution side. So for example, the fragmentation part that Omer mentioned and we mentioned before, like there is almost 3 or 4 partners have built some sort of capacity planning and material planning related to the sales forecast. Then you guys, out of nowhere, decided, okay, this is the right way to do material planning and we will be doing it, right? This is right. This is the way contribution should be going. But like Raul mentioned, the WordPress community have the roadmap. We have been pushing for roadmap for 3 years. It was a banned word. Right now it is back. So the argument for contribution is here in a better state.
No, yeah, I mean, see, okay, so we have had this discussion. You cannot, like, there is no obligation here. You can't force people to behave in a certain way. People change, people evolve. I'm saying, how can we take this forward? So,
You're saying to just like forget the past a little bit. We are here now.
that, and also I'm saying people, like, don't judge people, right? Don't judge why people do certain things and not. All I'm saying, Rahul came out with so many good things, right? Like, like setting up contributors, first issues. Like, there is a lot of things that are not related to material, how capacity planning is done, right? There are a lot of low-hanging things, managing the marketplace, approving apps, reviewing apps, creating all of that. There are like a lot of things to be done that don't require very ideological discussions about how to manage the capacity planning. So I'm saying let's talk about the things when there is there is no doubt, right? There's no conflict, yeah. So again, thanks to people who are willing to set up. Like, I also, like, people should have skin in the game here also, right? I mean, you have to put time. And so either maybe you have to now set some rules on like who can be the contributors and who can't be. So should we have some, so now maybe there are 10 people here, which is great. So I think we should cheer for them. So yeah. Micha is also there. So yeah, nice, thank you. So now what next? Like, how do we organize this? Rahul is our...
Like, I'm just, so like, so basically I have this unfair advantage that I'm coming from a very well-oiled community where I have seen many things. And based on that community, I can suggest few things immediately. So me and Revan talked a lot about performance. And also in partner meet, we have a lot of discussion that we want to go enterprise. Enterprises won't take your word that we are performant. They need data, scripts, benchmarking numbers. So maybe we can have a performance team that can, okay, so great, yeah. So let's make a one, so okay, in WordPress a team is created with a proposal. So I'm proposing one performance team, one marketplace team. I mean, that's the only capacity. And when I say I, it's like, just to give disclaimer, I represent RTCam team, we are entry-level partner. And so like, for example, for performance team, I will put one of our director engineer, Devarshi, to work with. Yeah, so, yeah. So, great. So, yeah. Yeah, then next time we shouldn't take this guy seriously. So first proposal has to be formal, like not this. So maybe we can have under a Frappe a new meta org. Discuss it. Discuss is great. So yeah, so we have discussed that. I forgot. Like it's like more like I'm GitHub guy. So when you so it's like basically there will be proposal. A proposal is accepted. So the proposer, the one who proposes, can say, hey, I want to do this, and I propose a team which I will initiate and achieve this.
What I would say is if somebody can put up a screen here so we can start writing the rules as we go.
Sometimes people, so again, so this is something, actually I am guilty. In early my days, I had this.
1 second, setting it up, no, thanks. So we'll just propose the rules here of how to make a proposal and how to make a team.
So sometimes you have just idea, more like a wish list. Hey, we should have so team, we should do so. But a proposal need two things: merit and executors.
Okay.
So it's like somebody has a wish list, but nobody's interested in working on that. So proposal is more like a issue tracker, like a feature request. The feature request scope is more of adding some code to some module. A team's purpose is bigger, like organizing things, maintaining things, like so community can. So in WordPress, the team is called community team, which look after all the meetup and event. So it starts with some, and then there come people keep expanding on it. So performance team I propose in a way that the goal of performance team is to publish data-driven benchmark comparing Frappe's performance against Django, Laravel, in case of ERPNext or in case of other open source tool, and comparing it with the vanilla system with how much data. For example, if you put million record, how much performance did we get? 10 million records, so something like that. And what exactly we need to do in the performance team once the team is formed, it will have an issue tracker. People will come and make suggestions to the performance team. Performance team will write some code that people will contribute. So performance team is more technical team in that sense. Yeah.
So you have to make a proposal and discuss that Frappe.io. What does?
So the proposal.
What should the proposal contain?
So proposal should contain the purpose, like why you are proposing this, what is your expectation out of this thing, how it will benefit the whole community, and then the second part is executor. Like, so either you can say I can also back this proposal in terms of execution, or it's like I only have idea, I don't have resources. And then if you can cite any examples or like, for example, that is like references, anything. And
so
then
maybe let's walk through one proposal.
Add a poll so that we can say
poll.
Okay, so the proposal is approved or not, but
poll is not required.
Poll is not required for this. No, if
as long as somebody can execute it. How will we say that this is approved or this is? Good point. So so it's like a.
Okay, we can put a poll.
So there is a discussion happen in WordPress. I don't remember there is ever like a yes, no, like a absolute voting. It's like the. Yeah, we can have poll.
Certain number of upvotes.
Yeah. So how do I put like, so more than voting, it's like how do I put like
turn off your this thing, no? Can you turn off your...
The purpose and executor are like two drivers. So it's like the purpose might be good, but so it's like you will say that so something will go into execution only when somebody is there to execute on it.
Okay. So let's take the example of the marketplace committee. So maybe you start with saying that I want to create a committee for managing the marketplace, and then you can put down what is your proposal, how the committee will run, and all of that. And then we will have a polling system that will say, okay, this is what this is done, okay. And then how do you report progress, for example? Like, is there a place where now people can see what your team is doing, or?
So in WordPress, all the teams have a P2 blog, which is like a game plan, like a feed basically, and it's like everything is WordPress. It's like RSS feed for everything, email update. So you can sign up either email update or you can go and check the blog. The idea is that somebody publishes. So it's like that's again one of the role. So so it's like a performance team, or so let's say marketplace team. So marketplace team will have, let's say, 5 people. One person is reviewing every app that is getting submitted. One person is reviewing every issue being reported, like on the quality of.
No, I understand, but how do we know that there is progress on the?
Yeah. So
should we create a subcategory and discuss? Like I'm talking very specific things.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
So I mean,
with every community, maybe we can subcategory and discuss.
Yeah. Yeah. But I would say.
So the way it works in Frappe is like you have to put 2 updates every month.
Yeah. So something.
Yeah.
So we can probably decide where to publish it, like secondary. But there will be the idea is that you will publish your report, and in fact that is where. So I mentioned that there's so the WordPress has built a sustainability team. And that couldn't sustain itself. That's the joke we have.
No, some proposals will die. We assume some proposals will die, right?
Because, so they made lots of promises. 1 year later, not a single box was ticked.
Okay.
So they dismantled the teams. Like
that is fine.
Yeah.
Like if anybody wants to say, you should just you want
a box checklist in that executor proposal. So proposal can be that box. So we can track that what is done.
No, but the activities, so something like marketplace will be ongoing. There won't be like it will be like it will be ongoing, right?
Something like building a tool which links every app, like.
Maybe the milestone, not the ongoing activity.
Yeah.
Like
one-off activity ongoing.
Or maybe we let the what should we call this subcommittee or something, or what is there a right name? Huh? Working group. So I think working group is a nice place. So you can create a proposal for a working group.
So how do I put like, so when it started, it's like the first one to show up has all the power. It's like first user is root user. Then over the time it gets refined, more people gets added. And then, it all works on a lot of trust. For example, if somebody leads the marketplace and somebody reports them that, hey, this person is only approving their company's app, then, yeah.
So we need one person, like maybe I can do it, but somebody can also work. Like somebody to ensure that these, like somebody who just makes sure the administrative part of working groups is done. Maybe we create a web page, on Frappe website or wherever. This is a new working group and a working group has a landing page.
Yeah.
Or maybe there could be an app for this at some point. Frappe working groups, or something like that. And then each working group now, has a task tracker and something like that. Nice. Yeah. So I think we have a working group. Let's take the example of the marketplace work group. So what happens after you propose it? Like what is the next step?
So it's like, so by the way, every working group has its own handbook also.
Okay, let's say how many people approve a marketplace work group led by Rahul?
I think led by Hussein would be better. So yeah, so.
Or if people have questions on what.
So, yeah, maybe you.
Maybe you have to put the proposal. Like maybe say 5 things that your team will do. Yeah.
No, before voting someone in, how to vote him out.
Clear rules, please.
No, first, in Hindi there is a term, don't kill the child.
Okay, so the idea of marketplace is to improve the quality, increase the number of quality apps in the marketplace. Okay. And it goes beyond what you see on Frappe Cloud. The idea is to, so one of the things I'm proposing, again this is a proposal, okay. There should be a new app called Frappe Marketplace, which powers the marketplace on the Frappe Cloud, and it is installable on self-hosted Frappe instances. So you are using Frappe anywhere. It's like a Google Play Store that ships with like Samsung's Androids, like Google's Android, or anybody's Android. So first, like that will increase the number of places marketplace apps can be installed. So it will expand marketplace own user base, and that will drive the incentive to publish quality apps in marketplace.
Okay. Any other proposal? Like what else?
So
you have a new marketplace app, right?
Yeah. On any platform, you can install apps outside Frappe Cloud also, without using Bench. There should be user interface to manage apps. I mean, you can click install app and that can queue a job which Bench takes up from the job queue. But UI is very important. Now, don't hate me for this. My idea is that smallest businesses should be able to manage their Frappe and do few things without hiring any partner. Yeah, so marketplace group will administer the UI, will maintain that marketplace app. So marketplace team will have a sub-teams. One will be focusing on the marketplace apps code base. One will be focusing on the, maybe we will borrow some bandwidth from Timeless, or maybe we'll just do some Figma from, so marketplace team will need a designer to design UI. That is, so this is how it evolves. Like, actually, I didn't thought of incentives. So incentives like giving back.
So one is, one is creating the app and other is the ops part, right? The operating, the operation piece. So there are two pieces. One is the code-based management. And one is the operations management. So what will come in? So I think you can add features for code-based. Or
then the third is creating tooling to verify marketplace apps, like the code quality, README quality. One of the issue I face as a Frappe user, like a customer, many of the marketplace apps have their GitHub README empty. Like no proper instructions, how to install, how to use, no documentation. It's like they dump the code in the open source. That feeling is really not good. So when you go to publish a plugin in WordPress directory, it parses your README to tell, hey, you didn't write the installation instructions. You didn't upload the screenshot. It alerts you. It's like they have a bar. And then they have a code check, like you are not using any base64 encode string.
Let's not go deeper into the features, but I assume that there are features to be built on the app marketplace, and then there are operations. Like, what are the operations? Anybody else wants to jump in? Maybe Hussain wants to.
So yeah, right now, like what the process of marketplace is mostly manual partners or whoever submits the app, and then we manually review. And then it's not a one-time thing that, okay, you published, and then there are version upgrades. That, okay, every version release, okay, we added a new feature. Then also we'll have to go and review. Right now it's semi-automated kind of the version release. We screen the process, but it's not totally automated. Okay, what happens is even the installations fail. So that is a manual process that you suggested. Okay, we can have some linting stuff and everything, CI/CD tools. One of the things I wanted to add in the first part was that it should be extracted out of Frappe Cloud. So it has to become Frappe Marketplace then, if it has to go, yeah. That operations has this, the major overhead is reviewal, and how do you keep up the standards? Okay, if you want to be getting published in Marketplace, these are the set of things. So kind of documentation and guidelines on, guidelines also comes under, I think, operations.
Then if somebody needs support, how they can contact you?
Yeah, support, right now it happens, like people reach out through support tickets, but I'm sure that can be also somehow, someone could be responsible and taking that up.
So I think this is a good enough proposal now. Who wants to vote yes on this proposal?
Yeah, even I was going to say the same thing, is that we have a good structure, good enough structure now. Either we can go with yes or no, and also listen to what other people also have to say.
Yeah, if anybody wants any views on this, any comments? Frappe team also, anybody?
I'm saying the subscriptions and payouts is also kind of part of operations.
Yeah, so we have a Frappe Cloud. We pay out, like even on free apps, we pay out some percentage based on the installs. So yeah, we can put part of that app. We can. So yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so we'll work out some integration for payouts and Frappe Cloud integration. Maybe that's a feature I can add.
We can also add that new version review fast, like right now, like when we have one app in marketplace, so it takes like once we release a new version, I have to reach out in a Telegram to particular person to get it approved.
So support and review is operations. So there'll be some operations piece where you will get there is a review process and
Okay.
yeah. So I think we have a proposal. I'm saying Hussein is a co-proposer for this app, and Rahul and Hussein are proposing. Maybe people are tired to put their hands up for saying yes, but who says no? Let's say, so the way we do is consent, like who objects to this whole process?
So I'm trying not to kill the baby. So here is what you have to do, is if something is already in place, which is, it is right now, as of today, technically marketplace is taken care of. It is not, there is backlog and everything, but there is somebody paying to get this stuff done, right? You have to outdo the paid stuff. So whatever is happening right now, you can't, because then I'm saying that they'll take care of it. You have to outdo whatever I would have done, right? So by means of putting more funds, by means of putting more attention, whatever it is. So that, I mean, assuming that will happen. So any new proposal that says, okay, it has to be self-funded. Yeah, not just self-funded. I'm saying, no, I'm saying if you are you asking power out of, in this case, no.
Okay, how do you manage conflicts on, let's say, Frappe platform?
So I'm saying I'll let go of the power, but then you have to outdo us in that sense. Now you can't after a few months you can't falter, because then that means you're fucking up our efforts.
See, some proposals will fail. I mean,
No, but then we are letting go of the power in this case.
but then we are hoping for the longer game. No, the longer game is that if this works, then it benefits everybody. No, so do you, okay, no, this is an interesting discussion. So do you have an objection that this should not go ahead? Like, do you have an alternative, or do you think Frappe? No, we fund is separate, but do you think this should not happen for whatever reason? So you are okay, right? But you have expectations. So it's not it is valid expectation. But it is not an objection, like anybody has an objection to this. So I mean, this is the sociocratic method. Like.
Knowledge doubt can be accounted for, and then we discuss from all the concerns. We also create, like, for example, if you are taking it, breaking current traffic cloud marketplace into separate app, if things go bad, how, it's like an exit route. If you have to take over bad, how it will look like.
So I think that's the second part of the discussion. So if it conflicts with any of Frappe assets, how do we, how do we resolve these issues? So we'll come to it, but let's not kill the child right now. And so I'm saying, anybody has any objection to this group led by Hussein and Rahul to manage this working group proposal? Does anybody object to this proposal, like saying this is wrong and should not happen?
Yeah, what I feel is marketplace is something heart of our Frappe that should not go to community. It should be owned by a Frappe organization.
Why?
I can say because partners are, anybody creates app, right? It needs to be get certified. Right? Certificate, who has to give certificate? Not community.
No, so you are worried about what is the review and approval process for an app on the marketplace. Is that your concern, that the proposal is not good enough because it does not have a good review process?
But who is reviewing? Not the parent company, right? Or
no, so if you take one step back, like so the Frappe, the company is just one part of the ecosystem.
Okay.
And there are many other parts. And so the goal is like, let's build a bigger ecosystem, not just restricted to the company.
Anyways, I worked with Magento. Magento is sold for $2.8 billion, right? So I'm also an Adobe worker, indirectly. So what happens is Magento is well known in PHP world. That's bigger than WordPress. It got 6,800 apps in the marketplace. how they completely certify each revision, right? And it will be certified by the Magento, not community, organization which should, because they have DevOps, right? They have DevOps, certification, testers, all those things. After getting all automated tests, it will be certified that this app can be installed. Then, let's say, if somebody wants to purchase that app from the marketplace, they will feel very secure and happy.
Okay, so can anybody answer this question? How do we ensure credibility of this marketplace? Maybe Rahul or anybody.
So that is what I propose when I use word linting, that we will be building tools. So the maximum, yeah.
It's a certifying body.
So certifying body, so.
It should not be the community.
Yeah. So how would I put?
Whoever will certification will be by whatever.
So that is for, you have to convince Rishabh to give us a boss who will, it's like, we will be happy to.
No, I think the objection is like how can he trust this working group?
Yeah, and
that is the point, right? That they will do the right job.
So,
that is your question.
So in my opinion, and this is a valid concern. So let's think of two ways. If like the Frappe company does it alone, they will be doing. So let's say there's a 10-step process, and last step is certification, or like the boss, like the ultimate hit button, and if they do this all 10 things, they will be able to publish, say, 5 apps per week, or 5 apps they can process per week. So as a community, we can go and do some heavy lifting and give some control to them.
Community can do everything, no problem.
Yeah.
But certification.
Mr. Abdul, no. So I think your proposal is very good. So I think the way we do it is like we welcome all the objections. A very good point. I think the one answer to this is that people with credibility should make the proposal. So if you say that, for example, now we're saying because we are going to, like, this is a very important asset for the community, and you don't want somebody without a reputation running this. So
that's very concerned.
So let's create some baseline criteria for reviewers. So if we have a baseline criteria for reviewers, that all reviewers are certified by Frappe, for example.
Yeah.
I know, but this also gives power to Frappe again. But then also you use the credibility. So it's chicken and egg. So I'm going to say the reviewers have to be, but that is again you are giving power to Frappe in some ways.
So
okay, the reviewers are voted by the community. How about that?
That is also good.
Yes.
Good idea.
If we are giving power,
Yeah.
if we are giving, you need to give certain powers to the
Yeah.
community, and people will trust your products.
Yeah.
Okay. People will trust your products. Okay, this is certified by so and so, and people will rate that one. People can purchase. That's where the Frappe can generate the revenue, and again, community should also get their pie of what the revenue.
I don't think like the people working on model.
Yeah, there should be payout model, but no, I mean nothing is free. Even air also not free. Pure air.
I think your question on certification part. So I think there is two things. One is maintaining quality. That should be core responsibility of the working group.
Okay.
That should be voted on that group itself. But the other part, that installation on Frappe Cloud, maybe that should be taken care of Frappe Cloud team.
Exactly.
So there will be some checkbox that it is Frappe Cloud compatible.
Even
that kind of badge we can
That is not the worry, whether Frappe Cloud or whatever it may be. All we need to do is create tools, automate everything. But certification should be from the Frappe.
So we think we can have a voted, like we can vote in the reviewers. So reviewers should have minimum, but then who votes on this?
Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the auto solutions for this one is when any of the app is published, suppose it is published, it got approved by the team, this team itself. It gets automatically downvoted. The rating goes down if it is not suiting.
I'm talking about before publishing.
No, I got your point.
Even if you publish also, if certifier is not marked, this is the person, organization, nobody will purchase.
Yeah, there are supply chain attacks that people are worried. Like after you install, you can't, like your data is gone. Like so So I think that point is valid. So I think one solution is if the reviewer is voted by the community.
Correct.
Is that valid? So then we are solved, right? So now the question is who votes. So I'm saying like either you have certain karma on the discuss forum, or you have at least one PR merged. Like there are 600 people who have one PR merged. So I think that number is not that small. But if you have one PR merge on the either of the main repos, we can decide that. So some code contributor or some minimum karma on the. No, in the discuss there are these level 1, level 2, level 3. So we can say. We'll figure out how. I'm saying, but they have to be either a accepted contributor.
Exactly.
Or they have to be active on the forum, like one of the two. No.
So in WordPress, like, so it's, how do I put, like, it's like a pay it forward, like, so I'm the maintainer. I see these 3 people are contributing. I propose them to be the maintainer. So it's like a, so initially all contributors were in this, so initially everybody is Frappe employee to begin with. And then they keep giving power based on their best judgment.
I tried this on Frappe Docker. There are few active people who come up and then they interact with me on the issues as well as on forums, and they do send PRs. But there are few that I have added, but we don't get the contributions after adding them as well.
Okay, so there are 2 parts. Like first, here when in WordPress community somebody is given power, it's a very formal. Like they have been told, like, are you up for taking this responsibility?
So do you propose that there should be a formal certification for, or a formal process where you become a member of? So I'm saying let's not go there. I mean, let's not kill the.
There need to be
let's not kill the child. But I think he's okay that some voting process to select reviewers.
Yeah.
So I think that is that is.
ERP is a lot more have serious data than website.
Yeah.
So it's like.
No. So any other objections to this?
I have a suggestion. Can we hear the Drupal side of story?
No. Let's not digress. No, let's not go in a rabbit hole. Let's try and get this approved. Is my goal. You oppose then? Very good.
Not as a whole, like it's really good proposal. No, not in that sense. It's a very good initiative, and I agree almost everything he said. I was just listening to what he was saying, and I think marketplace is a very, very, very critical part of the ecosystem, and it ideally has to go to community at some point, or else you will end up with the app store kind of situation once Frappe becomes all big and evil, right? So, but I think we are just forming the community. A lot of things to be done. And I think we shouldn't go with the marketplace as the first thing.
What is your objection?
My objection is like there is very high chance it will mess up, and I believe marketplace moving should not be in the proposal.
Come on, you have Rahul, is a veteran of WordPress community. You have Smith here, who is a veteran. You have Hussain.
Just put one question to Rahul before I go. Like Rahul, if this was WordPress meetup and WordPress was very huge, and we are forming a community, would you have suggested moving the plugin marketplace as the first thing to touch in the community before the community is proven or the?
So the WordPress has plugin system. So it's called directory in WordPress space. Very early, like it was one of the earliest thing that WordPress did. The thing that it wasn't given completely to the community. It was run by like the core people, like initially, and then there is the rest. So how do I put, like, again? I think the right way or to get everybody on board. Let's have a hierarchy. The last power should rest with Frappe company members for some time at least to begin with. So in the beginning you need that bootstrapping initial, like that starting voltage. Then so the lowest job somebody can do from community is review an app and right there review.
No, I am trying to understand what is the objection. Like, okay, your objection is this is too, but why? Like, why?
I think there's a huge chance of mess up.
what kind of
There's a
message
very
do you
high
expect?
risk. But the whole thing, I agree with your second suggestion. So I'll just complete this. Ideally, I think, I have seen that. Like when I released Uri, like I got on a Google Meet and I got it reviewed. So, so the whole thing is like, I think maybe the second proposal is said, maybe if the marketplace is going to community, then in the hierarchy, Frappe Cloud or the team should be at the top of the hierarchy before it's
That I agree.
transferred. Then it makes sense and you are just, you're incubating it and finally it goes out, right? You go out to the community.
Anyway, so I mean, I get all of this thing. If it were to go ahead, I mean, in my head, the idea is essentially we are anyway paying Hussein some fee. We'll pay him some more fee to make sure, like, yes, the current process works, and yes, this also works. So, like, more likelihood that this ends up being a success than a failure. So I don't think, I mean, in that case, that would be, I mean,
You have very high, Frappe team doesn't do that much work, so maybe it's better.
Yeah, I think just one point I'd like to add. Maybe we start with the some members of the Frappe team who are there, but then later on maybe we have an organization like ICANN. I hope everyone is aware about ICANN, right? So maybe some body like that which oversees all these contributions, we can create it.
Okay, anybody from Frappe willing to volunteer to be part of this committee? Any one person? No, I can't. Volunteer has to come from. You can't volunteer people. Like you are volunteered. You are volunteering? Umer, you have been volunteered. Okay, so Umer is going to be part of the committee. Does that satisfy? Very Safan. Yeah, satisfies. Okay, satisfied. Objection resolved. Any other objection? Yeah.
We have multiple ways to install an app on Frappe Cloud sites. One is using Marketplace. Then there is a button within that one screen which says from GitHub, right? And then you can say public or it is private, your own repositories, right? So what is the scope of this? Is it
only open source apps?
So only the ones in the marketplace. The ones which are closed source will be able to be installed using the normal Frappe Cloud.
Yeah. That Frappe Cloud continues.
Thank you.
Allow me to, so this is, so the idea is to not take anything away. The idea is to, what you see on Frappe Cloud, the net effect for Frappe Cloud user will be the same. Nothing will change for Frappe Cloud user except there will be more apps in the marketplace because of more people are able to review apps and there will be more, there will be developer tools so that developers can test their app for high quality before approaching marketplace. So there will be more apps. Frappe Cloud, nothing changes except more number of apps. The people who are running Frappe on their own server, they will get like this Play Store like interface, marketplace like menu in their Frappe dashboard through which they will be also able to access the same marketplace app even they are not running Frappe Cloud. So in fact, it is very, how to put, like, the objection should come from Rishabh. Like, we are taking Frappe Cloud's marketplace. Yeah, it's like telling Apple, hey, can I use your app store outside Apple ecosystem? And Steve Jobs said, yeah, cool, man, do it.
Yeah. So I think any more objections? If there are no objections, then we can pass this proposal.
I have a question.
Yeah, objection, yeah.
No objection. Question. Does the scope of this committee...
Working
Working group, okay. The scope of this working group, will it be able to only, just like, is the scope only to approve or disapprove or unlist applications or push for different policies related to monetization for open source apps? This is in the scope of the committee or outside?
No, so it's right now there are two scopes. One is building the product for marketplace, and the second part is operations. What you're saying is marketing or event, like you want to call. So do you want to add it or no?
So not right now. Yeah, so I want to keep the scope minimum to begin with. So the idea is whatever currently is in Frappe Cloud marketplace, just decouple it so that it can exist outside Frappe Cloud and create some code review process, like maybe publish some GitHub actions. So when you create when you do a bench app and publish it, maybe, so in WordPress you have this PHP code sniffer. You run a command line tool, it tells you like you missed this function is skipping, you things like. So high quality is one part. Decoupling marketplace, another part. And then once this two, yeah.
So you are not saying evangelism and is part of this. No. Maybe you can create a new working group.
Yeah.
No, that is up to the proposers.
Yeah.
That is up to
And then once this work is done, the team probably can take more. My idea is to not have a very high goal, and then scope creep. If more people show up and say, like, initially Hussein and me are reviewing all the apps, for example, and then 10 people join and we like have a lot of bandwidth. So Hussein then probably can take up more. Like the idea is that how much we can take up will decide by the team size.
Okay. So if this is approved, okay, objection.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Definitely.
Yes.
Security, best practices. So that's the bigger challenge. Like high quality and like the compatibility. So he mentioned very good point that when new versions come, dependencies come, there should be check like if something is working on Frappe 15, is it working on Frappe 16? So marketplace will need some automation tooling which will before V16 gets released, all the apps in the sandbox get tested on. So maybe we will force like your app must have unit test.
Yeah, so actually...
yeah, if you have an objection.
Yeah, please.
No, if you don't have objection, wait, this needs to pass.
No, so on that security point, we already have some automation in security part, which is part of Frappe Cloud, so we review the code. It's not totally automated, but still there. So the apps you see on Marketplace currently are also security reviewed. The second point was...
compatibility.
Yeah.
Come forward and...
Yeah, please, yeah. So...
Sorry, I thought I was audible. No, from a community, from a cloud perspective, I agree the security part is handled. But when we are going with this proposal, for this proposal, the responsibility on the security and other aspects is part of the community. That is where I want the clarification. So in this case, as part of review process, the security will be addressed. The community still is the owner for the passing, in terms of whatever security is required for those, whatever is coming on the marketplace.
Yeah, if it doesn't part, it won't be published.
I think only compatibility with Frappe Cloud and maybe the revenue sharing part.
Yeah.
Part of Frappe.
Only the revenue sharing, I would say. So like the compatibility is also like, so if you know the Frappe Cloud is also open source, the price is open source. So it's like we are making Frappe Clouds one more part, like a press, it will be marketplace. And you install press and marketplace, you have your own Frappe Cloud, something like that. So, so it's like,
thank you.
So you can think of this when the marketplace is decoupled. Yeah. Yeah, please. No, it's okay.
Sorry, I thought it's not an objection, but it looks like an objection now. So you can give me clarification, probably that might get that away. So if there is one person, probably will be knowing the criteria. Even that is also not very sure, because when we published, we didn't know the criteria, first of all. So it's going back and forth. Probably if the criteria itself is very well clearly defined, then, so I don't have a problem. Okay, when Hussein is reviewing, we know that, Hussein is going to look on that and things like that. But if there is a committee of people, will they all be following the same criteria?
Yeah.
Okay. So it will be published to us as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Everything will be transparent. So and everything has to be by guideline. For example, if we so that's how I meant, like WordPress community didn't beat all this rule in day one. Like somebody broke the guideline, somebody reported them, somebody misused the loophole, and then the new guidelines come like, hey, you cannot do this.
So you have to create some transparency mechanism.
So my idea is that yeah.
Good point.
Ideally, every review should be in public domain.
Piracy. Okay, how do you make sure that, okay, people are not forking and then again?
So in WordPress marketplace, everything is GPL. So legally you can fork it.
This is a rabbit hole. Let's not go here. Do you have objection to this proposal?
But I have.
Otherwise, we can keep on talking about it.
So the thing is, by definition of GPL, derivatives are allowed. But so this is where the human review comes into picture. If you fork somebody's work and upload just by rebranding as your own, WordPress directory rejects it. Legally you can do it, but WordPress directory is like a private event. It has the right of admission is reserved with the WordPress plugin directories committee. So it's like, if like say somebody fork your app, like Umer's app, and like somebody uploads it, and Umer finds, hey, this is exactly my app. So they report it, and then there's a review process where we check, okay, line by line code, like the logically, so renaming function is easy to catch. If the screens are all same, everything is same, if it looks a lot similar, we reject the app. We say, you can keep this app fork as per the GPL, but we are not going to host it in our marketplace.
Great. So there will be some conflict resolution mechanism you will have to put.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it right.
Yeah.
Any more objections? Then we pass this proposal, and Rahul and Hussein are the. Okay, this is fun, so but we are also on a time. But okay, so I realize maybe next time whenever we do, we should like keep half a day for this. Like just the.
Ideally, this should happen on the forum. Like
we still have time till some.
Working group.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay.
Even this
more. There are more people who are like any working group proposals. Any more working group proposals here? We may not pass them now, but no. I'm saying we'll not pass them now, but at least proposals, so I can just list them.
Yeah, help me with maintaining Docker. So that will be helpful. Just even if it is not a proposal. Yeah, self-hosted working group maybe.
Very good idea.
Training group. Training group. Support giving group.
So training group is something
Self-hosted working group.
It's like we have internal alignment to invest a lot in Frappe training next year. So I will.
Put it on the mic.
It's working?
Training group.
So training, I think, is like evangelism training, this education part of things.
Yes.
Marketplace.
Even the marketplace should go
Yeah,
through
yeah.
the community and like the complete process. It's like
It's just a draft maybe.
So my concern is like the quality of discussions we were able to have in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, like very hard to do on the forum, but we'll try.
User support will be local meetups and.
Who is doing local meetup?
So Naveen is asking, like, anyone for documentation.
No, meetup.
Storytelling part.
Storytelling part, right?
Localizations.
Storytelling.
Training, yeah, with Amir Babu.
training working group.
Yeah.
Core contributions.
Core contributions. Core. Core framework or?
Only framework. Framework working group? Core framework needs a...
Only core, Frappe.
Framework working group. Core, what is core? Core is... Both are separate. We have separate working groups for ERPNext and Frappe.
Maybe starts with ERP, both.
Yeah, we can have multiple people. Thanks.
So even though I'm more invested in ERPNext compared to modern apps, I think there should be a working group for modern apps.
Documentation. And as well.
Freelancers Club, yeah.
What? Campus? Outreach. Yeah, yeah. Some of them will be like more like campus and training probably align. Okay. Yeah. So
Freelancers. Freelancers club.
WordPress also have campus connect program.
Yeah, so I think wrap karna hai, so we can continue. So I think these are all proposals that now have to come. So I think let's also wrap. Should we wrap, or is there anything people want to say?
Self-hosting.
Yeah, no, make the proposals. Okay, let's put it on the forum. No, anyways, you have to propose on the forum. So any more proposals? I think we are on the roll here. So any more proposals? Let's go to discuss. So I am just going to summarize. I think whatever we talked.
Add my name in the campus.
Create a new category. There people can publish proposals.
Yeah. So. So I think I think it was a really good discussion, very productive. Thanks, Rahul, for kind of helping us out in this situation. Hopefully this kickstarts a new thing in Frappeverse. So yeah, we make proposals. I think this was a nice example of a proposal, and there was a lot of, and this is the Sociocratic style of decision making we follow in Frappe also. Like if there is anybody makes a proposal, anybody can object. And when somebody objects, you don't say that, why are you objecting? No, you are a negative person. No, you welcome their objection. You say, oh, you have a perspective to add, please object to my proposal so I can make my proposal better. And then, yeah, everything happens on the forum now. On the comment. And then hopefully once, I think we'll outgrow the forum. So maybe we'll have to make an app for this at some point to manage all the working groups. So we'll...
You got the idea for your next step.
Yeah. So great. So thanks. I think, let's, should we do a vote of thanks, or if anybody wants to have any closing words that are, yeah, you want to say something? Please
come. So just one suggestion, and it came into my mind when you were speaking about sponsors. For me, I've come here as a client. I feel there should be a way to enable clients to support features, or to support the developers to offer some features or some apps that are needed. We may have the need and the means to support, but we may not have the technical ability to do that. So we would want a feature or an application to be developed, but then released out there for free. So if there is that, they should be an enabling, that should be enabled, and the partner who has, the client who has supported that, there needs to also be some sort of recognition or something. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe we can have a sponsored features working groups. So yeah. Yeah, so let's come to the end of this amazing conference. I think this was a good conference after a long time. Felt like, we ended up doing something productive, and yeah, great presentations. Thank you everybody for coming. So for the vote of thanks, I want to hand it over to Palkan. So Palkan is the conference manager. So big cheer to Palkan. And so everybody in Frappe, like nobody's given a task like you do this, everybody volunteers. So I mean, there are a lot of people who have volunteered, and I don't have the list, but I let Palkan now, share the list of volunteers.
Thank you, Rishabh. First of all, thank you all of you all for coming here today and meeting us. We also had a lot of sponsors, so thanks. Without you all, it would not have been possible. And the speakers, amazing talks. These are our venue partners, which is Nehru Center, our video partners, Brahma Studio, Kshitijan all are here. The tech team, which is Kedar AVS, Pramod and all backstage again. Our food partner, which is Food Link. Our booth partners, which is our RMB events, and yesterday you were at the music show, which was the Sarang project. So we had a lot of, so a conference does not just happen. We have a big team of people who help with all of this, and that's the entire list. Do you want me to read it out? That's 2 slides like this. So yeah, basically a lot of people, like a lot of volunteers from Frappe only, which is Mahima Gandhi for venues. Can you all come up on stage, guys? Come. Where is everyone? Asif has handled all the sponsorships. All the website, the stickers, the t-shirt designs, everything that you see, all crafted by Nishant. Nishant. Yeah, we did, the talks were amazing. The internal talks were handled by Ankush, Faris, Suraj, Rushabh. That's why they were so amazing. They are the ones who set the high standards. And the external talks were done by Jannat, Suraj, Faris again. We had Pushkar working throughout 3 months on email support, helping all of y'all. The marketing was handled by Babita, who's a new member in our team. The video and live streaming was done by Forum and Jacob. So the stage was managed exceptionally well by Diptanil and Shadrak, with the help of Tejas, Mangesh, Khushi, Babita, Vibhav, and Ijaz. Merchandise was again managed by a team of people, which is Babita, Dinesh, Henil, Sharik, Rohit. Dinesh works all year round on accounting, and obviously even for Frappeverse, all tickets, refunds, everything was managed by Dinesh. The first faces you saw in the morning were Pushkar, Prasad, Chandru, Rohit, and Shantanu. The music show that you saw yesterday was Sidel's recommendation. We had Ritvik and Asmita solving all the small issues that you see on our website. And our hosts, Arushi, Parth, Faraz, and Jonath. We had a few mic runners, Rahil, Padmanabhan, and Nehantra. The product tables were handled by Asmita, and the flash talks by Vibhav and Shadrak again. Finally, the trivia that you enjoyed so much was done by Ayush and Soham themselves. And we had a lot of extra help from Neha, Ankita, and again Nishant, Harshvardhan, Sanjay, and Mihir. So that's the team. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming today. Please keep coming and meeting us every year. And we hope we inspired you and you enjoyed. If you all can come ahead, we'll take a group photo and we can disperse then. Where should we take the group photo? Again.
Last time we didn't come too well. No? Yeah, last time we took it just that side.